Chapter 455. Too long. Sulin shook his head. 100 years won't decrease. We're wizards. We're not slaves. You can't do this to us. The wizards were a little agitated. As expected, getting an adept to submit and work like a slave was a very troublesome matter. However, Sulin wasn't disappointed. He silently gave Alex a look. While the wizards were arguing with Sulin, he secretly cast a spell. Telepathy. A faint beam of light rose from Alex's body and quickly enveloped the adepts around him. If you insist, then I have no choice. I'd love to have more people in my wizard tower, but if you don't want to, then I'll have to send you back to the river Styx. Sulin's lips curved up into an evil smile. The storm battle halberd in Abel's hand shone brightly, and the binding of wind chains on these wizards became tighter. Every time they tried to secretly channel their mana to cast a spell, the binding of wind chains would bind them and interrupt their channeling of mana. Seeing the storm battle halberd getting closer and closer, the wizards began to panic. At first, they were calm because Sulin wanted them to work for him. They knew the value of a wizard, so when Sulin asked for 100 years, they knew that Sulin wouldn't give them up. They didn't have to worry about their lives. This was also the reason why they dared to bargain with Sulin as prisoners. However, the situation didn't seem right. They seemed to have made a mistake. It seemed like Sulin really wanted to kill them. I'm still young. I'm a high-grade wizard. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I can't die so easily. I don't want to die. The cold blade had already touched his neck, and the wizard could no longer withstand the pressure. His body trembled as he said, "Stop, stop. Sir, I agree. I agree to your conditions." The storm battle halberd stopped, and the wizard felt a warm liquid dripping down from his neck. It was his own blood. The wizard broke out in a cold sweat when he felt the blood flowing out. Sulin smiled and gently put away the storm battle halberd. He then said with a smile, "Looks like you've thought it through. I like people like you who know what's good for you. Isn't it just 100 years? You have to look at things from both sides. The Northwind Tower doesn't have many people. This is a legendary wizard tower. You're lucky to be working here. Normal high-grade wizards don't even have the qualifications to work here. As for 100 years, it's not a long time for wizards. You can also learn a lot of high-grade spells here without spending a penny. Most of the time, you can't even buy this kind of knowledge with money. All in all, you made a lot of money this time." Surin patted the shoulders of these high-grade wizards and said. Then he took out a spell contract made by Hathaway from the storage space. The material of this spell contract was the skin of a hydra. Hathaway had made all kinds of terms and conditions, and all of them had been engraved with runes. The terms and conditions on this spell contract were exactly what Sulin had mentioned. After the 5 high-grade wizards looked through it and found no problems, they left their soul imprints on it. Seeing that the 5 of them had signed the contract, Sulin also left his soul imprint on it. After everyone had signed the contract, Sulin snapped his fingers. A ray of light rose, and a blue elemental flame suddenly burned on the spell contract. Soon, the entire contract was devoured by the elemental flame and disappeared completely. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and merged with the bodies of Sulin and the 5 wizards. As soon as the light entered their bodies, it moved to their arms. Finally, a lightning symbol appeared on their arms. This spell contract, made from the skin of a hydra and made by Hathaway, was very powerful. Even a legendary demon couldn't resist it after signing it, let alone the 5 high-grade wizards in front of him. The power of this contract was not inferior to a soul contract at all. It was even safer. After the contract was completed, Alex also quietly removed the telepathic suggestion spell. Sulin spread out his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, the contract is complete. See, didn't we successfully reach an agreement? Alex, hurry up and remove the magic chains on them. They are our slaves of the Northwind Tower. Tui, they are partners. We can't let them get hurt. We still need them to work." Sulin said enthusiastically to the wizards, "Come, come, come. Get up. The ground is cold. Since you're already one of us, let me tell you about your benefits. First of all, housing. Each of you will have a room of 30 square meters in the wizard tower. Every month, you will be allocated some magic materials for experiments. At the same time, the laboratory will be open to you. The first 3 floors of the library in the Wizard Tower will be free of charge. The rest will require the corresponding contribution points. Apart from that, the fees for the seclusion rooms, magic potions, and materials will also be distributed to you in accordance with the regulations. There will be a booklet about your specific benefits in a while, as well as the following obligations you will need to fulfill. Every month, you will need to complete a certain amount of magic enchantment, magic potion refinement, various upgrade and modification plans, room material production, and so on. Only after all of these are completed will you be able to enjoy the benefits mentioned before. Sullen's eyes swept back and forth across the wizards. He then revealed a sinister smile and continued. I don't think you will ever want to enjoy some of these punishments. In this territory, there's a nest of harpies. Many of them are low-grade harpies in heat. Hearing Sullen's words, the 5 high-grade wizards in front of him shuddered. Their faces instantly turned pale. Cheer up. Don't be so depressed. Isn't it just 100 years? I always abide by the spirit of the contract. Under normal circumstances, I persuade people with reason. Just like just now, didn't we have a pleasant conversation? Sulin brought the 5 high-grade wizards who had just signed a contract to tour the Northwind Tower. Come, let's have a laugh. This is a legendary wizard tower. Soon, Sulin brought them to the control center of the wizard tower. Milky Way, register the permissions for these new employees. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Yes, master. Scanning soul waves, please wait. Recording soul information. Soul information recording complete. Registration complete. Default to level F visitor permissions. Master, please confirm their permissions. Give them level D permissions then. Sulin said directly. Permissions upgraded. Current permissions to level D. Milky Way's cold mechanical voice sounded again. After checking that there were no problems, Sulin turned to the high-grade wizards and said, All right, the permissions have been arranged for you. Now you can go and familiarize yourself with the Wizard Tower and your own permissions. I'll give you a break for today. From tomorrow onwards, you will officially start working. Looking at the 5 high-grade wizards in front of him, Sulin only felt refreshed. Such good leaks. He could harvest them continuously for 100 years. With their talent, 100 years was more than enough for them to level up to a level 4 wizard. Sulin only needed to pay a very low price to get 5 high-quality, cheap laborers. From the day they met, 007 was their daily life. It was not impossible for them to take another step forward. After all, with the strength of a wizard, it was completely possible for them to withstand it. With these 5 cheap laborers, the production of magic potions and magic tools in the northern town would greatly increase. When it came to the exploitation of labor, the most famous was the liches. Those liches would not only make you work while you were alive, but even if you were dead, they would also use spells to revive you and continue to work for them. 007 was simply too weak. There was no rest, no holidays, and no need to eat. He had to work 24 hours a day. Even the capitalists in the previous world would shed tears for him. Looking at the contracts on their bodies, the 5 unnamed high-grade wizards wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Just like that, they had sold the rest of their lives. They looked at Sulin and then looked at Alex beside him. It was said that there was a legendary wizard in the Wizard Tower. The high-grade wizards' hearts sank. At the same time, they told themselves that they were men. A great wizard knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Even a giant dragon could endure the humiliation of being under its crotch and become the mount of a dragon knight. Their contract of 100 years was nothing. It was just 100 years. They just had to endure it. Also, the concentration of elemental energy here was so high. Every breath of air was as sweet as milk. Every cell in their body was greedily sucking in the elemental particles around them. This environment was so good. With the rich elemental energy, it might be a good choice to work here. After coming to the seclusion room, the high-grade wizards suddenly had an idea after feeling the rich elemental energy. Maybe things are not as bad as I thought. There's also the knowledge in the library. As a legendary wizard, The books in his library will not disappoint me. If I join such a powerful organization, at least I won't have to worry about safety and all kinds of magic knowledge in the future. Chapter 456. After arranging the 5 tools, Sulin no longer paid any attention to them. The tasks for these tools were already set. From tomorrow onwards, Milky Way would give them all sorts of tasks. Enjoy these last moments of leisure. The materials obtained from the brain hunters were made into magic tools by Hathaway. The skin of the brain hunters was made into a leather armor. The leather armor was made by Grace herself. In a northern town, the half-elf Grace's tailoring skills were the best. In order to make this leather armor, Hathaway spent a lot of materials. Just the runic circle on the leather armor used 5 ounces of mithril and 1 ounce of astral sand. She also used 3 high-quality magic gems to make this leather armor. Hathaway named this leather armor Death Walker. This leather armor was already considered a legendary magic tool. It could be Sulin's most powerful magic tool other than the Storm War Halberd. Death Walker, leather armor, quality, legendary, material, brain hunter's skin, mithril, etc. This is a legendary leather armor made from brain hunter's skin that was meticulously sewn by a master tailor. It has powerful defense and unimaginable magical effects. Defense plus 35, magic resistance plus 50, evasion plus 10, agility plus 3, special effect. Immune to mind control, special skill. Alternate space travel, 3/day. Mind attack, 1/day. Death Walker was a very powerful equipment. Although it was a leather armor, it had better defense than a plate armor. It also had strong elemental resistance. According to Hathaway's tests, spells with less than 50 damage would not cause any damage to him. One must know that the fireball spell only had 35 damage. At the same time, this leather armor also strengthened his resistance. Because it was made from the skin of a brain hunter, this leather armor was immune to mind control. It could be said that this attribute was its most powerful attribute. In future battles, Sulin would not have to worry about mind control spells. In addition to these, this leather armor also increased evasion and agility. It also had some of the brain hunter's special characteristics, space travel. Although it wasn't as powerful as the original brain hunter, it was still pretty good. As long as it could see a place, it could instantly pass through. In addition, this leather armor also had the mental attack of the brain hunter. Since the brain hunter was dead, the effect of its mental attack was greatly reduced, and the brain-sucking effect was impossible. However, the mental attack was still there. It could launch a mental attack on an enemy, and if successful, it would stun the enemy for 2 seconds. Of course, other than these attributes, the most important thing about this leather armor was that it was very cool. Grace's intense tailoring skills were vividly displayed on this leather armor. The effect of this leather armor was godly for any close combat profession. It would also increase Sulin's strength. Sulin did not hesitate and directly put it on. This leather armor could be said to be the best magical equipment in this batch of equipment. Hathaway did not waste the remaining materials. In addition to this leather armor, there was still some brain hunter skin left. The skin was damaged or damaged in the eye area, so it could not be made in a large equipment. Hathaway used the skin to make 2 pairs of gloves. The effects of these gloves were not bad. After wearing it, it did not affect the flexibility of the fingers at all. At the same time, it could also protect the palm. Moreover, because the skin was originally near the brain hunter's eyes, there was an alternate space that originally stored the brain. This was also left behind by Hathaway and added other materials to expand it. Finally, each pair of gloves had an alternate space of 1 cubic meter that could be used to store items. Dark Night Gloves, high magic item, material, brain witcher skin, void stone, orichalcum. This is a pair of gloves made from the skin of a brain witcher, a decent magic item. Defense plus 15, magic resistance plus 40, hand only, agility plus 23, attack speed plus 8, strength plus 5, special effect. Dimensional space, Sulin used 1 pair of gloves and gave the other pair to Phyllis. To be honest, this equipment did not increase his strength by much, but it was still a good equipment. The remaining Brain Hunter's eyes were also very good materials. Many of the Brain Hunter's magical abilities and psychic abilities were used by the Brain Hunter's eyes. Therefore, the Brain Hunter's eyes had a special magic power. After the Brain Hunter's eyes were taken out of its body and soaked in a special potion, they would become as hard as gemstones and looked very beautiful. The Brain Hunter had 7 eyes on its body, and the rest of its eyes were completely destroyed by the particle cannon. The remaining 7 eyeballs were also made into magical equipment. This kind of gemstone was usually made into a necklace or ring. Hathaway made 3 rings and 4 necklaces. Sulen looked at the attributes and found that they were not bad. Dark Knight Necklace. High-rank magic item. Material. Eye. Orichalcum. Mithril. This necklace is made from the eye of a Brain Hunter and has a mystical effect. Vision +5. Charm +3. Magic Resist +15. Magic Resist +20. Spirit Resist +15. Additional skills. Mind Control +1/day. Eye of Truth. Permanent. The necklace came with 2 spells. One of them, Mind Control, could be used to control a unit that was not higher than the user's own level. It could be used on humans or monsters, but it was ineffective on legendary creatures. If the target's mental resistance was successful and the mind control failed, the target would also be stunned for 1 second. It could be said that this spell was very good for controlling people or stunning enemies. The other skill, True Eye, was also good. Its effect was to see through most of the magic effects such as illusions, stealth, shadow travel, and invisibility. It was very effective against those who liked to sneak attack. Of course, if the opponent's magic was too high, True Eye might not be able to detect it. Dark Gaze. High magic item. Material. Eye. Adamantine Mithril. This is a ring made with the eye of a Brain Hunter. Do you feel like you're being stared at by the Grim Reaper when you look at it? Vision +3. Charm +2. Magic Resistance +18. Magic Power +20. Spirit Resistance +15. Night Vision +30. Intimidation +10. Additional skills. Death Gaze +1/day. Spirit Intimidation +1/day. The ring also had 2 additional spells. Among them, Death Gaze was a spell that completely depended on one's luck. Death Gaze was an instant death spell. After this spell hit the target, it would go through a Constitution and Soul test. If the test failed, it would directly activate the effect of instant death. If the test passed, it would not cause any damage. Of course, it also had another function, which was to instantly kill targets with low vitality. This skill was called Lucky Emperor's Unlucky Detector. If the luck was good, it would directly send the target away. If the luck was bad, it would have no effect. In addition to this skill, the ring also had a mind intimidation skill. After using it, it would cause a mind shock to enemies within 20 yards. If the immunity failed, these people would be stunned for 3 seconds. If the test passed, it would cause 30 points of damage. In addition to these effects, the necklace and ring also had the effect of Eagle Eye. The equipment's vision bonus was almost 80% of Eagle Eye's range. Moreover, this effect was constant. It was basically a buff of Eagle Eye. Sulen planned to give these 4 necklaces to Chris, Hathaway, Alex, and Phyllis. As for the ring, it was the same. Because there were only 3 rings, Phyllis already had a pair of gloves, so there was no ring. As for the remaining sharp claws and tentacles of the Brain Hunters, they were also collected by Hathaway. The Brain Hunters' thighs were very good materials for spears. The spears made of these materials were incomparably sharp and had strong penetrating power. Hathaway planned to make them later. Sulen didn't use the remaining tentacles. These tentacles were a relatively rare material in many dark magic potions books. Some people even wanted to use them to make potions, but these potions had very strong side effects. Sulen wouldn't use these potions. Of course, he could make them and sell them to others. He would keep these magic tools and send them to them when he had the time. After making these magic tools, Hathaway continued to study the knowledge of riddles. Northwind Tower was still not a complete wizard tower. One of the key problems was its defense. There were several types of defense in a wizard tower. The first type was some spell traps outside the wizard tower. Chapter 457. During the most glorious period of the Arcane Empire, large riddles were not only used for defense, but also for attack. There was a period of time when the highest defense command of the High Elves' riddles was, if a true dragon enters the range, automatically release the stored high-level spell sequence to attack the target. During that period, the dragons ran amok in the multiverse, and the High Elves were barely surviving under their influence. The elves and the arcanists had basically the same definition of enigma. It was a masterpiece of high-level magic skills, woven with magical energy. It was a powerful enchantment that covered an extremely wide area. It had a simple consciousness of its own, and it was a permanent enchantment or domain created by legendary spells. There were 4 main functions of riddles. The first was a protective enchantment. The riddles had a powerful protective enchantment, which was used to protect the area inside the riddles from outside the riddles. The second was a spell enchantment. This spell enchantment could be activated or deactivated automatically, and the target could be chosen. However, this spell usually would not be activated continuously. After all, the magic consumption was too high. The riddles created by the ancient High Elves could be activated for a long time because they once controlled a spell energy source. The riddles created by the arcanists had this effect after they had the mice energy core. The third was a forbidden spell. Within the range of the riddles, you could not use spells that were forbidden by the riddles. This was actually equivalent to a ban on magic. The fourth was a spell sequence. This was a spell that was stored in the riddles in advance. The spell could be activated by using specific gestures or specific words. There was no limit to the number of times the spell could be activated. Of course, the maker of the riddles could limit the number of times it could be activated to reduce the cost of the effect. There was a limit to the number of times the spell could be used, and it could only be activated a few times in 24 hours. The fifth was a permanent effect. This effect could not be directly described by a spell. It could only be divided into 3 levels. The primary effect was equivalent to a level 1 to level 3 spell or a low-level magical item. The intermediate effect was equivalent to a level 4 to level 6 spell or a mid-level magical item. The advanced effect was equivalent to a level 7 to level 9 spell or a high-level magical item. Hathaway had more or less mastered the puzzle technology, but it was still a bit difficult to make a complete puzzle. Making a puzzle required the cooperation of several legendary wizards. It was too much work to do with just one legendary wizard. Hathaway was the only legendary wizard in Northern Battlefront City. She would have to take it slow. There were a few grand wizards in Northern Battlefront City, but other than Alex, Karina, and Grace were all more inclined towards becoming legendary wizards. It would not be easy for them to become legendary wizards. As for the succubus Chrissy, she was also a wizard, so there was no hope for her. Just like Hathaway, Alex was a wizard and a sorcerer. However, compared to Hathaway, Alex's knowledge was not as solid. After all, she lived in the underground world and had little contact with the outside world. All her knowledge was inherited from her bloodline. It was only after she came to Northern Town City that she began to systematically learn all kinds of spells. If she wanted to master the riddle-weaving technique, she would have to wait until she became a legendary wizard. There was a special legendary spell for riddle-weaving. This spell needed to be made according to one's own ideas. The High Elves had far more talent than humans, but they still could not avoid the fate of decline. Their bloodline ability began to degenerate for unknown reasons. The former Elven Empire also fell apart. When the Elven Empire declined, humans began to rise. Before the rise of humans, the languages needed to cast spells were the ancient Elven language, dragon language, celestial language, demon language, and so on. However, after generations of human sages, they finally succeeded in replacing them with human language. It was these people who started the glory of human magic, the era of the Arcane Empire. Hathaway did not make a puzzle after she mastered the method of making one. After all, making a puzzle was a huge project, and it required the cooperation of many legendary wizards. The riddles built by the ancient arcanists were all built by a large number of arcanists. If it was a small puzzle that only covered a range of 1 or 200 meters, Hathaway could still build it with some time. However, the Northwind Tower was going to be upgraded into a floating space tower and a floating space city. Such a small puzzle was naturally not suitable. Hathaway temporarily put the puzzle making on hold and began to study some other information brought back by Sulin, elemental fission and elemental fusion. The earliest research on this technology was in the early days of the Arcane Empire. At that time, the Arcanists wanted to find a way to provide more energy sources. This technology brought about a new energy core, the elemental furnace. The energy provided by the elemental furnace was hundreds or even thousands of times more than the energy provided by the elemental pool of the same volume. However, this technology was soon replaced by a new technology, the mice energy nucleus. The mice energy nucleus could provide a huge amount of energy in a clean and stable manner, even more than the energy provided by elemental fission. Thus, the elemental furnace technology was sealed. The mice energy nucleus made the glorious era of the Arcane Empire. However, the mice energy nucleus technology was mastered by the great arcanists, and it involved the gods. The mice energy nucleus required the help of the magic net to obtain almost endless energy. After the Arcane Empire and the gods went to war, this kind of thing was naturally not made anymore. After that, the Arcanists dug out the technology of elemental fission and elemental fusion from the pile of old papers. They wanted to make a more powerful elemental furnace to replace the mice energy nucleus. The theoretical knowledge of elemental fission had been around for a long time, but it was very difficult to turn the theory into reality. It was not difficult to detonate the energy all at once, but it was difficult to control the energy and release it steadily and continuously. If one was not careful and released it too quickly, it would no longer be an elemental furnace. It would be a catastrophe. It would be easy to destroy a city, so one had to be very careful. Elemental fusion was more difficult than elemental fission, and the energy released was thousands of times more than elemental fission. If elemental fusion was successfully mastered and the elemental furnace for elemental fusion was made, the energy core for building a large floating city would be directly solved. Elemental fusion had many advantages compared to elemental fission. Elemental fusion was almost pollution-free, while elemental fission had strong radiation pollution. However, the difficulty of achieving elemental fusion was not ordinary. With the current technical reserves of the Northwind Tower, there was still a long way to go before they could master elemental fusion. In addition to the elemental furnace technology, Hathaway began to try to repair the high-grade legendary golem Sulan brought back from the desert ruins. The strongest golem in the Northwind Tower was the steel golem, which was seriously inconsistent with the identity of a legendary wizard. If a legendary wizard did not have a few legendary golems, he would be embarrassed to go out and say hello to others. In addition to the precious materials to make a legendary golem, legendary soul crystals were also needed as the soul core of the golem. Sulan still had a few pieces of legendary soul crystals, which were enough to make a few legendary golems. Making a legendary golem required a lot of materials, including a lot of precious metals. If the Northwind Tower did not control the underground world and had a lot of mineral support, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. A stone golem cost 100,000 kinnur, an obsidian gargoyle cost 150,000 kinnur, and a steel golem cost 500,000 kinnur. As for the legendary golem, Sulan estimated that it would cost 3 to 5 million kinnur. Even Sulan felt a little pained at this price. As the saying went, a powerful wizard's power was like throwing money at people. Northwind Tower, astrology platform. Sulan and Hathaway were researching the elemental furnace together. They had long mastered the theory of elemental fission, and now the two were trying to design the blueprint of an elemental fission energy core. Suddenly, Milky Way's voice could be heard. Master, Madam Chris has something important to report to you. Let her in, Sulin said without raising his head. Yes, master. As soon as the voice fell, the tightly shut door of the laboratory slowly opened, and the little succubus Chris walked in. What happened, Chris? Sulin put down his notebook and got up to greet her. Master, I just received news that the Grey Dwarves found a gold mine when they were exploring. There's adamantine inside, Chris said excitedly. Adamantine. Sulin's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a fine gold, which was no less valuable than mithril. Part of the fine gold used in the Northtown city was Sulin's reward, and the other part was purchased with money. The quantity was seriously insufficient. He didn't expect to find a fine gold this time. The underground world was rich in resources. Hathaway, I have something to do, so I have to leave. You'll have to design the elemental fish in yourself, Sulin said as he turned around. Go. I can finish the blueprint by myself, Hathaway said without raising her head. Sulin put away the documents and left the laboratory with Chris. Did you calculate the amount of gold you found? Sulin asked. Not yet. According to the Grey Dwarves who found the gold mine, the area around the gold mine is occupied by other monsters. They can't get too close. Chris did not know much. When she heard that adamantine had been found, she immediately came to tell Sulin. A while ago, there was a small earthquake in the underground world, but it didn't cause too many casualties. Only some of the mines collapsed, and there weren't many casualties. However, after the earthquake, we found a new tunnel. The gold mine was found in the underground cave behind the tunnel. Chapter 458. Sulin and Chris left the Northwind Tower and arrived at the underground world through the teleportation portal. They felt a slight dizziness, and the light dimmed. The two appeared at the teleportation portal in Crete. After a few months of development, the appearance of Crete had changed greatly. Thousands of kobold slaves, Grey Dwarves, and Taurens were all busy. In order to obtain labor, Crazy had captured all the kobold tribes nearby. Now, the underground world had a huge mining team of 20 to 30,000 people. Although the kobolds were not as efficient as the Grey Dwarves, their numbers could easily make up for it. Where's the Grey Dwarf who found the gold mine? Sulin asked as he sat in the hall. Please wait a moment, master. I've already sent someone to inform him, a Grey Dwarf said respectfully. Soon, Sulin saw a muscular Grey Dwarf about 4 meters tall enter the hall. The Grey Dwarf was wearing old leather armor. His palms were thick with calluses, and he had a thick beard. Were you the one who found the gold mine and the fine gold mine? Sulin asked directly. My lord, I was the one who found the gold mine and the fine gold mine, the Grey Dwarf said respectfully. At the same time, he took out a piece of ore that reflected a metallic luster from his pouch. These are some samples of the ore I found in the vein. The Grey Dwarf held up the ore with both hands. Chris walked over and took it, then handed it to Sulin. Sulin weighed it lightly. It was heavy in his hand. There was a golden metal in the rock. It was gold. Beside the gold, there was another piece of metal that shone brighter. Sulin snapped his fingers, and a spiritual light rose from his body. It instantly merged with the ore in his hand. After a while, his eyes flashed with joy. It really is fine gold. Very good. You will be rewarded handsomely. With that, Sulin snapped his fingers, and, with a flash of light, a wine barrel that was 2 meters tall appeared on the ground. It was filled with vodka, a specialty of Northern Town City. This is only a small part of the reward for you. Next, take us to see the gold mine. If everything is true, the reward will be given immediately, Sulin said with a smile. As long as you make a contribution, I will not be stingy with the reward. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. As soon as the barrel appeared, the Grey Dwarf's eyes were instantly attracted to it. He sniffed with his red nose, as if he was going to pounce on it in the next second. It's yours. Sulin snickered and snapped his fingers. With a flash of light, the lid of the wine barrel was opened. The rich aroma of wine spread out, and the fragrant wine slowly flowed out. At the same time, a glass cup happened to catch the wine. Soon, a glass of vodka was filled. Sulin handed the glass to the Grey Dwarf who had been scratching his head for a long time. The gray dwarf took the glass and took a big gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He drank half of the large glass in one go. Sulen smiled. He did not overly oppress these Duergar. Instead, he used good wine and food to entice them, and then supplemented it with force. As for the Duergar's upper class, he had Chris directly control them, and they were easily under his control. After drinking vodka, the Duergar's original wine became tasteless. If they wanted to drink vodka, they could only work hard and use their points or money to buy it. This method was much better than the previous oppressive slavery, and the Duergar did not betray or riot. Burp! The Duergar burped in satisfaction, and his face became flushed. My lord, the gold mine is very wide. I can guarantee that there is a gold mine hidden in it. The Duergar raised his voice and said exaggeratedly, there is a lot of adamantine in it. Its value is immeasurable. Sulen nodded slightly. He did not completely believe the Duergar's words. Duergars, like their cousins on the surface, like to boast. Speaking of which, it seemed that all the small people in this world had this hobby. Halflings, dwarves, gnomes, these people all had a habit of boasting. It was better to just take their words at face value. The truth should be at least half of what they said. Get ready. We will set off tomorrow for the newly discovered gold mine. Sulen ordered. Oh, and don't let him drink too much today. Otherwise, he will be drunk tomorrow. Yes, master. I will arrange it right away. Chris nodded and said. It was already late, and all kinds of preparations had not been made, so they could only wait until tomorrow to set off. The gold mine would not run away, so there was no need to be too anxious. There were many monsters in the underground world. Sulen and the others had to bring enough people to deal with them when they set off tomorrow. The little succubus was very capable. After Sulen gave the order, she immediately arranged everything properly. Night fell. Sulen stood on the balcony of the Northwind Tower and looked down at the city below him. The construction of Northtown was still going on. The people who had migrated from all over the world were working hard with hope for a better life. The requirements of ordinary people were very simple. They only wanted a stable environment, a warm home, and a relatively wealthy life through their own efforts. The taverns and night markets in the city were brightly lit. The bustling noises were blown away by the night wind and finally dissipated in the darkness. Although it had only been established for less than 3 years, the development of Northern Town City was very fast. Now, there was even a night market here. However, the night market wasn't open all night. It would close around 11 p.m. However, the appearance of the night market also showed the prosperity of Northtown. In Sullen's design, the city below him was actually a part of the floating city. The various wonders in the city would also be covered by the floating city. There were too many problems to consider in the construction of the floating city. Sulen wanted to build a floating city that could not only wander in the prime material plane, but also had to build a floating city with the ability to travel in the astral plane. Such a floating city could be completely self-sufficient even in the astral plane. It could float in the astral plane for hundreds or even thousands of years without having to worry about logistics. The floating city's population was about 50,000. At the same time, it also needed to control the population growth. The construction of houses also needed to save as much land as possible. Sulen planned to build the residential area according to the residential areas in his previous life. It did not need to be too tall. A building with 6 floors would be enough. There were also commercial areas, workshops, production areas, hospitals, city halls, plantations, ecological parks, simulation systems, wizard academies, golem workshops, entertainment areas, and so on. According to the drawings designed by Sulen, such a floating city could live up to 70 to 100,000 people. 50,000 people could live there even after reproduction. He did not want to have a population expansion problem in a short period of time. A floating city of this level was already very large. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the energy core of such a floating city was the mice energy core. Elemental fission could only support a floating city of 10,000 people. Only elemental fusion and the mice energy core could support a floating city of 100,000 people. Every time the floating city expanded a little, the energy consumed would increase by a lot. Just like a city of 10,000 people and 100,000 people, although the area only increased by a few times, the energy consumed increased by hundreds or thousands of times. In the Arcane Empire, there were super floating cities that could accommodate more than 300,000 people. The energy core in them was more than one mice energy core. Floating cities of that level were frighteningly powerful. But these were things for the future. The Tower of the North Wind was not even a floating tower, and it was even further away from a floating city. Now, they could only seize the time to climb the technology tree and cultivate talents. In a floating city, at least a few legendary wizards and high-ranking legendaries were needed. Sulin stood quietly on the balcony and watched everything. After a while, he turned around and returned to his room. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Sulin got up from the slender arms and legs of Chrissy and his two personal maids. He washed up briefly, woke Chrissy up, and went to the underground world. When they arrived in Crete again, the exploration team was already ready. In addition to Sulin and Chrissy, the exploration team also had a team of Grey Dwarf warriors and a team of drows. There were a total of 24 people in the team. When everyone was there, Sulin asked the miner who found the gold mine to lead the way. The underground world was rich in minerals. Minerals such as gold and adamantine were basically in the depths of the earth. After all, they were originally heavy, and it was difficult to mine adamantine in the surface world. After a period of development, the roads around Crete had been repaired. Although they were not as flat and wide as North City, they were not bad. All of them had dark vision and were completely unaffected in such an environment. The group kept moving along the road. After about an hour, the road began to become rugged, and some underground creatures appeared around them. After discovering the group, they all hid. There were rugged rocks around the road, and there were many broken stones piled up in many places, which should have been caused by the last earthquake. The roads in the underground world were winding and rugged, and it was easy for people who were not familiar with them to get lost. Fortunately, both the Grey Dwarf and the Drows were very familiar with the underground world. Sulin also recorded the route on his strategic map. Under the lead of the Grey Dwarf, the group soon came near a broken rock wall. There was a 3-meter-wide crack in the rock wall. It was dark inside the crack, which looked like a ferocious monster's mouth. After coming here, the Grey Dwarf became a little cautious. "Lord, this is the passage. After passing through this passage, you will reach the cave where the gold mine is." Chapter 459. Aiton, take the drows to investigate. Be careful of the monsters here. Sulin looked at the crack in front of him and said, "Yes, sir." Aiton nodded, then took a few drows and directly blended into the darkness. After entering the passage, because there was no fluorescent moss, the light was even dimmer and the road was even more rugged. Many places could barely allow one person to pass through, and from time to time, some monster corpses could be seen along the way. Some of these monsters were ordinary beasts, and some are mutant creatures. But for these drows, there was basically no difference. Aiton was now a peak grade 4 drow, and the rest of the drows were also elites. It was not difficult to deal with these monsters. After walking in the narrow passage for about 15 minutes, as they went deeper into the underground space, the passage became wider and wider, and some fluorescent moss appeared in the passage again. "Sir, we found some traces of underground orcs here." Aiton's figure emerged from the shadows. As a ranger, Aiton had a good tracking ability. There was not much difference between the underground orcs and the surface orcs. Just like the surface dwarves and Grey Dwarves, they were cousins, but closer. The underground orcs were stronger than the surface orcs. The general radiation in the underground world had caused some mutations in their bodies. Their bodies had become stronger, and their height had reached 3 meters. But because of the radiation, they were more ferocious and brutal than their cousins. These underground orcs did not produce anything. They relied on plundering to survive. They were intelligent creatures that ate humans. They were also notorious in the underground world. The underground orcs almost had the combat power of a knight when they reached adulthood. They generally operated in small groups. The underground orcs were not laborers for free. They had a physique of 3 meters and were very powerful. They were very good candidates for mining or building roads. As for their violent personalities, the traditional training skills of the drows would teach them to work hard. If they really could not do it, they could be thrown to Chrissy. The little succubus's enchantment could even control the Tauren, let alone these orcs. Don't worry about them for now. Finding the gold mine is more important. Sulin scanned the strategic map and said, after finding the gold mine, we'll clean up the surrounding monsters. As for the orcs, we'll catch them as coolies. In just a few seconds, Sulin had decided the fate of these underground orcs. When they arrived here, the width of the passage was already about 10 meters. There were also several wide underground caverns connecting the passage. Some mushrooms and plants grew very luxuriantly in the caverns. The water vapor in the air was also relatively high. Obviously, there was an underground river in the surroundings. In the damp corners of the passage, there were many underground moss and underground mushrooms. Many of the plants here were poisonous. Because of the radiation environment, there were many special magical plants growing in the underground world. Every once in a while, the wizards of the Northern Wind Tower would come here to collect some magic herbs. The potions produced by the North Wind Tower were very popular in the northern lands, but the quantity was limited. The apprentices in the northern town were so busy that their feet barely touched the ground. They had to process large amounts of ingredients every day. During this period of time, the Northwind Tower had gained another 5 high-grade wizards. The production of potions had increased by quite a bit, but the supply still could not meet the demand. Creatures are approaching. A rustling sound came from the darkness. Sullen's footsteps stopped. Aiton immediately hid in the darkness with the other drows. Soon, there was the sound of a battle, followed by a scream. This scream was like a signal. Soon, the screams came one after another. A few minutes later, all the drows returned to the team. There were no wounds on their bodies, only a strong smell of blood and a faint murderous aura. Aiton bowed to Sulin and said, "Master, it's a group of claw horrors. They've all been wiped out." Sulin nodded and said, "Let's move on." The leading gray dwarf quickly stepped forward. When he passed by Aiton and the others, he subconsciously dodged to the side. It was obvious that he was afraid of these drows. After walking out of the passage, the group came to a huge underground cave. After arriving here, Sulin quickly saw some exposed ores. There were very few of them, and they did not seem to be of high quality. However, since there were ores here, it meant that there was indeed a vein of ore here. It was just that he was not sure what kind of ore this vein was. Sulin asked the gray dwarf next to him to collect some ores. Under the light of the torch, the ore shone with a golden light and looked shiny. As the pickaxe fell, gravel splashed everywhere. Soon, a gray dwarf dug out the ore and respectfully presented it to Sulin. The gray dwarf handed over a golden octahedral ore and said excitedly, "Master, this should be a piece of pyrite, also known as fool's gold." Sulin looked at the pyrite in front of him with some surprise. With this kind of metallic luster, it was really difficult to tell that this thing was pyrite and not gold, or pyrite was a kind of granular mineral with a golden luster. Its appearance was very similar to gold, or so it was also known as fool's gold. In the face of this kind of metal, even some old miners were often fooled by it. Reaching out and picking up the pyrite, Sulin found that some of the metal particles were in a very regular cubic shape, as if they had been specially polished by humans. This was the difference between pyrite and gold ore. Seeing this fool's gold, Sulin was not angry. Instead, he was a little happy. There was a famous saying among the dwarves, "Fool's gold can only fool the fool, not the wise." Although this metal was not gold, it was the tracer of gold. When the dwarves were excavating all kinds of minerals, they found that fool's gold often appeared in the same area as gold. This meant that as long as fool's gold was found, there was a 70% chance of finding gold near the vein. Therefore, in the eyes of the experienced miners, as long as they found fool's gold, they could often follow the vine to find the melon. Now that Sulin and the others found pyrite here, it meant that there was indeed gold or around, and that the gray dwarf was not lying. Since we found fool's gold, the real gold is not far away. Sulin threw the pyrite away and continued. Let's go, hurry up and find the gold. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A chaotic sound like that of insects came from afar, and the faces of the gray dwarves changed. Master, this is the cry of Nell beetles. They must have been alerted by the commotion when we were mining. Aiton said as he walked up. Master, Nell beetles usually live in groups. Should we avoid them? Aiton said as he looked around. Sulin shook his head and rejected Aiton's suggestion. What kind of joke was this? How could he reject a mount that had been delivered to his doorstep? Nell beetles were large beetles that had inherited the social life of insects. Usually, a nest of Nell beetles would have 50 of them. Under normal circumstances, Nell beetles would have a hard, bright red carapace, and their defense would be very high. Without any preparation, even the gray dwarves and drows, who were experts in the underground world, would not dare to provoke them. The Nell beetle's 2 evil claws swayed in front of its 4 black round eyes and huge, jagged jaws. There was also a horny protrusion on its head that was similar to a trumpet. This protrusion would release a sound wave that could be used to attack or heal. A single Nell beetle had a challenge level of 10, but when the Nell beetles hid in large numbers, even a knight commander or a conferred knight would have to retreat. These monsters had an innate ability, earthquake. They could make use of sound waves to cause the ground to shake and deform. To Sulin, this ability made use of the resonance effect. There was no need for them to use a lot of strength. As long as the frequency of the sound waves was the same as that of the surrounding ground, they would be able to easily cause the ground to shake and deform. If there were a sufficient number of Nell beetles, they could even cause a small-scale earthquake. In the underground world, almost no one would take the initiative to provoke a group of Nell beetles. However, even though the Nell beetle was powerful, its intelligence was extremely low. It was almost no different from other insects. In fact, its intelligence was even lower than other insects. This situation made it possible for Nell beetles to be tamed. However, from the looks of it, there had not been any underground race that had successfully tamed them. They're here. A flash of lightning flashed in Sulin's eyes. The moment he said that, the rocks on the ground suddenly bulged up. Then a huge creature with a red carapace that looked like a beetle with 4 legs appeared before everyone. It had 2 sharp pincers, a huge mouth filled with fangs, and a horn on its head. Its body was covered with a shackling carapace, and its diameter was over 1 meter. It looked very ferocious and terrifying. Sir, be careful. The moment the Nell beetle appeared, Aiton blocked in front of Sulin. A sharp curved sword appeared in his hand, and he looked at the big guy in front of him with vigilance. Chris, control them, Sulin ordered. Compared to the Magi's ability to control monsters, Chris's charm was more useful. After being strengthened, the effect of her charm talent was very powerful. Chris laughed delicately as a leather whip appeared in her hand. She tapped her toes lightly and leaped into the air. A pair of demonic wings appeared behind her back. Chris's figure gracefully streaked across the air. The leather whip in her hand carried a ball of lightning as it lashed at the Nell beetle. The lightning flashed through the beetle's body, and the attacking Nell beetle's body suddenly stopped. Kelly didn't stop at all. She quickly flew backward, and the whip in her hand lashed out at even more Nell beetles. Chapter 460. Painful Lash, Charm, Pleasure Whip. As Chris flew past them, all the Nell beetles became stiff. Streaks of pink light quickly spread from Chris's body and quickly enveloped the Nell beetles. A shocking charm power spread from Chris's body. Don't look at her. Aiton's expression changed drastically. He immediately closed his eyes and turned around. The drows and Duergars around him also quickly turned around. Although Chrissy's charm wasn't targeted at them, it still had a very powerful effect on them. Whether it was Eden, the drows, or the gray dwarfs, none of them had the confidence to resist this ability. Only Sulin could resist Chris's shocking charm. As the pink light flashed past, the dozen Nell beetles below were instantly controlled by Hathaway. The 16 Nell beetles obediently formed a neat formation under Chris's command. "Master, they're all under control." The little succubus Chris obediently landed beside Sulin and said. Only then did the Duergars and drows around Sulin open their eyes in fear. They turned around and looked at Chris with eyes full of fear. How long had it been? In the blink of an eye, those troublesome Nell beetles were easily controlled by her. If the maid was so powerful, then how powerful was the master? At this moment, both the drows and the Duergars had a deeper understanding of Sulin's powerful strength. Sulin affectionately reached out and patted Chris's head, encouraging her. The little maid had done well during this period of time. She needed to be caressed and praised. With over a dozen Death Knell beetles, Suluin's group was able to move about more easily. The Death Knell beetles were strong and had thick carapaces on their bodies. Their speed was not slow either. They looked like tanks. These Nell beetles had many other uses. Not only could they be used as mounts, but they could also be used to transport goods. The roads in the underground world were rugged, but the Nell beetles could move as if they were walking on flat ground. They could quickly transport goods and had many uses. If these Nell beetles were used to form a knight regiment, not many armies could stop their charge. Even if there were sturdy city walls, they would still collapse under the earth, quaking mountain. Sulin was already considering forming a knight regiment of Nell beetles to give a try. With these Nell beetles as mounts, Sulin and the others moved much faster. Many of the monsters they encountered along the way avoided them when they saw the Nell beetles. Some stubborn ones were directly torn in half by the Nell beetles' ferocious pincers. "My lord, I've explored this area when I came last time. There's a group of kobolds in this passage. There are about 1,000 of them, and there's even a dragonborn kobold warlock among them. There are some undead creatures in this passage. I was almost killed by the spirits there last time," the gray dwarf said with lingering fear. "But those spirits and zombies can't leave this place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape." The underground passage extended in all directions, and they encountered several forks along the way. Other than the underground orcs and kobolds, there were also some minotaurs living here. However, there are not many minotaurs, only about 30 of them. There are no cities of gray dwarves or drows. Although the drows were said to be the strongest race in the underground world, they did not control much territory. These drows were fond of infighting, and there were more than 10 families in each city. If they wanted to expand, they would need the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, to give an oracle. In a remote underground world like this, there were basically no drows in the city. "My lord, the gold mine is just ahead. We'll be there once we get out of this passage," the gray dwarf said excitedly. Sulin nodded. "As long as it's true, your reward will be given as soon as we return. Thank you very much for your generosity, my lord. I'm willing to serve you until death do us part." The gray dwarf immediately patted his chest to express his sincerity. Soon, the group walked out of the passage. At the end of the passage was a huge underground cave. After arriving here, Sulin found that there were many pale gold ores scattered on the ground. This vein was mainly chalcopyrite, and there were also gold ores. Adamantine and gold ores were buried here together. Sulin picked up a piece of ore and examined it. He found that the copper content of the ore was relatively high, and it was a high-grade ore. In addition to the gold ores, there were also some silver ores, but there were not many of them. The area of the vein in front of them was very large. Although he did not carefully observe the vein, it was obvious that it was a large, comprehensive vein. There were not only gold ores here, but also many other ores. However, the gray dwarf would need to explore in detail to know how many ores there were. However, there was one more thing that needed to be done before the exploration, and that was to clear out all the monsters around the vein. Sulin's group was quickly discovered. After all, more than a dozen Nell beetles were too conspicuous. However, what made Sulin feel strange was that there were more than one race of monsters secretly watching them. This was a little strange. In the underworld, unless one race had enslaved another race, this kind of situation rarely happened. However, this did not matter. Even if they all joined forces, they would not be able to do anything. Not long after, just as the gray dwarves were collecting ores, the monsters in the veins slowly approached in the dark and quickly surrounded them. After confirming that Sullen's group was surrounded, the monsters showed themselves. There were kobolds, underworld orcs, bugbears, and minotaurs. In total, there were a few hundred of them. What surprised Sullen even more was that these monsters of different races were not chaotic at all. These monsters were all wielding weapons and wearing armor. Although they looked a little crude, they were all metal weapons. Although the underworld was rich in mineral resources, there were not many races that knew how to smelt metal. This army of a few hundred was actually equipped with armor. It looks like these people don't welcome us. Sullen looked at these monsters in front of him. His eyes kept scanning them as if he was looking for something. At this moment, Sullen suddenly saw a sphere with a diameter of about 6 feet from the corner of his eye. He immediately turned around. Behind these monsters, a large meatball was floating in midair. This meatball had a ferocious, bloody mouth filled with sharp teeth. In the middle of the meatball was an eye that took up 1/3 of the entire meatball. In addition to this eye, there were more than 10 small eyes that were connected to each other, extending out from the top of the meatball. After seeing these ferocious and deformed creatures, Sullen immediately knew the name of these monsters: Beholder. These horrifying and deformed creatures were first born in the astral plane. It was said that their ancestor was a powerful creature that was comparable to the gods. Beholder was a monster that existed widely in the multiverse. They were best at mind control, and Beholder had a large army. In this aspect, perhaps only the Mind Flayers were better than them. Beholder was a ferocious, violent, and evil creature. They were born with strong psionic powers and could use this ability to enslave other races. It was obvious that this mind had been occupied by the Beholder. The armor and weapons on these monsters were also forged under the command of the Beholder. Looks like they're treating us as fat sheep. Seeing so many monsters surrounding them, Sullen was not nervous at all. Chris, command these Nell beetles to charge. Chris's eyes moved and said softly, "Yes, master." Although the Beholder controlled a large number of monsters, after controlling so many monsters, it could not perform precise operations. Although the army of a few hundred people was large in number, as they continued to move forward, the formation became loose. Seeing such a flaw, Chris naturally would not let go of it. After going through a few battles, Chris's commanding experience was obviously much better. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she immediately ordered 16 Nell beetles to attack. More than a dozen behemoths, each weighing 1 to 2 tons, rushed over. That earth-shattering aura was terrifying, but the monsters did not react. These monsters were all controlled by the Beholder. They basically did not have self-awareness, so naturally they would not be afraid. However, could they block the charge of the Nell beetles just because they were not afraid? The answer was that it was impossible. The dozen Nell beetles were like a dozen heavy tanks as they crashed into the army of Beholder. As soon as they made contact, the armored underground orcs were sent flying without any chance to retaliate. How strong was the impact of the Nell beetles that weighed over a ton when charging at full speed? The armor of the orc that was sent flying was immediately deformed. There was even a dent where he was hit. The huge impact penetrated his armor and acted on his body. Blood and pieces of his organs kept flowing out of his mouth. It was obvious that this orc could not be saved. The Nell beetles were like bulldozers that charged into the enemy's formation. Wherever they went, the enemies were either sent flying or torn in half by their ferocious pincers. There was no enemy at all. This Beholder probably had not commanded a large-scale battle before. It completely did not realize how destructive the Nell beetles were to such a loose formation. The ground shook. The Nell beetle's 10 legs quickly tapped the ground while it was charging, and a special sound wave spread out. In the next second, there was a rumbling sound, and the ground around it shook violently like waves. The surrounding orcs, minotaurs, and kobolds fell down instantly, and the original encirclement had a large gap. Chapter 461. More than a dozen Nell beetles launched earthquake at the same time, causing the surrounding ground to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. After the enemies fell, the dozen Nell beetles didn't slow down at all and continued to charge towards the beholder. Seeing this situation, the huge Eye-Devil let out a furious roar. The monsters under its control sped up and charged forward. At the same time, 6 purple rays shot towards the few Nell beetles that were charging at the front. Charm monster. The 6 Nell beetles that were hit stopped, and even their bodies began to tremble. Not good. The beholder is fighting with me for control of the Nell beetles. Chris's expression changed slightly. As the 6 Nell beetles stopped, the beholder once again shot out 6 purple rays. The Nell beetles that had just circled around from both sides were instantly hit by the rays. The charging Nell beetles were instantly petrified into 6 lifelike stone statues. It's not a beholder, it's a broodmother's eye. Sulen instantly reacted. The beholder and the broodmother's eye were almost identical in appearance. The only difference was that the broodmother's eye was much bigger than the beholder. However, it was Sulen's first time seeing a beholder, and he was a little far away. He didn't have a clear and accurate understanding of the beholder's body. He originally thought it was just an ordinary beholder. He didn't expect it to be a broodmother's eye. The broodmother's eye was the final form of the beholder. As for the more powerful ordinary beholder, it was basically impossible due to the bloodline. The broodmother's eye was also a legend rank monster. Its ability was far superior to ordinary beholders. Compared to ordinary beholders that could only shoot 1 ray, the broodmother's eye could shoot 6 rays at once. Moreover, the broodmother's eye could shoot 10 kinds of rays. These 10 kinds of rays included charm humans, charm monsters, disintegrate, fear, finger of death, petrification ray, damage ray, hypnosis ray, slow ray, and telekinesis ray. Its spellcasting level was equivalent to that of a level 20 spellcaster. It was completely a legendary warlock. Against such a legendary monster, relying solely on the Nell beetles would be a waste of time. Ordinary beholder's challenge level was around level 10. However, the broodmother's eye would require a complete team of level 16 adventurers. Chris, focus on controlling the Nell beetles to deal with the surrounding monsters. Leave the broodmother's eye to me. Sulen's body flashed with lightning, and the storm war halberd appeared in his hand. After a brief explanation, he disappeared with a flash of light. Alternate space travel. Sulen's figure instantly entered a grotesque world. In the next second, he appeared beside the broodmother's eye. As soon as he appeared, the storm battle halberd in his hand smashed down on the broodmother. Fear. The broodmother's eye instantly fired an eye beam at Sulen, but this time, the spell did not have any effect. Sulen's strong will and iron will allowed him to pass through the fear spell. The storm war halberd didn't slow down at all as it ruthlessly slashed at the broodmother's eye. The energy barrier around the broodmother's eye only lasted for a second before it shattered with a loud bang. The storm war halberd had left a deep wound on its body. Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk the tentacles on the broodmother's eye wriggled and made a sizzling sound. Then, the broodmother's eye instantly opened its ferocious mouth and bit at Sulen. It looked like it was going to swallow him whole. You want to eat me? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Sulen curled his lips and instantly dodged to the side. Finger of death. 6 inches before it could steady itself, 6 consecutive purple beams instantly shot out from its eyes. 6 beams filled with the aura of death instantly hit Sulen. However, the broodmother's eye was disappointed. With Sulen's current physical fitness, the success rate of this kind of instant death spell was too low. Even if it was 6 consecutive beams, he could still easily withstand them. The only damage that could be done to him was the negative energy. In fact, divine creatures were immune to instant death spells. Although Sulen's divinity hadn't reached the level of a demigod, he was already a divine creature. Instant death spells had no effect on him. Seeing that Sulen didn't react after the finger of death hit, the broodmother's eye suddenly flew to the side, trying to distance itself from Sulin. However, how could Sulin let it have its way? His figure flashed as he chased after it. Disintegrate. 6-inch 6 red rays instantly flew towards Sulin. At the moment when they hit, a powerful force of thunder and lightning erupted from his body and formed a thunder shield, shrouding his body. The 6 disintegrate beams hit the surface of the thunder shield. The thunder shield flickered a few times before it shattered into countless lightning bolts. The disintegrate beams were also directly neutralized. Sulin didn't receive any damage. Sulin was also prepared for the Broodmother's Eyes attack. Power of Thunder. Dazzling lightning instantly bloomed on Sulin's body. The powerful force of thunder constantly attacked the Broodmother's Eye under his control. The Broodmother's tentacles were quickly electrocuted into black charcoal. A mournful scream was heard. Although the Broodmother's Eye kept releasing spells to resist, they were all destroyed by Sulin's powerful thunder. In the next moment, its huge body was hit by the thunder. A wave of pain and numbness made its body twitch continuously. Its huge body was paralyzed at this moment. Thunder explosion. A bolt of thunder as thick as a bucket instantly hit the Broodmother's Eye. The Broodmother's Eye's huge body was directly engulfed by the thunder. The Broodmother's Eye's body flickered with electric sparks. The original tentacles were also twisted and twitching. The pain and numbness from its body made it unable to resist. After Sulin reached the advanced legendary rank, his control of the Thunder Domain had become stronger. Even if he didn't activate the Thunder Domain, he could still use its power. Now, his normal attacks were infused with the power of the Thunder Domain. Although the Broodmother's Eye in front of him had reached the legendary rank, it was completely no match for Sulin. The spellcasting ability it was so proud of couldn't exert any power in the face of Sulin. Although they were both at the legendary rank, there was a huge gap between an ordinary legendary and an advanced legendary. Moreover, Sulin had mastered the power of the Thunder Domain. The Broodmother's Eye couldn't resist him at all. Thunder Spear. A pale golden power of thunder instantly appeared in Sulin's hand. Then, it formed a spear made completely of thunder and lightning. It was also mixed with a trace of the power of the rules. As soon as the Thunder Spear took shape, a hair-raising feeling appeared on everyone on the battlefield. It was as if they were facing their natural enemy in an instant. Apart from purification, the power of the rules of thunder and lightning also had some power of judgment. This power was effective against almost everyone. Sulin immediately locked on to the Broodmother's Eye with his perception. Then, with a roar, he threw the Thunder Spear at it. A terrifying bolt of thunder directly streaked across the sky. At this moment, the entire underground cave was illuminated. The surrounding elemental energy seemed to be attracted by the Thunder Spear. It was as if the surrounding elemental energy was gathering towards the Thunder Spear. Golden lightning streaked across the sky. The spacious underground cave was instantly dyed golden by the lightning. The Broodmother's Eye's huge body was instantly pierced by the Thunder Spear. A hole with a diameter of 50 centimeters appeared in the center of its body. A large amount of flesh and blood was instantly reduced to ashes. Sulin deliberately avoided the Broodmother's Eyes. One had to know that the most valuable thing on this monster's body was its eye. If the eye was destroyed, the value of the Broodmother's Eye would be reduced by 90%. After the Thunder Spear was thrown, the Broodmother's Eye let out a cry of horror. It activated all of its psionic defensive force fields. However, under the effect of the Thunder Spear, the psionic defensive force field shattered into countless pieces like glass. It couldn't withstand the impact of the Thunder Spear at all. The next moment, a terrifying hole appeared in its huge body. Its entire body was directly pierced by the Thunder Spear. Bang! The Broodmother's Eye's huge body fell to the ground like a small hill. Blood spurted out. Although it looked very miserable, the Broodmother's Eye was still alive. Its powerful life force was quickly draining away, and it could only struggle at death's door. Sulin didn't give it a chance to recover. His body flashed and appeared directly above the broodmother's eye. The storm battle halberd in his hand suddenly flashed with dazzling lightning. Then, he ruthlessly pierced the broodmother's eye's brain. The sharp storm battle halberd pierced the broodmother's eye's skin and mercilessly pierced its brain. The powerful lightning energy completely turned its brain into a pile of paste. After receiving another fatal blow, the broodmother's eye finally couldn't take it anymore. Its powerful life force disappeared in an instant. Its huge body collapsed with a loud bang. Only the tentacles were still trembling slightly. This was the reaction of the nerves in its body after being stimulated by the lightning. A high-quality magic gem appeared in Sullen's hand. Then a powerful energy surged from his body. The magic gem instantly flew up and bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. Soul extraction, confinement, soul binding, spell maximization plus magic gem. 3 consecutive spells were cast by Sulen. The soul of the broodmother's eye that had just died was instantly extracted from its corpse. The ferocious and terrifying soul struggled to escape. However, when it was alive, it wasn't a match for Sulen. Now that it was dead, it was even worse. Chapter 462. Chains of lightning flew out from Sullen's body and wrapped around the soul of the broodmother's eye as soon as they appeared. The lightning chains had a golden glow on them, which was the embodiment of the divine power in Sullen's body. The soul of the broodmother's eye, which was struggling to escape, suddenly lost its ability to move. This ferocious soul was slowly pulled towards a magic gem in the air by the lightning chains. Boom! The lightning dissipated, and the originally pure magic gem turned into a soul stone that flickered with purple light. After the spell was cast, the soul stone fell from the air. Sulen reached out and caught the gem. After looking at it for a while, a legendary soul stone was in his hands. Next, Sulen did not let go of the corpse of the broodmother's eye, which was like a mountain of flesh, and directly stored it in his storage space. The broodmother's eye was very rare in the multiverse. Its eye was a very precious magic material. If the craftsmanship was good, it was more than enough to make a legendary item. How could he let go of such a material? At the same time, the moment the broodmother's eye was killed by Sulen, the army of monsters that were besieging Crazy and the others immediately stopped attacking, and all of them fainted on the ground. Hundreds of kobolds, bugbears, underground orcs, and minotaurs all fainted. These monsters that were originally controlled by the broodmothers were also freed at this moment. Seeing this, the gray dwarves and drows heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they tied up these monsters with ropes. Those with light injuries were left behind, while those with heavy injuries were killed with a single slash. Crazy, on the other hand, had the Nell beetles under control again. As for the remaining 6 petrified Nell beetles, Sulen had to cast a spell to get rid of them. The effect of the petrification spell was very powerful. This spell first appeared on the Medusa, who was also an ancient abomination monster. It was said that this monster had the bloodline of the gods. Many petrification spells in the multiverse originated from her. After the successful casting of the petrification spell, it did not directly turn a person into a stone statue. In fact, the stone statue was only the effect of the spell. As long as the petrification spell was removed within an hour, the petrified person would recover. Of course, the prerequisite was that the stone statue had to be intact. Once the stone statue showed signs of missing an arm or a leg, the person would also lose an arm or a leg after the petrification was removed. Moreover, the petrification spell had to be removed within an hour. Once the time limit was exceeded, the stone statue that was originally the effect of the petrification spell would become a real stone statue. After the petrification spell was removed, the beetles that had turned into stone statues, Sulen had turned into stone. Su got everyone to clean the battlefield, while he found a place to look at his harvest this time. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a glorious victory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated an Eye of the Nest Mother and annihilated its army. You have obtained 53,200 experience points. You have obtained an item, Life Gem X2. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed an Eye of the Nest Mother. You have obtained 68,000 experience points. You have obtained 2 platinum treasure chests. You have obtained 1 legendary skill point for killing an Eye of the Nest Mother. The battle has ended. New Moon Year, 1688, November, Underground World. Your servant discovered a gold mine in the Underground World. You led an exploration team to explore the depths of the Underground World. When you found the gold mine, you encountered an army led by the Eye of the Nest Mother. A battle broke out. In the end, you took the lead and successfully killed the Eye of the Nest Mother. You have obtained victory in this battle. Your name has begun to spread in the Underground World. Prestige plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your experience points have reached the maximum. Your profession level has been upgraded. You have obtained 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. You have reached level 29. A series of notifications rang in Sullen's ears. The rewards from this battle were not bad. He obtained 1 legendary skill point, 1 legendary gem, 2 platinum treasure chests, and 2 life gems. Moreover, he had leveled up. He had obtained a large amount of experience points from killing the brain hunters. Not only had he leveled up, but he had also accumulated 3/4 of the experience bar for the next level. In addition to the experience he had accumulated during this period of time and this battle, his level had increased once again. Sulen had not used the bottle of Golden 9 Transformations pills he had obtained previously. In addition to the 2 free attribute points he had obtained this time, he had a total of 27 free attribute points. He could raise several of his original attributes to 50 points. He planned to use them all when he returned this time. In addition to the free attribute points, Sulen had also accumulated 1 legendary skill point and 4 free attribute points. He planned to level up his skills. This time, Sulen planned to level up his Iron Bone talent. Originally, this talent was an intermediate talent. To level it up to an advanced talent required 4 free attribute points. Now it was just enough. Opening the attribute panel, Sulen found the intermediate Iron Bone talent and chose to level it up. A different kind of energy instantly appeared in his body and then quickly merged into his body. Sulen felt as if his body was constantly being bitten by countless ants. There was pain all over his body from the inside out. His bones were sore, itchy, and numb. All kinds of feelings appeared. Sulen clenched his fists. The rocks on the ground were crushed by his grip. His whole body was sweating profusely. After a while, this feeling gradually subsided. Finally, all the pain disappeared, and a gentle energy began to nourish his body. His whole body felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring. It was very comfortable. After a few minutes, this feeling completely subsided. Sulen opened his eyes. Feeling the dirt on his body, Sulen used cleanse to clean his body. After that, he sat down and checked his attribute panel. Advanced Iron Bone. After a long period of training, your body has become stronger. Normal attacks will cause less damage to you. Your defense will increase by 30%. Attacks with less than 15 points will not cause you any damage. After looking at the Advanced Iron Bone skill, Sulen did not level it up to Legendary. He needed his body to adapt to it before leveling it up. Therefore, Sulen planned to level it up after returning to Northern Town. After completing the leveling up, Sulen opened his inventory. There were 2 platinum treasure chests sitting there quietly. After taking a deep breath, Sulen chose to open the treasure chests. A beautiful sound and light effect flashed, and the system's cold voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained a mysterious item, Cheelan Horn. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained an item, Blood Essence Stone. After hearing the system's voice, Sullen's face instantly flashed with joy. Then, he immediately took out the item that looked like a horn from his inventory. This Cheelan horn was light gold in color. It was very hard and heavy to the hand. It was also covered in other energy. Sulin was still worrying about where to get this Qilin horn. He did not expect to get one from opening the treasure chest this time. Sulin was not clear about the other uses of the Qilin horn. However, the wonder blueprint that he had obtained said that the Qilin Pavilion needed this item to be built. Although the Qilin Pavilion's function was simple, it was very useful. It could improve the physical fitness of the horses and mounts in the territory. It could even make normal mounts mutate. Sulin was not clear about the effect. However, according to the characteristics of the wonder building, the effect should be very good. The other materials to build the Qilin Pavilion were not too rare. A portion of them could be found in the northern city. The other portion could also be bought with money. The most important item, the Qilin horn, was already available. When he returned, he would also build this wonder building. After putting away the Qilin horn, Sulin took out the blood essence stone. The blood essence stone was a red stone the size of an egg. Its surface was smooth, and it flickered with specks of light. It looked very beautiful. He opened the system and began to check the blood essence stone's attributes. Blood essence stone. This is a mysterious stone. It has a special magical power. Wearing this stone can increase the host's HP recovery speed and increase the host's maximum HP. It can also be used to make some items. After seeing the blood essence stone's attributes, Sulin curled his lips. This stone was basically useless to him. After he had legendary regeneration, his HP recovery speed was very fast. He basically did not need this stone. However, after seeing that the blood essence stone could be used to make magic items, Sulin decided to keep it. He would give it to Hathaway when he returned and let her do as she saw fit. After putting away these things, Sulin began to look at the 2 life gems in the storage space. These 2 gems were filled with life energy. They were light green and full of vitality. These magical gems were very rare. They had a magical effect, which was to increase one's HP. The life energy contained in the life gems was very rich and could be easily absorbed. At the same time, these gems were very important to druids. A life gem like this could increase one's lifespan by 15 years. For many nobles, this was almost impossible to refuse. As soon as these 2 life gems appeared, they would be immediately snatched up by others. However, these gems were very beneficial to druids. They could increase the success rate of a druid's advancement. After putting away the gems, Sulin stood up. This time, the harvest had been checked. Now it was time to deal with the gold mine. After defeating the Eye of the Nest Mother, Sulin had obtained a large number of captives. Now, he needed a large amount of labor to develop the mine. Sulin planned to make these captives miners. At the same time, some of the slaves would be used to build the passage between here and Crete. Chapter 463. After dealing with the Eye of the Nest Mother, they captured more than 500 captives. These captives were all enslaved by the Eye of the Nest Mother. Now that the Eye of the Nest Mother was dead, these slaves naturally belonged to Surin. Although Chrissy's charm was powerful, she couldn't control so many people like the Nest Mother's eye. Therefore, Chrissy could only control the strongest people in the group. Without them, the rest of the slaves wouldn't have enough strength to rebel even if they wanted to. Next, Sulin divided the captives into groups of 50 and came up with a set of rules. A captain was chosen from each group and given some preferential treatment. They would immediately stand on Sulin's side and help Sulin oppress their own kind. This kind of thing happened too often in Sulin's northern city. Even now, there were still a lot of foreign overseers in the northern city. To prevent these slaves from escaping, Sulin divided each group into groups of 5. The slaves in the groups were to supervise each other. If someone escaped, everyone in the group would be punished. Moreover, the groups were to supervise each other. Those who reported the escapees would be rewarded. The highest reward was freedom, and the lowest reward was some food. At the same time, Sulin had the drows watch over the slaves. After completing the rules, Sulin had the slaves build a camp here. At the same time, he sent the Grey Dwarves to explore the gold mine in all directions. After everything was arranged, Sulin took Crazy to search for the Eye of the Nest Mother. Beholder creatures also liked precious metals and shiny things. Their nests often contained a lot of wealth. Although it wasn't as rich as dragons, it wasn't too far off. Sulin naturally wouldn't miss out on this wealth. Who would complain about having too much money? With a clever captive leading the way, Sulin and Crazy rushed to the Eye of the Nest Mother. The Eye of the Nest Mother's nest wasn't far from here. It was only about 2 kilometers away. It was located in a cave. At this time, there were some Taurens standing guard outside the cave. Even the Eye of the Nest Mother had been killed by Sulin, so the Taurens were even easier to deal with. Zhao Fu casually threw out 5 lightning whips, causing the Minotaurs to be paralyzed and unable to move, easily subduing them. Looking at the cave before him, Su Lun didn't enter directly. Who knew if there were any traps left behind by the Nest Mother's eye? Su Lun looked around and saw that no one was around. Then he took his storm war halberd and walked towards the 2 torrents. He kicked them and said coldly, "Don't play dead, get up." Sullen's spell wasn't to kill him, but to make him lose his ability to resist. One had to know that mining required a large number of slaves, and it was better to have one less slave die. "Don't kill me." The man struggled to get up. Although he didn't die, his injuries weren't light. At this moment, he was full of reverence for Sulin. In the Tauren tribe, only the prophet shaman had the power of magic. He could clearly sense that Sulin was far more powerful than the shamans in his tribe. Sulin put the storm war halberd on the Tauren's neck and asked in a low voice, "Who is your master?" Although the Tauren was in awe, he didn't tell Sulin about his master. It was as if his master had left a restriction on him. How troublesome. Remove the spell. A ray of light rose from Sullen's body, and the spell on the Tauren was removed. "Who is your master?" Sulin asked again. "It's an eye demon." After the spell was removed, the Tauren immediately told him what he knew. Soon, Sulin figured out the situation in the nest. Other than the Nest Mother's eye that he killed, there were 3 other eye demons in the nest. They were the servants of the Nest Mother's eye. Sulin was a little confused before. Why was there only one eye demon in the Nest Mother's eye? It turned out that the rest of the eye demons were all in the nest. After figuring this out, he naturally wouldn't let the eye demons go. Then, Sulin and the others entered the cave. After entering the cave, they realized that it was a completely different world. This was not a cave, but a castle. Most of the rock wall had been hollowed out, and small rooms had been excavated. There were many fluorescent stones inlaid on both sides of the road. Just as Su Luan was still observing the surroundings, a burst of footsteps came, and more enemies appeared. This time, other than the Tauren, orcs, and other underground races, there were also 3 eye demons. Although the eye demons were strong, it depended on who the opponent was. As soon as the 3 eye demons appeared, they immediately cast demonic ray at Sulin. However, after hitting, there was no reaction. Sullen's constitution easily withstood the test of toughness. These spells only caused some minor damage to him. With his strong regeneration ability, he recovered quickly. Sulin raised his hand and cast 5 lightning whips. The arcs of lightning bounced quickly on the monsters, and the monsters that rushed up were immediately paralyzed. Sullen's body flashed and appeared near a few eye demons. The eye demons were easily killed by him without any resistance. Next, Sulin and Chris quickly cleaned up the entire castle. All 3 eye demons in the castle were killed, and Sulin collected 3 more eye demon corpses. The remaining 100 or so people in the castle were dealt with in the same way as before. Sulin began to look at the spoils of war this time. As the difference in strength between the enemies and himself was too great, and there were no legendary creatures, there were only some experience points and magic gems as rewards. There was not even a silver treasure chest. After conquering the dungeon, Sulin immediately sent someone to inform Aten to cancel the construction of the territory. This dungeon was very suitable for a territory. The dungeon was not big. Sulin did a simple survey. It was more than enough for thousands of people to live in. Moreover, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The dungeon was surrounded by hard rocks, and there was only one entrance. There were tunnels dug into the mountain walls, and there were squares, houses, and streets. It was a small city. The largest room was where the Eye of the Nest Mother lived. After Sulen entered the room, he discovered a small mountain of gold and jewels in the middle of the room. In this dungeon, the Eye of the Nest Mother was worshipped by the eye demons and the monsters under their control as a god. These items were offerings to the Eye of the Nest Mother. Now that the Eye of the Nest Mother had been killed by Sulen, the gold and jewels in the room were all Sullen's spoils of war. After seeing the treasures, Sullen's heart raced. Then, he ordered his subordinates to count the treasures. Most of the treasures were gold. After all, there was a gold mine, and the purity of the gold was only average. Besides the gold, there were also many magic gems. After counting, there were more than 2 tons of gold and thousands of magic gems. Of course, most of the magic gems were of average quality, and less than 1/10 of the magic gems were of high quality. Sulen asked the Gray Dwarf to refine the gold into gold bricks and store them in his storage space. 2 tons of magic gems sounded like a lot, but in reality, the gold bricks were less than 100 million cubic meters in size. Including the magic gems, the total volume was less than 2 cubic meters. Sullen's storage space could easily fit them all. While the Gray Dwarf was exploring the veins, the slaves were not idle. Sulen arranged for them to repair the roads. The tunnels leading to Crete had to be widened and strengthened, and many of the uneven roads had to be smoothed out. After making the necessary arrangements, Sulen took some time to return to Northern City. He handed over the gold he'd obtained to the mint for casting, and sent the magical gems to the Wizard Tower. At the same time, Sulen brought some men from Crete. When he came to the underground city again, 3 days had passed. After all, Sulen had only brought a little more than 20 people with him the first time he came. If he stayed here all the time, the slaves would not dare to do anything to him. However, he could not stay here all the time, so he transferred some people from the city of Crete. In addition to preventing the slaves from causing trouble, these people's task was to clean up the area around the mine. When Sulen returned, the Gray Dwarf had already begun to instruct the slaves to dig. As the area of the mine was too large, it would take a lot of time to explore. Therefore, they had to dig and explore at the same time. Although only a part of the exploration had been carried out, the results made Sulen overjoyed. Besides the gold, there were many other associated minerals. The Gray Dwarf had also found some fine gold. Based on what they had discovered so far, the reserves of fine gold were not bad. In addition, there were also topaz, pyroxene, chalcopyrite, pyrite, and so on. There were even some gemstones. The magic gems in the room of the Eye of the Nest Mother should have been excavated from here. However, the quality of the gemstones here was average. There were not many high-quality gemstones. Among the slaves, the kobolds and underground orcs were assigned to mining, while the Taurens were sent to build the tunnels. Sulen and Chris began to sweep the territories around the dungeon. If they wanted to mine the mines, it would be impossible to rely on the hundreds of slaves in front of them. It was not realistic to transfer slaves from Crete or Orlando City. Both Crete and Orlando City needed slaves for mining, so they couldn't afford to spare too many people for that. Fortunately, there were other tribes living around the gold mine. Sulen led his men to conquer these tribes one by one. The slaves were sent to the newly open mine to mine. After a round of clearing, the potential threats around the mine were eliminated. The miners were also replenished. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 464. It took Sulen a week to clear out all the monsters around the gold mine. The number of slaves in the mine had increased to 6,000. Among them, the number of kobolds was the largest, with 2,000 being bugbears. There were also orcs, gnomes, and torrents. 6,000 slaves were enough for now. Some of them were sent to the mine to dig, while the others were sent to build roads. After Sulen and Chris cleared out the area around the gold mine, they began to explore further. Chris had caught a dozen Nell beetles last time, so there must be a nest nearby. Since they had decided to form a Nell beetle cavalry, they naturally had to find a nest. Under Chris's command, the Nell beetles brought the 2 of them back to their nest. The Nell beetles' nest was a little far from the gold mine. After walking for another 2 hours, the 2 of them finally arrived at the Nell beetles' nest. As expected, there were a dozen Nell beetles in the nest. Chris, who was already experienced, easily controlled the rest of the Nell beetles. Chris then moved the Nell beetles' nest to somewhere near Crete. She wanted to let the Nell beetles reproduce there. Sulin did not know much about the Nell beetles. He did not know if the relocation would allow the Nell beetles to reproduce. If it did not work, they would have to move back to their original place. After giving the task of forming Nell beetle cavalry to Chris, Sulin left the underground world. After a period of adaptation, he was ready to upgrade advanced iron bones to legendary. After returning to the Northern Wind Tower, Sulin opened a seclusion room and had he opened an energy channel to connect to the elemental pool. The elemental concentration in the seclusion room increased rapidly. Sulin opened the system panel and found the advanced iron bone. Behind the advanced iron bone, there was a flashing plus sign. Sulin took a deep breath and chose to level it up. In the next second, Sulin felt as if countless ants were biting his body. His bones seemed to be breaking and recombining. This feeling came and went quickly. When all the pain disappeared, Sulin finally let out a sigh of relief. The system's cold voice rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have used a legendary skill point and successfully upgraded advanced iron bones to legendary iron bones. Detected that the host possesses legendary sturdiness and legendary tenacity. The host's body has triggered a special effect. The host has obtained the talent, Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Legendary Steel Bones. You have gone through a lot of tempering. Your body has completely broken away from the limits of a mortal and is moving towards a higher level. Normal attacks will deal less damage to you, and your defense will be increased by 50%. Attacks below 30 points will not deal any damage to you. Copper Skin and Iron Bones. With this talent, you are immune to special effects such as crippling, broken tendons, bone fractures, and shattering. Your magic resistance is increased by 20. Sulin stretched his body, and a series of crackling sounds that sounded like beans being fried rang out. His body's defense had become very strong. With the addition of legendary tenacity, legendary iron bones, body hardening, and other talents, ordinary weapons could no longer hurt him. Sulin's skin had become very tough. He deliberately took out an ordinary knife and scratched his body. However, the blade did not leave any wound. In the end, he kept increasing his strength and finally pierced his skin. However, just as a little blood flowed out, the wound quickly healed with the help of legendary regeneration. After testing the changes in his body for a while, Sulin did not leave the seclusion room. Instead, he sat down again and calmed his mind. After a while, Sulin took out a bottle of 9 transformation golden pills from the storage. After uncorking the bottle, a faint medicinal fragrance instantly filled the whole room. Sulin took out a golden elixir. The 9 transformations golden elixir looked golden all over, as if it was made of gold. Without hesitation, Sulin raised his head and swallowed the pill. As soon as the 9 transformation golden pill entered his stomach, a warm feeling spread from his body. Soon, a gentle energy began to swim in his body. This energy was the 9 transformation golden pill he had just taken. Every time this energy swam in his body, a part of it would merge into his body. After a few rounds, all the energy had been completely absorbed by his body, and in his attribute pane, 5 free attribute points have been added. Sulin chose to add all 5 attribute points to dexterity. The original 45 points of dexterity instantly increased to 50 points. Another type of energy quickly circulated in his body a few times before it was completely absorbed by his body. Sulin was keenly aware that his body had become more flexible. Next, the remaining 4 9 transformation golden pills were all consumed by him. There were also 20 free attribute points on his attribute pane. Sulin's current 5 attributes, strength and dexterity, had both reached 50 points. This time, he added the remaining attribute points to spirit, vitality, and charm. His spirit was originally 35 points. Sulin directly added 15 free attribute points to it. His spirit had also reached 50 points. 3 of the remaining 5 free attribute points were added to Vitality. His Vitality had also broken through 50 points. The last 2 free attribute points, together with the 2 free attribute points he had obtained from this level up, were all added to Charm. His Charm had also reached 31 points. With the sudden increase of so many attribute points, Sullen's physical fitness could be said to have undergone an earth-shattering change. Now, although there was not much difference between him and an ordinary person, in fact, he was more like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. 50 points of strength and 50 points of vitality. Ordinary giant dragons did not have such high attributes. Even the strongest red dragon of the chromatic dragons did not reach 50 strength when it reached adulthood. For example, the weakest white dragon of the chromatic dragons, its strength was even lower. In fact, the giant dragons in this world were very different from the giant dragons in previous games. After all, when the game was being produced, the developers had to do some balancing. The strength of the giant dragons in the game was severely weakened. Simply put, the giant dragon's movement speed. An adult red dragon's body was more than 20 meters long. However, in the game, such a giant beast's flying speed was 150 feet per round. What was 150 feet? If converted to meters, it was 72 meters, a distance of less than 50 meters. Then, how long did one round take? In the game, one round was set to take 6 seconds. 1 minute was divided into 10 rounds. In other words, this giant beast that was more than 20 meters in size only had a flying speed of 7 meters per second. With this speed, even a human's running speed was faster than a giant dragon's flying speed, let alone flying. Looking at its movement speed on the ground, the data was 40 feet per round. If converted to meters, it was a little more than 12 meters. It ran 12 meters in 6 seconds. That was 2 meters per second. What kind of concept was that? Even if you randomly grabbed a healthy young man without training, he could run 100 meters in 15 seconds. If converted, it would be 7 meters per second. Thinking about it, the giant dragon's body was more than 20 meters long. A casual step would be more than 2 meters away. This data weakened the giant dragon to an idiot. Sullen had never seen a real dragon before, but he still had some data. These data were very different from the data in the game. If he killed the giant dragon according to the attributes of the giant dragon in the game, it was basically a suicide mission. The difference between the game and reality was very big. Sullen planned to raise all his attributes to 50 points before leveling up. 50 points was a critical point. When all his attributes were raised to 50 points, only Charm was left. Sullen had made up his mind to raise this attribute. After all, strength was a matter of version. Being handsome was a matter of life. Chapter 465. When Sullen came out of the retreat room, all of his attributes, except for Charm, had reached 50 points. His body was now full of power. After stretching his body, Sullen went directly to the astrology platform. Since the 5 high-grade wizards had joined, Hathaway now had more time to read. When Sullen came, she was looking through all kinds of information about the golem factory. Golem puppets were the best guards and troops for a wizard tower. If they were to produce golem puppets the normal way, the output would be low and the time would be long. The wizard's time was very precious, and they didn't want to waste it. Therefore, to solve this problem, the golem factory was born. The first golem factory was built by a large wizard organization. Each wizard was only responsible for a part of the process. Then, everyone worked together to produce the parts according to the standard. Finally, the assembly was done. The advantage of this was that all wizards didn't need to know all the techniques of making golems. It lowered the difficulty of making golems and sped up the construction process. However, this also brought about a problem. This kind of factory required a lot of manpower. Only a large wizard organization could build this kind of factory. The one who changed this situation was an arcanist who was proficient in necromancy. This arcanist suddenly thought of using necromancers and other undead creatures to replace manual labor. Of course, This method only solved part of the problem. There were many parts that necromancers couldn't do, but even so, it was still a big improvement compared to the original golem factory. The real reason why the golem workshop didn't require any wizards was because of a lich. After countless experiments, the lich successfully installed the legendary Tower Spirit Construct on the golem workshop. For a master of necromancy and soul manipulation, this lich created an epic-making golem factory. Up until now, the technology of the golem factory was still based on the lich's research. The only difference was that there were some optimizations on the original foundation. Since she couldn't make riddles for the time being, Hathaway planned to build as many golems as possible to guard the wizard tower. Therefore, she wanted to build a golem factory to provide a large number of golems for the wizard tower. Seeing Sulin come in, Hathaway's eyes lit up and said with joy, "Sulin, you've finished your retreat?" Sulin nodded. "Yes. Are you looking at the information on the golem factory?" Hathaway adjusted her glasses and said, "Yes. We need a large number of golems to guard the wizard tower and the secret plane. Right now, we have too few golems here. Most of the time, we can't even satisfy the daily patrols. It's indeed a little too little. The golem factory is indeed a very good idea. By the way, what's your progress now?" Sulin asked with great interest. Hathaway said awkwardly, "The technology for the golem factory isn't too difficult. Basically, any legendary wizard can do it. The only problem is that it costs a lot of money. Don't worry about the funds." When Sulin heard that there was no problem with the technology, he immediately patted his chest and said, "A large gold mine has just been discovered in the underground world. It can provide us with a lot of money. And this gold mine isn't an ordinary one. It's accompanied by fine gold. Adamantine. It seems that this is indeed a huge gold mine." Hathaway said in surprise, "It seems that the construction of the golem factory is funded this time. How much is the budget for the project?" Sulin asked. "About 30 million kinner," Hathaway said in a relaxed tone. 30 million? Sulin was so surprised that he almost bit his tongue. 30 million kinner? Are you sure it's not an extra zero? Not 30 million, but 3 million? Hathaway shook her head. "It's 30 million. F***CK. Sulin suddenly felt a toothache. This was too expensive. One had to know that the wizard tower built by Sulin only cost about 10 million kinner. Now, to build a golem factory, it would cost 30 million kinner. The little treasury that had just been filled was now gone. The Broodmother's eye fell. Sulin had eaten his fill, but now he had to vomit it all out. Thinking of this, Sulin felt a pang of pain. However, the golem factory had to be built. One had to know that the floating city needed a large number of golem puppets as an army and a defensive force. The golem factory was indispensable. By the way, this time I killed a Broodmother's eye in the underground world. These materials should be useful to you." Sulin forcibly diverted his attention from the 30 million. Broodmother's eye? Hearing Sulin's words, Hathaway was pleasantly surprised. "Did you get the main eye of the Broodmother's eye?" "Of course," Sulin said proudly. "In order to protect the main eye, I spent a lot of effort to kill the Broodmother's eye." As Sulin spoke, he took out the corpse of the Broodmother's eye from his storage space. The Broodmother's eye, which was about 3 meters in diameter, appeared in the room. Hathaway immediately walked over to examine it. The Broodmother's eye looked a little miserable. The most fatal injury was the one that went through the entire brain. Although the other injuries looked miserable, they were not too serious. Hathaway's palm flashed, and a silver-white scalpel appeared in her hand. Then, Hathaway took the scalpel and quickly cut the Broodmother's eye's body. The thin but tough skin of the Broodmother's eye was cut open. The corpse is well preserved, but its eye needs to be taken out as soon as possible, Hathaway said to Sulin as she cut up the corpse. "I have other uses for this main eye, but these secondary eyes can be used in the golem factory." Hathaway cut open the tentacles of the Broodmother's eye and quickly took out the secondary eyes. Many of the Broodmother's eyes, secondary eyes, and tentacles had been damaged during the battle. In the end, Hathaway found 7 undamaged secondary eyes. Your spoils of war shouldn't be just one broodmother's eye, right? I remember that broodmother's eyes are social creatures. They are indeed social creatures. After I killed the broodmother's eye, I saw 3 beholder devils in its cave. Sulen nodded. I killed the 3 beholder devils. Their corpses are in my storage space. Do you want them now? I'll put them in the storage space later. This broodmother's eye will keep me busy for a while. Hathaway shook her head. The main eye of a beholder devil can be used to create many spells. For example, the Eye of Truth, the Eye of Omniscience, the Eye of Space-Time, and so on. The crystal ball used by the divination school can also be replaced by a beholder devil's eye, and the effect is even better than a crystal ball. The Eye of Prophecy can also reduce the backlash of divination spells and increase the success rate of divination spells. More importantly, the Eye of Prophecy can save you from disaster once. Save you from disaster once? Sulen looked at the broodmother's eye in shock. It was common knowledge that witches were often much more skilled than male adepts when it came to divination spells. Moreover, as a woman, they were naturally very curious. Women were even more curious than cats. What would they do if they had the ability to peek into other people's futures? Sulen didn't have to think to know that the witches would not be able to resist the urge to peek into the future. Under normal circumstances, they would only be able to see a few fragments of the future. It was not a big problem, and it would be hard for others to notice. However, they could not help but want to see more, so they would use some dangerous divination spells. This would lead to a serious consequence. The wizards of the School of Divination would be seriously injured or even killed by the backlash of fate. The crystal ball of the School of Divination could not only reduce the difficulty of casting spells, but also reduce the risk of backlash. The crystal ball would explode and crack to replace the damage that the witches would receive. However, there was a limit to the damage that the crystal ball could withstand. Once the limit was exceeded, the crystal ball would directly shatter. The Eye of Prophecy made from the beholders, I could save you from death once. There were very few witches who were proficient in divination spells that were easy to deal with. For this reason, the number of northern witches had always been very small. Very few northern witches could die of old age. The most common situation was that they were killed by their own divination spells. What are you going to do with the broodmother's eye's main eye? Sulen asked curiously. Hathaway quickly cut off the skin of the broodmother's eye. At the same time, she separated the flesh and was ready to take out the main eye. This eye, Hathaway thought for a moment. It's too wasteful to use this eye to make the Eye of Prophecy. I'm going to use it to make an omniscient eye. Omniscient eye? Sulen raised his eyebrows. It's not what you think. Hathaway smiled. The omniscient eye is the ability of the gods. Only the gods who have mastered the omniscient eye can see the entire material world at any time and place. There are no restrictions of distance or space. The omniscient I'm talking about is far less effective than this. Hathaway continued, although it's not as powerful as the omniscient eye of the gods, it's more than enough to observe the northern battlefront city. With the omniscient eye, we can observe every corner of the city at any time and place. In addition to this, the omniscient eye will also retain its original abilities. For example, we can use the omniscient eye to cast some light spells. With the omniscient eye, we can attack at any time and place as long as we are in the northern battlefront city. At the same time, the omniscient eye can also be used for reconnaissance. Its range is very large. It can be dozens of kilometers or even hundreds of kilometers. Hathaway quickly took the broodmother's eye's main eye from its corpse and soaked it in a basin of clear blue liquid. The broodmother's eye's main eye was 50 centimeters long. It moved up and down in the liquid. Chapter 466. That azure liquid was a material specially used to process beholder main eyes. Although beholder main eyes were first-rate materials, they weren't easy to preserve. After soaking in that liquid, the eye would transform into a kind of crystal-like crystal. Moreover, this transformation wouldn't weaken the effects of the beholder main eyes. This was the best way to process the main eyes. After the transformation, the beholder main eyes would be preserved for a long time. Normally, This transformation would take 3 to 5 days. But the broodmothers' eye was much bigger than ordinary beholders, so it needed to be soaked for a longer time. After Hathaway put the broodmother's eye inside, she used a defensive spell to put the crystal box containing the broodmother's eye in a safe place before starting to process the rest of the things. Although the secondary eyes of the broodmother's eye weren't as powerful as the main eyes, they were still a pretty good material. Hathaway planned to use them to make arcane eyes. The arcane eyes effects were very similar to the omniscient eyes, but whether it was in terms of range or magic attack, they were a lot weaker. But they were still very good for scouting in the wild. Hathaway planned to make these secondary eyes into arcane eyes. After making a new crystal box, she once again poured the azure liquid into it before putting the remaining secondary eyes inside. After doing all this, Hathaway let out a sigh of relief. All right, the most important materials have been processed. The flesh of the broodmothers can be used to make the bloodline potion. The skin can be used to make magic scrolls, and the rest can be used as experimental materials. After arranging everything, Hathaway once again took out the information about the golem factory. The golem factory was a huge project. In fact, all kinds of golems were produced in different independent factories in the golem factory. For example, clay golems were molded, stone golems were carved, and steel golems were cast. These different production methods determined that each golem required different factory conditions. A complete golem factory had at least 3 production lines. In the end, the only thing that was the same was the assembly workshop. All kinds of magic golems were transported together to be assembled and then activated with the life activation spell. Of course, there were similarities in the manufacturing process of the 3 types of golems. For example, mageweth engraving. All golems had to be engraved with a large number of mageweths. Apart from the mageweth engraving, everything else was basically the same. The 3 types of golem production lines had different levels of difficulty. From low to high, they were the clay golem, the rock golem, and the steel golem. As for the legendary golem, it was too expensive to make, and they were few in number. It was not cost-effective to make a production line. The clay golem production line was the least difficult to build, but the clay golem's combat power was also the lowest. Under normal circumstances, the wizard tower would use the clay golems as servants and as combat units. These things were cannon fodder. At the same time, because of the cost and materials, the clay golem could also be used as an experimental assistant. Hathaway planned to build a clay golem production line. On one hand, she could produce some clay golems to be used as servants in the wizard tower. On the other hand, she could familiarize herself with the construction process of the production line and accumulate experience in making rock golems and steel golems. The stone golem production line required a more exquisite engraving process, and the requirements for rune engraving were also high. In comparison, it was much more difficult than the clay golem production line. Moreover, there were several types of stone golems, the most common stone golem, the upgraded granite golem, and the gargoyle golem. The production process of these golems needed some modification. The steel golem production line was the most difficult. There was a big difference in technology, and it needed a smelting workshop, a casting workshop, and so on. At the same time, a tower spirit was needed to control the entire production line. In addition to building the production line, Sulin also needed a lot of materials. The construction of the golem puppets required elemental crystal stones. The clay golems and rock golems could use medium-sized elemental crystal stones, but the steel golems needed large elemental crystal stones. As for the legendary ones, they needed legendary elemental crystal stones. Considering the current shortage of resources, Hathaway and Sulin discussed and decided to make a clay golem production line first. After all, clay was the easiest material to obtain, and it was much easier to make golem puppets with clay. When he had enough clay golem assistants, it would not be too late to build a larger golem and steel production line. The production of the clay golem required magic essential oil and special spices. Magic essential oil could now be produced in the secret territory. The winged ones would make a lot of magic essential oil every day. Some would be sold. Some would be made into other items or distributed to others. As for the soul crystals, there were still plenty of small and medium-sized soul crystals. There were many monsters in the underground world, and some places were occupied by the undead. The number of large soul crystals was very small, but there were still a lot of small and medium-sized soul crystals. Hathaway planned to build the clay golem production line in the secret territory. It was not suitable to build this kind of factory in the northern town. Of course, it could be moved to the city in the future. Much of the equipment for the clay golem production line was actually similar to the production equipment of the brick kiln factory. During the production of the clay golem, the clay needed to be crushed, stirred, and shaped. Sulin had already made a hydraulic mixer, a hydraulic crusher, and a hydraulic mold press before. Now, there was no need for hydraulic engineering, but elemental energy. Compared to hydraulic machinery, elemental energy was naturally better as a power source. This set of equipment was comparable to the assembly line equipment in his previous life. As everyone knew, the level of technology in his previous life was just that. After so many years of development, the energy problem was still not completely solved. The way to use energy was still to boil water, fossil energy, including coal, oil, and natural gas. This part was mainly converted into heat through combustion. Then, boiled water and steam was used to drive various machinery. Nuclear energy. Through nuclear reactions, a lot of heat was generated in a short period of time, and then it was still used to boil water. As we all know, those nuclear reactors are large kettles. Asterisk, for all, asterisk hydrogen energy. First, hydrogen was obtained through electrolysis or chemical reactions, then heat was obtained through combustion, and then it was still used to boil water, geothermal power. The principle was similar to other thermal power generation. The only difference was that the heat came directly from the Earth's core, so it was also used to boil water. Biomass energy, fuel obtained from living things, mainly plants and microbes. So to put it bluntly, it was still used to boil water. There was no end to it. It was always boiling water. Only solar energy and mechanical energy were converted into electrical energy. In this world, the energy source alone was more advanced than in his previous life. After all, magic directly used elemental energy to convert, and the conversion rate was much higher than the conversion rate of boiling water. In his previous life, the highest energy conversion rate was only 40%, but in this world, it was almost 100%. The elemental pool in the secret realm was also a large elemental pool, and it was more than enough to supply the entire secret realm. Moreover, many of the facilities in the secret realm had not been repaired, so there was no need to use so much energy. There was no problem in using the elemental pool's energy to run the production line. There were many empty spaces in the secret realm, and Sulin quickly found a suitable place. Then, Sulin and Hathaway directed the steel golems to carry out the construction. Energy channels were laid down one after another. Now, the production of magic crystals in the secret realm was very good. The crystal beasts that Sulin brought back from the underground world were living very well here. From less than 50 at the beginning, there were now more than 130 of them. The clay crusher was produced by the craftsmen in Northern Town. In addition to the crusher, even the mixer and mold press were the same. Hathaway specially made more than a dozen clay golems, and these clay golems were instilled with the skills to operate these machines. When the clay golem production line was completed, these golems would operate it. Although the clay golems were not as complicated as the stone golems, they were still not easy to build. Later on, they still needed to be carefully carved, engraved with runes, assembled, and so on. Hathaway had clearly researched thoroughly, and the clay golem production line was already in place. The most difficult part was the magic pattern engraving workshop, which required the engraving of magic patterns in the clay golems. Hathaway used a beholder's eye for this equipment. The beholder's eye could shoot light spells. After Hathaway's modification, the beholder could release stable, long-lasting, and low-energy light spells, and then use this light spell to engrave the golems. The materials used for engraving magic patterns were magic gem powder and some magic beasts or other monsters' blood. These magic gem powder and magic beast blood were mixed according to a certain ratio, and some other things were added. The magic gem powder was very effective when engraving magic patterns. It was very difficult to operate the beholder's eye, not to mention engraving runes. Ordinary clay golems were not up to the task at all. With their simple brain capacity, they could not complete too complicated tasks. So for the sake of engraving runes, they finally decided to use legendary soul stones. Sulin still had several legendary soul stones, so it was naturally no problem to use one to make a legendary tower spirit. And when it came to making steel golems, they also needed to use a high intelligence and high-quality tower spirit. In fact, the tower spirit in this world was like the artificial intelligence in his previous life, but this artificial intelligence was a little weaker than the tower spirit. The artificial intelligence in his previous life could only be said to be average, but the tower spirit in this world was very powerful. The entire clay golem production line was made very quickly, and it took about a week to make the complete set. After finding the production line and building it, Sulin and Hathaway also began to load the engineering operation program into the clay golems. Chapter 467. Hathaway put down the silver-white carving knife and stretched her body. Her voluptuous breasts outlined an amazing curve. More than half of the clay golem production line had been completed. Only the rune engraving equipment had not been completed yet. This equipment required a tower genie construct made from a legendary soul crystal to operate, but it would be a waste if it was only used to produce clay golems. So Sulin planned to input the stone golem's rune engraving technology into it as well. When the time came, as long as the other equipment caught up, this equipment could be used to produce stone golems. In addition to the legendary tower genie, this machine also required a lot of rare materials. Sulin and Hathaway spent a lot of effort and finally made this equipment. Finally, they just had to install the tower genie construct, and it was done. Hathaway picked up her magic staff and quickly chanted an obscure spell. The surrounding elemental energy began to fluctuate violently. Soon, a dazzling light appeared and a powerful elemental wave descended. Legendary activated life construct. Strange elemental energy quickly gushed out from Hathaway's body, and a powerful mana instantly shrouded the legendary soul crystal in front of her. Soon, another wave of energy appeared in the room. Soul Weave. Supreme magic skills plus mana shaping plus soul construct. Traces of soul power quickly changed under Hathaway's manipulation. Soul Weave was a very difficult spell, and it was a very crucial part of making a legendary tower genie. It was equivalent to building a personality for the tower genie, building a framework, and making the tower genie according to one's ideas. Normally, the tower genies made by wizards were extremely calm and rational, but this did not stop some people from making a silly tower genie. Hathaway, who had experience in making the tower genie, was very fast this time. After about 10 minutes, a rune was completed. With a flash of light, the construction of the legendary tower genie was completed. The next step was to install the legendary tower spirit construct and the rune inscription device together. This was not a difficult task. After placing the legendary tower spirit in the heart of the device, the automatic rune inscription device was considered complete. Automatic rune inscriber, legendary rune, can inscribe runes on objects according to requirements. Accuracy plus 25, efficiency plus 35, indestructibility plus 30, logic plus 32, failure reduction plus 33. After seeing the attributes of the Mageweth inscriber, Sulin nodded with satisfaction. With this thing, his clay golem production line would be completed. Without any time to rest, Hathaway and Sulin returned to the secret realm with the automatic Mageweth inscription instrument. At this time, the clay golem production line in the secret realm was almost completed. After Hathaway installed the equipment, she directly connected it to the energy source. Although he had a lot of information about his own work, he still needed to make adjustments. The light blue elemental energy entered the golem factory through the energy channel, and the entire golem factory began to slowly activate. A few clay golems, who were the workers, woke up from their standby mode and got ready to work. Tower Spirit, Builder number 1 activated. System self-check in progress. System self-check complete. Beginning program loading. Loading progress. 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Loading complete. Clay Golem Model 3 Automated Production Line in progress. Connection complete. The clay golems, who had been quietly waiting for the notification, instantly began to move. Tower Spirit. Builder number 1 was the name of the Tower Spirit of the automatic Mageweth inscription machine. This legendary Tower Spirit was also the brain of the entire clay golem production line. It was under its control that the automatic production line began to operate normally. Activate the clay golem production line. With Sullen's order, the clay golem production line was instantly activated. Several clay golems began to operate the machine, and cart after cart of clay was sent to the grinder to be crushed. The clay was only considered complete after it became very fine like flour. Next, the crushed clay was sent to the blender to be mixed. While mixing, magical essential oil, elemental powder, and other materials were added. Finally, the evenly mixed clay was sent to the press to be made into a standard clay golem construct. After a series of processes, these parts were sent to the rune inscription workshop, and the automatic rune inscription device would inscribe the runes. Hathaway and Sulin looked at the processed clay golem part with a serious expression, and a bright ray lit up. It was the eye devil's secondary eye that Hathaway had processed before that emitted this ray. It was still a little thick when it first appeared, but it immediately began to shrink. The measuring table next to it accurately measured the data of the instrument's beam. If the data did not meet the requirements, the production would be rejected. The beam corrector next to it was used to correct this place. Next to the eye devil's secondary eye, there was an energy controller that controlled the power of the beam. Under the control of Builder number 1, the beam quickly reached the product's requirements. Then it began to inscribe the runes, and the prepared arcane powder and gem powder began to be thrown in. As the beam moved quickly on the part, an accurate rune appeared on that part. After some debugging, the rune inscription device became faster and faster. In just 3 minutes, the rune inscription on a part was completed. Hathaway picked up the produced part and looked at it. This clay golem part was almost exactly the same as the one she designed. Although it was not as good as the one she made herself, it was still a good product. This automatic rune inscription device could inscribe runes on 6 parts at a time. Of course, it could also let 6 beams work together to inscribe 1 part. With the operation of the golem production line, a clay golem was soon produced. After Sulin walked around the clay golem, he found that it was no different from a normal golem. After seeing the successful production of a golem, Hathaway and Sulin were relieved. The golem production line was finally completed. Builder number 1. I'm here, master. The tower genie's cold mechanical voice sounded. Suspend production. Let those clay golems come over and stand properly. Hathaway pointed to the clay golems that were working. Yes, master. Soon, several clay golems were neatly arranged in front of Hathaway. Hathaway took out a silver-white carving knife. These clay golems were different from the ones that had just been produced. Some of the workmanship of the golem production line had been added to them. However, during the operation just now, there were some small problems with these modified clay golems. Now, Hathaway needed to modify them. The main work of the modification was on the palms. Hathaway used the carving knife to give them more dexterous hands. At the same time, she engraved new runes on the finger joints and wrist joints, which could strengthen the flexibility of the clay golem's hands. Combat golems did not need this kind of precise modification. Only this kind of auxiliary type needed it. The cost of this modification alone was enough to build an additional clay golem. Although the auxiliary type golems were not good at fighting, their cost was usually much higher than the combat type golems. The auxiliary-type golems needed to be instilled with more professional knowledge. Only with this knowledge could they carry out various work according to the situation on the spot. Their palms were very flexible. Only in this way could they carry out various work. After completing the operation of the clay golem production line, the next step was to officially complete the installation of the production line. At the same time, the factory also needed to be built. Sulin deliberately opened up a space of about 1,800 square meters and then built a clay golem production line workshop according to the style of the factory in his previous life. The creation of the clay golem could be divided into 3 parts. The first part was the construction of the limbs. This step could be done by disassembling them. This part was directly made through the mold press. It was not difficult, and even a wizard apprentice could do it. The second step was to carry out various treatments to make these clay parts set in shape and at the same time become difficult to damage. Only after this kind of magical treatment could the clay golems continue to be produced. Otherwise, the clay golems could only be clay, and a piece could be knocked off with a casual swing of a stick. They could not fight or work at all. Only after this magical treatment, the clay would become as hard as rock. The third step was the most critical magic pattern inscription. Only after the magic pattern inscription was completed could the clay golem perform various actions as if it had a life of its own. Of course, the premise was that it had energy. The fourth step was to assemble the body structure. This step was like piecing together toy models to assemble the complete structure of the golem. The assembly workshop had the most clay golems. In fact, it was also a maintenance workshop. Damaged clay golems would be replaced here. The benefits of the standardization of parts proposed by Sulin were fully reflected here. If a part was damaged, it could be directly removed and replaced with a new one. As long as the damage was not too serious or the soul core was destroyed, the maintenance problems of these golems could be solved. The last part was the casting and activation. This part was not automated for the time being. In fact, this step could be activated through the tower spirit. The activation spell could be inputted into the tower spirit, and the magic of the elemental pool could complete the activation of the golem. However, because the value of the clay golem was not high, Hathaway and Sulin did not want to add another tower spirit. It should be known that the cost of such a tower spirit was about 1,000,000 kinnar. Moreover, Sulin also wanted to build other golem production lines, which would cost a lot of legendary soul crystals to make tower spirits. Naturally, he was not willing to invest too much in this production line. In fact, activating the clay golem only required those high-grade wizards to come over and cast a spell every once in a while. Chapter 468. The main material of the clay golem was high-quality clay, which was plentiful near Northtown City. Building a clay golem required about 1,000 pounds of clay. Making a clay golem was like making ceramics. Although the clay golem wasn't a very powerful golem, there were always some exceptions. Once in the era of the Arcane Empire, there was an arcanist who was proficient in making clay golems. He made a powerful clay golem that had self-healing ability and could use spells to attack. This arcanist had invented a material called memory clay. After the clay was formed, it would remember its original appearance. After being attacked from a distance and the clay golem was broken, it would only take a few minutes for the clay golem to condense and return to its original appearance. Unless the clay was completely destroyed, it would quickly recover. The arcanist used memory clay to make a large number of clay golems. It was said that the clay golem's fighting strength was on the same level as the steel golems. Of course, the memory clay golems were eventually annihilated in the long river of time. Sulin naturally didn't have any information about the clay golems. The clay golems he made were just ordinary clay golems. The clay golems made by the production line were transported to the warehouse for preservation. These clay golems didn't use soul crystals as their cores. When using them, one only needed to put a soul crystal in them and cast a spell to activate them, because they didn't use the tower spirit to activate them. After a certain number of clay golems were accumulated, several high-grade wizards would take turns to cast spells to activate the clay golems. In order to complete the golem production line as soon as possible, Hathaway and Surin had been busy during this period. The automatic Mageweth inscription machine, which was the most important part of the golem production line, took 2 weeks, while the other parts, such as the energy channel and site construction, only took 3 days. The clay golems on the production line were made by Su Lin, which took him a week. These clay golems were then modified by Hathaway and instilled with various knowledge. After the clay golem assembly line started running, Su Lin and Hathaway began to make some adjustments to the golems to make the production line run more smoothly. At the same time, the conformity rate of the golem assembly line also increased. After a day of operation, the conformity rate of the various parts produced on the golem assembly line had reached 95%. The entire golem factory operated like an assembly line. The head, torso, limbs, and various other parts were all made separately. All the parts were made according to the standard parts, and the deviation was less than 0.1 coefficient. Su Lin specially made 2 clay golems for them to check whether the various parts met the requirements. The parts that did not meet the requirements would be directly picked out, and only the parts that met the requirements could enter the next stage. These parts were assembled by the clay golem engineer. Su Lin upgraded its soul crystal to a high-level soul crystal. He would assemble and test the golems. Only the qualified golems would be placed in the warehouse after the assembly was completed. After 3 days of normal operation, Su Lin made a detailed calculation of the clay golem assembly line. If the clay golem assembly line ran at full capacity, it could produce 10 clay golems a day. According to this output, it could produce 300 clay golems a month. But in fact, the Northwind Tower didn't need so many clay golems right now. Su Lin planned to only produce a few hundred clay golems and send them to the Wizard Tower, the Secret Realm, the Underground World, and other places. Su Lin had arranged for people to collect the materials for the golem workshop. Among them, the amount of high-quality clay was the largest, but this could be dug up by the slaves and then sent over after a period of time. As for things like magic essential oil and elemental dust, the amount used was not large. After one edition, they could be used for a long time. Su Lin actually didn't care much about the clay golem assembly line. On the contrary, he cared more about the stone golem assembly line and the steel golem assembly line. The clay golem assembly line was at best an attempt to accumulate experience. Then, on the basis of the clay golem assembly line, he would build a better stone golem assembly line and steel golem assembly line. In fact, the technology of the stone golem assembly line was not much different from that of the clay golem assembly line. This time, there was no need for crushing, mixing, and molding. Ordinary stone golems only needed high-quality granite or high-quality marble. But obsidian golems needed obsidian as a material, and obsidian was harder than ordinary stone and more difficult to process. Northern Battlefront City was rich in mineral resources, but there weren't many obsidian ores. Most of the obsidian ores discovered in the underworld had been used to construct the Northwind Tower. Now, there wasn't enough obsidian in the underworld. Obsidian ores were mainly produced in volcanic areas. There were no volcanoes within a few hundred miles of the Northwind City. There were no volcanoes even in the underground world, so there was not much obsidian ores produced here. Obsidian ores were the main material for making obsidian golems and gargoyles. It was indispensable. If Su Lin wanted to get a large amount of obsidian ores, he could only buy them from other countries. However, this method had a lot of hidden dangers. Obsidian ores were strategic resources. Once the supply was cut off, the Northwind City would be at a loss, and the production of obsidian golems would no longer be able to continue. In his past life, Su Lin knew the power of a trade war. Back then, Mao Xiong was almost dead because of the trade war with the United States. His economy had always been poor, and Su Lin did not want anyone to have a hold on him. Another reason was that obsidian ores were very expensive. Once the Northwind City built an obsidian golem production line, a lot of obsidian ores would be consumed. Every month, The Kinner ores would be used to buy obsidian ores. Although Sulin was rich, he still felt the pinch. There were a few ways to get obsidian ores without obsidian ores. The simplest way was to find an empty space and use the power of spells to change the environment and lead the underground lava out. However, this method was very difficult. Even legendary wizards would have a hard time doing it. The second method was to capture an adult red dragon. Creatures like red dragons had radiation around their bodies. If they lived in a place for a long time, they would slowly change the environment and landscape of the place. Finally, they would turn the area into magma. Under normal circumstances, red dragons like to live in volcanic areas. However, capturing an adult red dragon was less difficult than the previous method. The third way was to go to the fire elemental plane and capture magma elementals that could make lava. Magma elementals also had the ability to change the environment. They could turn the ground into lava. This method was the technology used to build an obsidian factory. It was the technology that Sulin and Hathaway secretly obtained in the Emerald Tower. Obsidian ores were very important, and a lot of them were needed in the floating cities. The requirements for the construction of a floating city were very high. The entire city had to be built with obsidian ores, so most of the time, there would be an obsidian factory in every floating city. These obsidian factories usually used magma elementals as the main force to produce obsidian ores. Chapter 469. Obsidian had good physical and magical resistance. It was the main material for the construction of the floating city, and the amount consumed was astronomical. The foundation of a floating city must be built with obsidian, and cutting corners on other things was absolutely unacceptable. As for using ordinary rocks and hardening spells, it was also impossible. The floating city was a super city that could fly freely in the sky and even in the astral world. It was also the most powerful battle fortress of the wizards. He didn't want to use this method just to save money. If the floating city, which was worth hundreds of billions of Kinnar's fake, was damaged because of quality problems, Sulin would have nowhere to cry. The construction of the rock golem production line was not urgent. With the experience of building the clay golem production line, the rock golem production line needed further adjustment. Besides, he had just spent so much energy building the clay golem production line. Hathaway also needed to rest for a while. Otherwise, what if she was hungry and thin? Although Hathaway had always been majestic, and Sulin had measured it himself, he didn't want to reduce the heavy pressure on his chest. Any man would want to be big. Big was the truth. After Sulin returned to the northern town, Chris also returned from the underground world. After a period of mining, the underground world had begun to produce gold. In addition to gold, other metals such as silver, copper, iron, lead, and even a variety of magic gems were also produced in small amounts. The most important thing was the production of 3 kilograms of adamantine. Adamantine was very difficult to refine. Ordinary blacksmiths had no way to do it. Only the dwarves had mastered the refining method. The blacksmiths of the human kingdom had no way to refine this metal. The wizards had a way to refine it, and it was more advanced than the dwarves' technology, but it was still very difficult. Even in the era of the Arcane Empire, it was more troublesome to refine adamantine in large quantities. Although 3 kilograms of adamantine was not much, it meant that the northern town had a stable output of adamantine. Adamantine was the same as mithril. Although it was indispensable in many cases, it was generally not used in large quantities. Although 3 kilograms was not much, it was almost enough if they saved a little every month. Seeing that the little succubus Chris had returned, Sulin was so excited that he couldn't sleep. During this time, he was so busy with work that he didn't have time to play a few rounds of Gwent with them. This card game was a multiplayer game. The more people there were, the more interesting it would be. This game had another name, which was Lei Feng's card game. If he lost, he would have to accept the punishment. Sulin had prepared everything. He found a box in the mezzanine of his study and opened it. There were more than 10 kinds of whips of different lengths. These whips were also made of different materials. After selecting, Sulin chose an exquisitely woven linen whip, several red cotton ropes, and several candles. Then he went to Chris's room. The game was very intense. The little succubus Chris and Sulin were opponents. Halfway through the game, the little succubus could not take it anymore and could only beg for mercy. Sulin then called the two half-elf maids, Angela, over to play Gwent together. Sulin's spear art had reached the large success stage, and the impact was powerful. Everywhere he passed, there was no one who didn't beg for mercy. The night passed in silence. He hadn't played for a long time, and he was a little high last night. He was still a little lethargic, but the ending was still good. The roads in northern town were blocked by heavy snow. The city was preparing for the new year. The festival was brought by Sulin. Only he would hold such a festival. But at this moment, an embroidered uniform guard brought news of the war. The rebellious nobles in the south elected the Medici family as their king, and they have established their own country. The Medici family ascended the throne and established a country? Sulin, who was sitting on the main seat, was slightly stunned. The Medici family was also one of the elector families in the Kingdom of Florence. However, this elector family's strength had always been at the bottom of the Kingdom of Florence. He did not expect that they would dare to stand out this time. Ever since he ascended the throne, the nobles in the southern provinces rebelled. Because he was not strong enough, Sulin did not crusade against them. He only condemned them at the official level. The new army in San Filto City was not much. Sulin's original plan was to pacify the north before marching to the south. In the end, the nobles in the south elected the Medici family to ascend the throne and establish a country. This was no longer a matter of rebellion. Although the embroidered uniform guard recruited by Sulin had begun to infiltrate the south, they did not get much information. Now, not only had they ascended the throne, but they had also formed an army and were preparing to attack. Sulin, who received the news, could not sit still anymore. He was not worried about the northern citadel, but he was not worried about San Filto City. Without him, Phyllis alone would not be able to control the situation. Sulin returned to San Filto City through the teleportation portal. As soon as he arrived, Phyllis hugged Sulin tightly and did not let go. "What's wrong? Did someone bully my little baby?" Sulin felt the moisture on his chest and asked softly as he caressed Phyllis's northern region. "It's you big bad guy. You didn't come to see me for more than a month. I'll bite you to death," Phyllis said as she bared her two little silver teeth at Sulin and bit down hard on Sulin's body. Sulin did not feel any pain. He was just worried that his skin was too hard and her teeth would bite him. He quickly controlled his muscles and pretended to be in extreme pain. "I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry. Let me rub it for you," Phyllis said nervously when she saw Sulin's expression. Sulin chuckled in his heart. He lifted her up by the waist and carried her back to her bedroom, ignoring her resistance. Soon, a melodious song came from the palace. Early the next morning, Sulin called for a court meeting. All the nobles of San Filto City came to attend. When everyone was present, Sulin asked a servant to come forward and announce the rebellion of the nobles in the south. He and Phyllis sat on the throne with no expression on their faces. However, Phyllis seemed to be sleep-deprived and could not lift her spirits. After the servant finished speaking, the nobles in the hall all had different expressions. To these nobles, ever since Sulin ascended the throne, he had been weakening and suppressing their forces and taking over their interests. Those who dared to resist before had been suppressed by Sulin. The remaining nobles kept everything in their hearts and were waiting for an opportunity. Now that they heard that the nobles in the south had united to build a kingdom, they all wanted to watch a good show. The nobles in the south did not care about the rebellion of the nobles in the north. They even wanted them to come quickly and completely overthrow the cruel and corrupt Sulin. Of course, not all of these nobles wanted Sulin to die. Some of them surrendered to him, such as Rex, who was the Minister of Internal Affairs. This Earl Rex was the first to surrender to him. He was also very proficient in internal affairs. Now, he was handling most of the government affairs in the Kingdom of Florence. Sulin and Phyllis were just controlling the general direction. Rex stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, the rebels in the south have openly built a kingdom. This is a blatant rebellion. They even formed an army to attack. This is very strange. Although the nobles in the south were richer than the north, the south had been peaceful and prosperous for a long time. The strength of the army was very low. It was far from being a match for the northern army that often fought with the orcs. Now that they dared to take the initiative to attack, it would be strange if there was nothing strange. Sulin smiled leisurely and glanced at the nobles in the hall. There is something strange, but don't worry about it. Since they came, let's just send them to their deaths. Your Majesty, I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the army to kill all these rebels, a general said loudly. Before he finished, the generals around him all puffed out their chests and patted Sulin's chest. They all wanted to be the first to send troops to destroy the rebellion in the south. These old men who had followed Sulin since he was in the northern town had blind confidence in Sulin's strength. Many of them worshipped Sulin blindly. After so many battles, Sulin was a god in these people's eyes. They were not worried that Sulin would lose it all. On top of that, Sulin was very generous to his own people. The salary of the soldiers was very high, and they were given land. These generals were also given many castles and manors by Sulin. As long as they performed meritorious deeds, Sulin would not be stingy with the rewards. When Sulin ascended the throne last time, he rewarded 2 counts and 6 viscounts. Although these titles were not given land, they were still rewarded with many castles and manors. Now that there was a chance to fight, these generals could not wait to put on their armor and go to war. They wanted to use the heads of the rebels to increase their ranks. Sulin did not say anything. His fingers tapped on the throne rhythmically. Soon, the hall quieted down. Only the rhythmic tapping sound could be heard. Are you done? Sulin sat up straight when he saw these people had quieted down. Since you are done, I will start now. Sulin looked around and continued. Since the rebels in the south are in a hurry to die, I will personally send them on their way. The hall fell into silence, then became noisy. Your Majesty, you cannot. Your Majesty, as the king, how can you take the brunt of the arrows? As long as you give the order, I will definitely bring the Medici family back to you. Your Majesty, I am willing to share your burden. When they heard that Sulin was going to personally take action, the nobles who had already surrendered to him immediately tried to dissuade him. However, most of the nobles just pretended to persuade him. Their acting skills improved. If it was not for the fact that Sulin's system data showed that their loyalty had not reached 60, he might have believed them. Acting skills? They said it as if no one could. Sulin immediately pretended to be arrogant and said, "There is no need to persuade me. I have made up my mind. P.S. That's all for today. I will make up for the rest in a few days when I'm not busy. Thank you to Feng AI Yuanxing for your 1,500 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to 1989 for your 500 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Orochi 886 and Immortal Path for your 500 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Eve who knows how to cut vegetables. Yunjong 128, Old Chinhan, Lord Zishuan, Fangmei Nagua, Tavern Long Time Not Seen, CQS Qin Sheng, Universe Galaxy Overlord, and other book friends for their tips. Fuming thanks. Happy New Year, everyone. Love you. Mwax. Chapter 470. Sulin's gaze landed on a figure in the corner of the hall. That person nodded slightly at Sulin. He was Sulin's appointed guardian of the embroidered uniform guards. After being strengthened by the system, the embroidered uniform guards' ability to do things far surpassed their counterparts in the Ming Dynasty. There were many other places that had spies planted in the nobles' houses and even the merchants' houses in San Filto City. Their identities were all different, ranging from butlers, coachmen, guards, attendants, maids, and so on. Ever since he ascended the throne, Sulin had been suppressing these nobles step by step. Although it seemed that the thorns had been removed by Sulin and the rest were honest, he didn't think that these nobles would know their place. There was a saying that blocking someone's money was akin to killing their parents. Sulin's actions weren't just a matter of money. Even his power had been suppressed by more than half. These nobles were only forced by Sullen's ferocious might to appear honest and harmless. In reality, as long as Sulen showed his weak side, these nobles would immediately turn into tigers that ate people without spitting out the bones. Sulen was very clear about these people's ruthlessness, so he had never relaxed his surveillance of these people. Although he was not familiar with political struggles, he had watched many TV dramas in his previous life. There were many precedents to learn from. The most famous example was Emperor Chongzhen. He was fooled by others and directly abolished the imperial bodyguards. He cut off his own eyes and ears. In the end, he could only hang himself on a mountain. During this period of time, the embroidered uniform guards had gathered and summarized a large amount of information. Sulen discovered that the reason why the southern rebels had the courage to attack Sulen was because the northern nobles had made a private deal with the southern nobles. Their goal was simple. They wanted to transfer all the elite troops near San Filto City to fight a decisive battle with the southern rebels. Then, the nobles who had been accumulating their strength would stab them in the back. Although it was very risky, there wouldn't be a chance if they didn't act now. As Sulen attacked the nobles, won over the commoners, distributed farmland, and unified the tax system, the lives of the commoners at the bottom became better and better. As time passed, the commoners who benefited would support Sulen even more. It would be more difficult to overthrow him. Moreover, this was done under the premise of harming their interests. Sulen was surprised that these nobles could endure for so long before they took revenge. These nobles had long lost the elegance of their ancestors. For such a big matter like this, keeping a secret was the most important thing. But what about them? These nobles only secretly held a meeting to discuss and used the nobles' ball as a cover. They thought that they had avoided Sullen's eyes and ears. However, they didn't know that all of this had already fallen into the eyes of the embroidered uniform guards who were paying attention to these people. There was no doubt that the matters these people discussed that day would be organized into a book and sent to Sullen's study at night. As for the southern nobles, the embroidered uniform guards didn't have enough manpower and couldn't collect too much confidential information. Sulen had been looking for opportunities to weaken the strength of these nobles, but he didn't have a good excuse. Now that these nobles finally took the initiative to jump out, he didn't extinguish these things before it happened. Instead, he pushed the boat with the current to help them. As the lead actor and director of this scene, Sulen was very willing to cooperate, but his appearance fee was a little expensive. After hearing that Sulen had decided to lead the army personally, many nobles in the hall were surprised. Their original intention was to eliminate Sullen's army, but they didn't expect Sulen to go personally this time. Since this was the case, it was a good opportunity to deal with them together. As for the losses, in their eyes, it was only the southern nobles. The army recruited in San Filto City was taken away by Sulen, and the soldiers he brought from Northtown City were also taken away. Only a mere 6,000 people were left to guard the city. The entire city's defense became empty. Of course, when Sulen made the decision, there were officials who objected, saying that it would cause the city to be empty and that more nobles should be gathered to form an army. However, this suggestion was directly rejected by him. If San Filto City wasn't empty, how could those people cause trouble and bury them all? The stage was already set up, and now all that was left was for the supporting characters to start the show. There were many things that needed to be done before the army went to war. When they were in Northtown City, the number of soldiers was small, and a few hundred people could be sent out quickly. Now, there were a total of 25,000 soldiers in San Filto City. In addition, the number of civilians wasn't any less than the regular army. The daily consumption of 50,000 soldiers was a huge number. By the time they officially set out, it was already a month later. The 50,000 soldiers majestically charged towards the south of the Kingdom of Florence. The army went all the way south. About half a month later, Sulen entered the territory of the southern nobles. That was when the war officially began. "Your Majesty," Kent stepped forward and saluted. "These southern rebels have no intention of fighting a decisive battle with us. They have only been strengthening the defense and clearing the land. They seem to be luring us to go deeper." At this time, Sulen naturally wouldn't hide anything from his subordinates. He nodded and said, I know, these people are indeed luring us to go deeper. But what they didn't expect was that they weren't luring a fat sheep, but a giant dragon. Your Majesty, if we continue to go deeper, the supplies of these 50,000 soldiers won't be able to keep up. Kent said helplessly, those rebels are strengthening the defense and clearing the land. We can't even gather a single grain of food in the south. The food in the cities that they abandoned has also been transported away. How about we? Sulen understood what he meant. He wanted to directly rob the civilians in the cities. The civilians still had some food in their hands, but if he did that, even if he defeated the southern rebels in the end, he would only get 1,000 miles of barren land. So he spent so much effort just to get a piece of land that was already in ruins. Sulen didn't want a kingdom of Florence that was in ruins. What he wanted was the rich south. Sulen said with a serious expression, don't rob. You don't have to worry about the supplies. Someone will send them over soon. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing Sulen's serious expression, Ken immediately stood up straight and said. Sulen nodded with satisfaction. Do you think the southern rebels can hold on like this? Strengthening the defense and clearing the land is easy to say. How much damage will this cause? Do you think the rebels can hold on? Looking at the other generals in the tent, Sulen smiled and explained, the southern provinces have developed a lot of commerce. Most of the time, they rely on trade. If we start a war with such great fanfare, do you think the merchant caravans will still dare to do business? In addition to strengthening the defense and clearing the land, food, bridges, wells, and even the forests near the cities will be destroyed. The villages will have to migrate. This kind of destruction is enough to make them feel the pain. For those greedy nobles, short-term losses were acceptable, but that was for the sake of the rich profits later. However, once the capital invested was too much, these short-sighted nobles wouldn't accept it. So, the southern rebels wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The generals around him immediately looked at him with admiration and flattery. Those nobles who sided with Sulen even shamelessly started to flatter him. Your Majesty is wise and powerful, unparalleled in the world. You can destroy a mere rebellion with a flick of your finger. Your Majesty is indeed Your Majesty. You can't be compared to us mortals. You can see through the real situation of those rebels with just one look. Sulen shook his head. This is just my more detailed observation. It's no big deal. Although he said so, it felt good to be flattered. So, it was easy to become arrogant after being a king for a long time. Only a good man like Sulen, who could see his own heart clearly, could remain unmoved. The southern rebels lured Sulen deeper into the south. Sulen pretended not to notice anything and was very cooperative. He even deliberately sent a portion of his soldiers to take over the cities and deliberately weaken their strength. When they were 2,000 miles away from San Filto City, the people in the capital finally couldn't take it anymore and started to take action. After a supply team transporting provisions entered the southern territory, they were attacked by the southern rebel cavalry. The supply team belonged to the nobles. As a result, they naturally scattered and took away what they could and burned what they couldn't. The news of the supply team being destroyed was naturally sent back immediately. Then, the capital had to organize a new batch of supplies to send over. However, at this time, a batch of supplies had just been sent over and the new supplies were still being prepared. They couldn't be sent out in a short period of time. A series of problems arose from the recruitment of civilian workers, the mobilization of vehicles, the collection of provisions, and so on. The nobles who stayed behind began to shirk their responsibilities and find all kinds of reasons to stall for time. Although Phyllis had been dealing with government affairs for a period of time, she still had a headache facing the alliance of these old foxes. If there was enough time, she could deal with them one by one. However, the situation was urgent and there was no time for her to deal with them. As the minister who stayed behind to assist Phyllis, Rex immediately noticed that there wasn't much going on. As an old fox who had been an official for 30 years, he was naturally familiar with such tricks. In the past, there would only be one or two problems at most. How could there be problems at every step? Your Majesty, the nobles have teamed up. Rex immediately reported to Phyllis. Your Majesty is now on an expedition. If there is a problem with the logistics, the consequences will be unimaginable. Phyllis frowned. Sir Rex, do you have any good ideas? There is a way, but time is too tight. It is very likely that we won't be able to make it in time. Let's not worry about that for now. Quickly solve it. At this moment, a guard hurried over and said, Your Majesty, the brocade guards request an audience. Chapter 471. Phyllis said irritably, Can't you see that we are discussing something important here? Let them wait for a while. Your Majesty. He brought His Majesty the King's warrant. The guard quickly said, Sullen's warrant? Let them in. Phyllis suddenly reacted and said, Soon, an ordinary-looking man came into the palace. He first bowed to Phyllis solemnly and said, Your Majesty, His Majesty the King had expected this when he left, so he specially ordered me to come. Phyllis was a little surprised, but she quickly reacted. As an old fox, Rex immediately understood after hearing the words of the guard. I see. Rex nodded and said, Does His Majesty want us to capture the rebels? The guard shook his head with a smile and said, Not so. His Majesty want Her Majesty the Queen and Sir Rex to continue with what you were supposed to do. Don't let them notice anything unusual. Those who were making a move now were all small fries. The real mastermind would not expose himself so easily. These nobles who had controlled the power of Florence for hundreds of years were naturally unwilling to let their power be taken away. They were the real mastermind behind this matter. Sullen's plan was actually not complicated at all. After knowing that the nobles had begun to contact the rebels in the south, he had been preparing. Now, many of the nobles in San Filto City were involved, but there were still some who hid very well. This time, he planned to capture all of them. In addition to dealing with these nobles, Sulin also planned to kill two birds with one stone. He wanted to take this opportunity to deal with the rebels in the south. So, he deliberately gave them a chance to see hope. Then, when they were about to succeed, he would completely destroy their hope and uproot them. These nobles were already the biggest obstacle to him taking control of the Kingdom of Florence. Only by getting rid of them could the Kingdom of Florence continue to grow. Who is the general of the rebels in the south? His command is quite good. On a nameless hill in the south, two large armies were confronting each other from a few miles away. Sulin carefully observed the rebels. These rebels looked good. They were in a neat formation, and their armor was bright. Although they were not powerful soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles, they were definitely not a mob. Sulin had been through a lot of battles, so he was able to distinguish the strength of his opponents. Compared to the army behind him, the Southern Rebel Army's equipment was actually better than theirs. Looking at the current situation, the Southern Rebel Army looked like a regular army, while the army behind him looked more like a mixed army. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, the southern provinces were much richer than the northern provinces. However, apart from equipment, although the southern army's momentum was not bad, it was still lacking compared to the army behind him. The patriarch of the Medici family, Assir, was overwhelmed with emotion. Originally, their family had the lowest chance of becoming the royal family of Florence. Their family was also at the bottom of the list of elector families in the Kingdom of Florence. But now things had changed. The Henry family had no descendants, and an outsider had ascended to the throne. This was a godsend opportunity. The king, who was said to be a pioneer noble, did not understand the unspoken rules among the nobles at all. As soon as he ascended to the throne, he began to touch the cake of the other nobles. As a result, many nobles rebelled. In the end, this king was really tough. He directly led his people to destroy the nobles and even took away their territories. This was simply unimaginable among the nobles. Therefore, when the northern nobles took the initiative to contact him and said that they were willing to support him as the king, he was tempted. For this reason, he personally contacted the southern nobles and was ready to completely destroy Sulin in one fell swoop. Not long ago, he lured Sullin's army south. As northerners, Many people were not used to the climate in the south. After the battle line was long enough, he easily cut off the follow-up food supply, according to the information provided by the spies. Without food supplies, even a strong army would collapse. After the food supply was cut off, the king began to panic. He did not continue to pursue and directly led his army to retreat. However, in the face of such a rare opportunity, how could Asir let it go? He had already planned. After defeating Sulen, he would directly go to San Felto city to ascend to the throne and take over all the inheritance of the Henry family. When that time came, the Medici family would be the most powerful family in the Kingdom of Florence. Your Majesty, the enemy's general is Asir, the patriarch of the Medici family. The brocade uniform guard beside him said respectfully. So it's him. It seems that we don't have to look for him everywhere. This battle will solve the problem. Sulen nodded and said. He did not care about the 100,000 soldiers opposite him at all. But Your Majesty, we don't have enough food now. Kent said softly. The news had not spread yet, but the generals naturally knew. After all, Sulen did not hide it. Sulen flicked the whip in his hand and said softly, I know that. There is a rebellion in the capital, so the supplies there will not be coming. Kent was stunned. Sulen had always said that there was no need to worry about the supplies and that they would be sent over. Now he was told that there was no food. Your Majesty, we are already thousands of miles into the enemy's territory. Now that there is no food, how are we going to fight this battle? Judging from the king's expression, he did not seem to be worried at all. Su Luan waved his hand and signaled the army to move forward and prepare for war. He then said in a relaxed tone, "Those rebellious nobles think that they could defeat me by joining forces with the southern rebels. I've known about this for a long time. They think that they can choke me by cutting off the food supply to San Filto City and blocking the roads with ice and snow in Northtown City. They are too naive. I have more than just San Felto City and North City. There were 25,000 soldiers in the regular army and 50,000 strong men in total. Although they were not as strong as North City's army, there were thousands of knights and hundreds of head knights and knight commanders. With Sullen's help, there was no way the 100,000 strong army could win unless all of them were knights. The only way to win was to stall Sullen's army and cut off their food supply so that they would collapse without a fight. This time, with the help of a spy, it seemed that they had succeeded on the surface, but it was only on the surface. Sullen had already cleared out his storage dimension before he left. There were 100 cubic meters of military food in his storage dimension. Sullen made this military food using potatoes. He would dry the potatoes and grind them into powder. Then he would add oil, salt, diced meat, vegetables, and many other spices to make this military food. This military food could provide a soldier with all kinds of energy for a day. 1 pound per person was enough. 1 cubic meter of military food was about 1,200 kilograms. 100 cubic meters of military food was 120 tons. It was enough to feed the 50,000 soldiers for a week. Apart from that, he also asked Marquis Savoy's territory to send out a reinforcement from Cult City with a large amount of supplies. Sullen also left a backup plan. He made a teleportation coordinate. If he needed it, he could ask Hathaway to teleport a large amount of food over. None of the nobles in San Felto City knew about this. Sullen was not worried about the lack of food at all. Besides, he did not have enough food. 1 week was enough for him to defeat the enemy. If he ran out of food, how could the 100,000 strong army run out of food? Sullen said with a playful expression, "They think they can win if they stall us. Aren't we also preparing to quell the rebellion in the south? Let's go." Sullen looked at the army with high morale and gave the order. "Raise your spirits. Raise the morale. Group haste. Group enchanted weapon. Group bears endurance." Beams of light rose from Sullen's body. The strength of the vanguard of the army instantly increased by a large margin. The army, which had been holding back for a long time, suddenly erupted. The 25,000 soldiers split into 3 groups and advanced together. On the other side, Asir looked at the approaching army and suddenly panicked. The enemy army did not collapse like he expected. Instead, they took the initiative to attack. Just as he had a bad premonition, the two armies collided, but the result shocked the southern rebels. The opposing army cut through them like they were vegetables, instantly tearing holes in their formation. In order to prepare for this battle, Sulin purposely let the elite soldiers of North Town take the lead. These soldiers were at least Grand Knights. They were wearing excellent armor and holding sharp blades. After being buffed with spells, they were like little superhumans. Against the rebels, who were at most novice knights, it was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. They easily saw through the enemy's formation. The army behind them swarmed forward. The rebels in the south were forced to retreat. In less than 10 minutes, the vanguard began to collapse. When Sulin saw this, he did not want to miss this opportunity. He immediately ordered the army to press forward. The long period of peace had weakened the rebels in the south. Even though they had been trained and reorganized, they were still weaker than the northern army, not to mention the elites of Northtown City. The army continued to drive the defeated rebels forward. Asir, who lacked battle experience and wisdom, wanted to drive the defeated rebels forward. However, as soon as the order was given, the army behind the rebels was also scattered. Seeing this, Sulin knew that the result of this battle was already decided. In the wilderness, the rebels were running everywhere. Out of 100,000 soldiers, only 5,000 of them were defeated. In the end, it led to a complete collapse. Sulin was shocked that the rebels in the south were defeated so easily. Chapter 472. Su Luan was surprised by the extent of the corruption of the southern nobles. They dared to rebel at such a level. Of the 100,000 soldiers, only 7,000 or 8,000 were killed, and the rest fled in defeat. At this time, the battlefield was in chaos. Scattered soldiers were everywhere. Under the leadership of the northern citadel's elites, the army chased the scattered soldiers away like ducks. Sulin was experienced in battle. He commanded the army to attack the weak points of the southern rebel army. Most of the time, people had the misconception that the commander of the southern rebel army, Asir, was one of them. He had never led a large army in battle, and it was already very good that he could lead 100,000 soldiers. But when the battle really started, he would make stupid moves and fall into a dilemma. The difference between a famous general and a normal general was that they could create opportunities, seize the enemy's weakness, and concentrate their forces to attack the enemy's weak points. Apart from a small number of truly talented generals, the vast majority of famous generals relied on accumulated experience to improve their judgment. When it came to experience, no one on the battlefield was more experienced than Sulin. After the front line was defeated, Sulin saw the weakness of the southern rebel army. As the commander, Asir panicked. He gave a dozen orders in a row, and the result was that the army became even more chaotic. Seeing this situation, Sulin directly sent the cavalry to take the opportunity to rush forward. The waves of attacks came one after another and completely defeated the southern rebels. The more the defeated army was defeated, the more the defeated army would be hit by the seawater. Generally, people had a herd mentality. When the defeated army reached a certain scale, they would directly take the army that had not collapsed and flee together with it. After the southern rebel army collapsed, Su Luan released all of his troops to expel and capture them. Su Luan didn't kill all of these defeated troops. In his opinion, these 100,000 troops were all able-bodied laborers. It would be a waste to kill all of them. Beifeng Principality was still short of manpower. Even if all of them were sent there, it wouldn't be enough. Of course, Sulin also paid attention to the nobles. These southern nobles were all very rich. Sulin planned to squeeze some money out of them. Sulin could be said to be spending money like water. This time, he came to the south to make a big splash. Just as Sulin chased the southern rebel army away like ducks, the big show in San Filto City began. At this time, in a luxurious manner in San Filto City, the nobles who had been preparing for a long time had received news that Sulin's army was entangled with the southern noble army. Therefore, these nobles who were about to lose their patience were ready to take action. These nobles had long lost the bravery of their ancestors. However, each family still had a few experts. Moreover, they also had a lot of private soldiers. Apart from private soldiers, they also had a lot of knights. The strength of a noble was limited. However, with a dozen or more noble families added together, it was not a problem to pull out an army of a few thousand people. These nobles didn't need to work. Instead, they enjoyed themselves from day to night. If they wanted to support their large families and their many servant armies, they couldn't rely on farming alone. Therefore, these nobles had a lot of mines and shops. Farming was only a small part of it. Hundreds of years of accumulation was not just for show. For this day, these nobles took out a lot of gold and silver to bribe the remaining troops. The San Filto city's army, from the captains to the generals, were all brought by Sulen from the northern city. How could they be bribed? However, if they couldn't be bribed, they wouldn't be able to act out the rest of the scene. Therefore, under Sulen's arrangements, they naturally pretended to be bribed by these nobles. After the Reformation, the military system in San Filto city was very strict. There was a strict limit to the number of private soldiers the nobles could have. Even the weapons and armors they could have were limited. Normal swords were not prohibited, but bows and armors were not allowed. However, this was not a problem for the nobles. After all, many nobles had blacksmiths at home. Although they didn't have a lot of armors, they could still gather a few dozen sets. With this army and some ordinary citizens, they could easily pull out tens of thousands of soldiers. It was enough to take down San Filto city, which was empty of soldiers. The large army gathered, and then there were spies who came to the city gate. Countless soldiers quickly surrounded the palace. The north wind whistled and night fell. However, the city was brightly lit. Soldiers holding torches poured out of the city. The shining swords reflected their ferocious and distorted faces. The citizens in the city had already shut their doors and trembled as they watched through the cracks of their doors. They were afraid that these soldiers would rush into their houses. These soldiers couldn't care less about them now. They all looked at the palace with greedy eyes. This was the king's home. As long as they could break in, they could have all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry. All kinds of beautiful ladies and rare treasures would be theirs. For this operation, the nobles had put in a lot of effort. Not only did they take out a lot of gold and silver, but they also sent out their powerful subordinates. They were very clear about the strength of Sulen's army. Without powerful knights, it was almost impossible to break in. With a command, the impatient soldiers rushed forward excitedly and tried to take over the palace by force. The flames flickered and the sounds of fighting shook the sky. The entire city fell into a chaotic battle at this moment. Many of the nobles who had participated in the operation were excited beyond words. They brought their subordinates to the palace and were ready to witness the fall of this place that symbolized the king's power. A ray of light descended from the sky. Then a light blue energy barrier rose in the palace. It was like an inverted jade bowl, enveloping the entire palace. Seeing this scene, the nobles suddenly felt a sense of unease. Although they weren't wizards, they could clearly recognize that this was a spell that only those mysterious wizards could cast. The entire night sky was illuminated by this gorgeous energy barrier, but the nobles' faces turned pale. How could this spell be broken? At this moment, there were waves of killing sounds coming from behind. The soldiers at the back cried and fled in panic. They were no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Those who fell behind were directly beheaded. These soldiers only hated that their parents didn't give birth to them with 2 more legs. At the same time, the palace gates suddenly opened. Groups of soldiers rushed out of the palace. There were barbarians, dwarves, and even half-elves. Although there weren't many of them, they directly crushed the army outside. The nobles had nowhere to run and were defeated. Sulen looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He had a strong and slender body, a head full of blonde hair, and a handsome face. Although he was already middle-aged, he looked very charming. He was completely in line with the beauty standards of those noble ladies. Marquis Asir, this should be the first time we've met. Sulen picked up a piece of barbecued meat. and took a big bite. He looked at the Medici family head who was tied up and kneeling at the bottom of the steps with a playful expression and said in a frivolous tone, although he was in a sorry state, Marquis Assir didn't panic. He still looked elegant. Your Majesty Sulin, I am a noble, and I am the Emperor's chosen Marquis of Florence. I request to be treated according to my status. The way you treat me is completely unbefitting of a noble. Oh, now you know that you are a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. A Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis. What a great noble, Sulin said in an exaggerated tone. But why is a great noble like you, a Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis, kneeling here? Sulin said with a mocking expression. Don't you know in your heart, you have already rebelled, and you still think that you are a noble of the Kingdom of Florence? You want to be treated like a noble? You want to eat sh*t. Your Majesty Sulin, according to the noble inheritance law, you are not a direct descendant of the Henry royal family. You have no right to inherit at all. According to the inheritance law, as a Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis, I have the right to inherit the throne. So you are kneeling here. Sulin interrupted him directly. In the battle that day, the army of 100,000 was just for show. They were almost defeated in front of Sulin's rebel army. As the commander-in-chief, he was taken special care of. When he escaped, there was a stupid guard who followed him all the way with a flag, completely exposing his route. In the end, he was caught by the enemy before he could run far. After all, the army he led was not tempered by war at all. They were not strong enough. After encountering the elites of the northern city, they were completely suppressed. If it was a defensive battle, they might be able to hold on for a while with the help of the city wall. However, in a wild battle, they were all wiped out in one battle. From noon to night, the defeated army was everywhere in the mountains. After the battle, the army of 100,000 disappeared. Among them, there were at least 50, if not 100, nobles who were captured. Who asked these nobles to rely on their numbers? They thought that the other side was short of food, so they all dressed up in gaudy clothes. They wanted to show off their heroism after the victory, but in the end they dressed too extravagantly and became targets on the battlefield. Since you want to be treated as a noble, it is not impossible. Sulin put down the barbecue and took the towel from the guard to wipe his hands. According to your title, how much kinnar do you need to pay to be treated as a noble? 200,000 kinnar, Assir said with a painful expression. What are you waiting for? Let go of Marquis Assir. Sulin yelled at the two soldiers beside him. Look at how tight the rope is. Hurry up and untie him. Our Marquis Assir has never suffered like this before. How can you be so careless? The two soldiers beside him quickly untied the ropes on Assir's body. Marquis Assir has suffered. It's all our fault. Sulin looked at Marquis Assir with a smile, like he was looking at a mountain of gold. Chapter 473. With Isis as an example, the rest of the nobles expressed their willingness to pay the ransom. After a rough calculation, Sulin received a shocking number. The total ransom of these nobles was almost 5 million kinnar. However, Sulin did not plan to let them go so easily. He asked these nobles to write letters to their families to send the ransom. After receiving these letters, the nobles who were still trembling in fear heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they accepted the ransom, it would be easy. Although they had to pay a large sum of money, it was still better than being accused of rebellion and stripped of their titles. They immediately opened their treasure vaults and took out a large amount of kinnar to pay the ransom. Soon, Sulin's camp received a shocking amount of kinnar. After receiving the ransom, Sulin did not immediately release the nobles. He did not plan to let these rebels go so easily. Moreover, these fertile lands in the south were too cheap for them. It was better for him to take control of them. Therefore, after the nobles paid the ransom and let their guard down, Sulin's army quietly spread out to the surrounding cities and attacked at the agreed time. The soldiers suffered heavy losses. Under the lack of vigilance, more than 10 southern cities were conquered overnight. Sulin completely bared his fangs. However, Although he had conquered more than 10 cities, there were more cities in the south that were still controlled by the rebels. However, the combat power of Sulen's army had completely shocked these people. They did not dare to attack again, because Sulen did not have enough soldiers. Conquering more than 10 cities was already the limit. Therefore, he did not launch another attack. Instead, he took the opportunity to quickly digest the spoils of war that he had just received. At the same time, Sulen took out the ransom that he had just received and began to recruit soldiers again. While recruiting, Sulen began to transfer more soldiers from the northern city. The northern city had more than 10,000 soldiers before, but after a few transfers, there were less than 5,000 soldiers left. More than half of them were new soldiers. The rest of the soldiers were sent to San Filto through the teleportation circle. The rebellion in San Filto had ended long ago. The rebellion that the nobles had prepared did not cause any waves at all. Whether it was the nobles' private soldiers, recruited soldiers, or even bribed soldiers, they were all defeated in one blow. The nobles who participated in the rebellion were all driven crazy by the well-prepared embroidered uniform guards. For a time, the prisons in the city were overcrowded. With so many nobles captured, all sorts of confessions were interrogated by the embroidered uniform guards. The culprit, who had been hiding under the water, could no longer hide and was quickly captured. This time, about half of the nobles in the Kingdom of Florence were directly implicated. In addition to arresting people, they also obtained a lot of money and land. At the same time, the power of the nobles was also dealt a blow by Sulen. After this incident, the number of nobles in the Kingdom of Florence was reduced by half. The influence of the nobles was greatly weakened. Moreover, those who dared to resist were mostly captured. The remaining ones were all very obedient. Apart from that, Sulen had also begun to promulgate laws that restricted the rights of the nobles. Although the laws did not completely eliminate the nobles, it was impossible for them to be as powerful as before. Sulen dealt with these people very decisively. Needless to say, those who were deeply involved were directly stripped of their titles. The main culprit was sentenced to death by hanging. As for those who were implicated, all their property was confiscated and they were punished to be slaves. When spring came next year, they would be sent to work in the northern town city. This incident could implicate at least tens of thousands of people and send them to the northern town city. With these people, the rapid development of the northern town city was already a matter of certainty. Just as Sulen was digesting the spoils of war, the rebellious nobles in the south began to send messengers to negotiate. These people had already realized the gap between them and Sulen. After being beaten up, they also woke up. This negotiation was to admit defeat. If they continued to fight, although they could win, it would take a lot of time. Another reason was that several countries bordering the south of Florence had recently begun to stir. If Sulen pressed too hard, who knew if these nobles would directly cooperate with the surrounding countries? By then, things would be troublesome. Therefore, after some consideration, Sulen decided to negotiate, but the requirements of the negotiation were much stricter. At the very least, these nobles had to pay a heavy price. After handing over the peace negotiations, Sulen also returned to San Filto City. After the war of 100,000 people ended, Sulen heard the system prompt sound in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have won a glorious victory. Under your command, your army has defeated the southern rebel army despite being outnumbered. At the same time, you have suppressed the rebel army within the royal city. You have obtained 63,000 EXP. You have obtained 1 platinum treasure chest. You have obtained 3 rubies. Battle ended. January 1689 of the new moon calendar. In the Kingdom of Florence, the nobles in the capital who were dissatisfied with you colluded with the nobles in the south and started a great rebellion. You and your army fought calmly and successfully crushed the enemy's scheme. You have also defeated the rebels in the south in the field, obtaining victory in the entire battle and forcing the other nobles in the south to submit to you. Your name has started to spread in the surrounding countries. Prestige plus 15. Hearing the notifications of his attributes, Sulin opened up his storage space. This time around, he had only received a platinum treasure chest and a few magic gemstones. His gains could only be said to be better than nothing. However, the enemies this time around were not strong enough. They did not even have a single legend, and the strongest were merely conferred knights and knight commanders. The 60,000 experience points were only given due to the fact that there were enough enemies this time around. Fang Xingjian casually opened the platinum treasure chest, and a series of beautiful special effects flashed by. The system's cold voice rang out in his ears. "Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item Demonized Oak Tree Seed." A strange seed appeared before his eyes. Sulin picked it up. This seed was about the size of a walnut and was silvery white in color. There were some strange patterns on the surface of the seed, and it looked very beautiful. With one look, Fang Xingjian could tell that this seed was no ordinary item. Demonized Oak Tree Plant. This is a strange seed that requires a special environment in order for it to take root and germinate. After that, it will grow and become a demonized oak tree. The demonized oak tree possesses mysterious powers. Host, please explore on your own. Explore on my own? What the heck? Sulin looked back and forth at the silver-white seed in front of him, which was surrounded by a layer of strange power, protecting the seed from harm. The result of the system's identification was also vague. Sulin was also curious about this seed. However, there was nothing he could do about it now. If he wanted to plant this seed, he would need to find a suitable place. Ordinary places would not allow it to germinate. Sulin gave it some thought and kept the seed. He planned to send the seed to the secret realm to test it out after returning to Northern Garrison City. After staying in San Filto City for 2 days, Sulin brought Phyllis along to have a deep and simple conversation. After that, he went to Northern Garrison City in a carefree mood. The biggest harvest this time, other than a dozen cities, was a large amount of kinner. This time, Sulin obtained a total of 10 million kinner. With so many kinner, it greatly alleviated Northern Garrison City's financial problems. Moreover, Sulin was also preparing to continue building the Miracle Building. Last time, he obtained the Qilin Horn. He already had the blueprint for the Qilin Pavilion. However, he did not have enough funds at that time. Now that he had the funds, he could buy all kinds of materials. Therefore, the Qilin Pavilion could also be built. The location that Sulin chose for the Qilin Pavilion was near the military camp. The terrain here was broad. After confirming the location, Northern Garrison City's huge construction team immediately began to work. All kinds of materials and building materials were continuously transported over. After that, construction began under Sulin's command. The Qilin Pavilion did not occupy a large area. However, the attic shape was grand and imposing. It used a large amount of high-quality wood. This was a 3-story brick attic. The attic was richly ornamented. On top of it, there were many carvings of rare beasts. Fortunately, Northern Garrison City's craftsmen were all experienced masters. Otherwise, this kind of attic might not be able to be completed. After handing over the blueprint to the construction leader, Sulin left the construction site. He brought the demonized oak tree seed to Northern Wind Pagoda. Sulin went straight to the astrology platform in the pagoda. When he arrived at the astrology platform, Hathaway was reclining on a reclining chair and flipping through a magic book. After seeing Sulin arrive, her face revealed a trace of joy. However, it quickly disappeared. "How come you have time to come here today?" Hathaway put down the book and raised her head to take a look at him. The corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a tranquil smile. Her eyes moved, and her rosy cherry lips lightly opened. Sulin shrugged his shoulders and very casually sat on the reclining chair. Hathaway's beautiful big eyes rolled her eyes at him. After that, she leaned her body to the side and made some space for him. Sulin comfortably leaned against her and sat down. Although the chaise lounge was rather spacious, it was still a bit crowded when 2 people sat on it. A burst of male scent assaulted her face. Although she was already very familiar with it, Hathaway's face still flashed with a trace of blush. Sulin sniffed the faint, delicate fragrance that came from the tip of his nose. He felt the astonishing elasticity and softness of her body. Hathaway's body carried a delicate fragrance. Her soft long hair casually draped down. Her white as jade-like skin was as delicate as a baby's. As if sensing Sullen's gaze, some small goosebumps slowly appeared on Hathaway's arms. After a while, Sulin withdrew his gaze. Then he took out an exquisite box and lowered it in front of Hathaway. I obtained a strange seed this time. Take a look and see if it's useful. Sulin said close to Hathaway's ear. He opened the box and revealed the silver seed inside. His scorching breath blew on the side of her face and earrings. Hathaway's white, as jade-like skin also slowly rose a little bit. Sulin stared at the woman with astonishing attractiveness and seduction in front of him. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. Chapter 474. A silver ray of light shone and appeared. The silver enchanted seed reflected a beautiful light. Even the most knowledgeable witches were attracted by this strange seed. What kind of seed is this? Hathaway reached out and picked up the seed. It is said to be the seed of an enchanted oak tree. Sulin stretched his body, raised his arm, and dropped it. Naturally, it went through Hathaway's back and reached her waist. Hathaway's body trembled slightly, but she did not reject it. She continued to look down at the seed. Sulin wrapped his arm around Hathaway's slender waist and pulled her tall body into his arms. Hathaway rolled her eyes at him and continued to look at the enchanted seed. This seed has a strong vitality. Hathaway said in surprise after she sent her magic power into it to examine it. It's just a little strange. There's a layer of energy field on the surface of this seed. Before this energy field dissipates, it can't be planted. Sulin said, this layer of energy field has a chance to disappear when the seed is in a suitable place. I plan to plant this seed in the secret realm. What do you think? I just tested it. This seed is not dangerous. As long as we are careful, there won't be any big problems. But I suggest that we isolate it first. Hathaway's cheeks were flushed. Sullen's warm palm slowly climbed up like a snake. His fingertips brushed across Hathaway's smooth and soft skin. He could feel the temperature of Hathaway's body rising, and the delicate fragrance of her body was getting stronger. At the same time, he inadvertently licked her small and cute earlobe. Phew! Hathaway's breathing was obviously a little faster, and her eyes seemed to become like a pool of spring water at this moment. Although her eyes fell on the silver seed in her hand, she seemed to be absent-minded. Sullen's palm slid upward. His fingers crossed the plane and soon began to climb the peak. Hathaway felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and her breathing became faster. At this moment, Hathaway's breathing suddenly stopped. Sullen's palm was holding a soft peach. The touch was smoother than silk and as gentle as jade. He loved it so much that he could not put it down. The steering wheel was kneaded into various shapes. Sulin used his arm to directly carry Hathaway's light body. Then, he walked into a room at the side. Soon, a burst of sobbing sounds floated out from the astrology platform. Sullen's purple lightning thunder dragon spear swept through thousands of troops with unparalleled penetrative power. Hathaway's protective shield collapsed under this kind of attack. However, facing Sullen's rapid advance, Hathaway did not give up resisting. She also began to resist with the wizard's hand. However, how could it withstand a giant tongue whip? Sulin brought out his specialty, the Seven Snakes Coiling Spear. He quickly charged 3 times without any cooldown time, and then violently attacked with the Overlord's Spear Rush. Even legendary spellcasters were beaten to a pulp. After activating their ultimate move, they were invincible. Then, it was an earth-shattering battle of tens of thousands of words. In the end, Sulin won a complete victory. Early the next morning, Sulin brought Hathaway back to the secret realm. The secret realm was still full of flowers, and there were no changes due to the wind and snow outside. Groups of winged ones were busy in the flower field not far away. On the other side, a few clay golems were working, The whole secret realm was full of vitality. The secret realm produced a lot of magic materials every month. However, because of the lack of manpower, there were still many places in the secret realm that had not been repaired. Many of the planting areas were still barren. The operation of a secret realm required a lot of manpower. The work in the secret realm was dangerous. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to do it. At the same time, some magic knowledge and the ability to cast spells were needed. With Sullen's current foundation, he could not do it. Sulin and Hathaway came to the control center of the secret realm. He asked Tower Spirit Number 1 to display a three-dimensional map of the entire secret realm. He was going to mark out a piece of land in the secret realm and use it to plant the enchanted oak. With the help of Tower Spirit Number 1, Sulin quickly chose a place. The area of the land was neither big nor small. It was about 1,000 square meters. The surrounding area had been isolated by a spatial isolation circle. At the same time, there was an energy channel connected to the elemental pool to provide enough energy. Sulin deliberately built a small pool here. The water in it was the energy water that was drawn from the elemental pool. After the planting environment was ready, Sulin took out the silver seed. After injecting energy into the seed, he put the seed in the pool. After the seed entered the spring water, the strange energy field that shrouded the seed quickly dissipated. Then, to Suluin's surprise, the seed that had just sprouted grew uncontrollably. The seed buds broke out of the soil and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became a small sapling. Then, the elemental water in the pool was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the elemental water in the pool was exhausted. Seeing this, Sulin immediately ordered Tower Spirit Number 1 to open the energy channel. Soon, the blue elemental water poured into the pool. With the influx of elemental water, the sapling grew rapidly again. In just a few minutes, the sapling grew into a tree more than 10 meters tall. At this time, the growth of the oak tree finally began to slow down. However, even though it had slowed down a little, its growth rate was still dozens of times faster than its normal growth rate. In the next few days, with the energy supply from the elemental pool, the oak finally grew to about 20 meters tall. Its branches and leaves were lush and green. A strange energy appeared around the demonized oak tree. This energy was somewhat different from mana. It was gentler and purer, with a natural aura. This aura made people feel very comfortable. Although it had grown to more than 20 meters, the oak was still not mature. However, its growth rate had returned to normal. It could only grow slowly. This is a nature oak. Hathaway looked at the tree in front of her in surprise. Nature oak? What's that? Sulin looked at Hathaway in confusion. The nature oak is a magical plant cultivated by the elves. Hathaway reached out and enchanted the trunk of the oak. She continued, "You should have heard of the legend of the Tree of Life or the World Tree, right?" "Of course I have. The World Tree is said to be the divine tree that created the world. The Tree of Life is the treasure of the High Elves." "You mean this tree is?" Sulin immediately understood. "What are you thinking about?" Hathaway rolled her eyes at Sulin. She continued, "Not to mention the World Tree. Even the Tree of Life can't grow in a space like the Arcana realm. The World Tree is a divine object that only exists in legends. No one has ever seen it before. Legend has it that the Tree of Life grows in the ancestral land of the elves. Other than a few gold elves among the High Elves, no other elves can get close to it, let alone us. The World Tree was said to have been destroyed during the War of the Gods. It was cut down by the gods, leaving only some withered branches and leaves, which were taken away by some people. The Tree of Life was very precious. The High Elves had always wanted to plant one, but they had never succeeded. Later, the High Elves began to use the branches of the Tree of Life and other trees to cultivate. It was said that some of the branches of the World Tree were also used. This method of cultivation eventually succeeded, but also failed. The newly cultivated plants were not as powerful as the elves had expected. Although they inherited a part of it, they were severely weakened in all aspects. The nature oak could change the surrounding environment and make it more habitable. At the same time, It could purify corrosion and increase the concentration of natural energy. Although it was not as good as the Tree of Life, many elven villages would plant one. Elven villages would also be built around nature oaks. During the Elven Empire, every elven village would have a nature oak. After the Elven Empire collapsed, many nature oaks were cut down and burned. Although the nature oak was not as powerful as the world tree, it still inherited some of the world tree's abilities. For example, it could form a nature domain around itself. Casting nature spells or druid spells here would be enhanced. Sulen did not expect this seed to be a nature oak. Since the Elven Empire was destroyed, many nature oaks were destroyed. This plant was very precious among the elves. Now, there was one growing in the Arcana realm. Nature oak. Legend has it that the branches of the world tree and the Tree of Life were used to cultivate an advanced plant. It was widely planted throughout the continent during the Elven Empire. It has the effect of purifying the environment and improving nature. Energy purification plus 35, nature force plus 33, nature domain plus 10, health growth plus 18, bloodline evolution plus 6. Only applicable to nature elemental creatures. Environment compatibility plus 33. Sulen was a bit surprised after seeing the nature oak's attributes. This kind of nature oak could promote bloodline evolution. No wonder the elves planted it in every village. At the beginning, the ancient elves' bloodline was the same as the dragons, which was the golden bloodline. However, as time passed, their bloodline began to deteriorate. For example, the normal elves' bloodline had already deteriorated to bronze, which was not much different from humans' bloodline. However, with this nature oak, their bloodline would slowly improve. Although it would be difficult to evolve, at least it would not continue to deteriorate. This was very important to the elves. However, this bloodline evolution was only limited to nature elemental creatures. In a northern city, only the half-elves and Pegasi met this requirement. Chapter 475. Bloodline evolution was a rare ability. The nature oak's ability was only effective on elves and half-elves. It had limited effect on Sulen. As for letting the half-elves live here, Sulen planned to use it as a reward. Only the half-elves who had made great contributions could live here. With this nature oak, the half-elves' loyalty to Sulen would increase again. Sulen believed that the half-elves would work hard for a long time. As the nature breath on the oak spread, Sulen and Hathaway felt some changes in their bodies. Although Sulen had successfully merged with the divinity after absorbing it last time, the pollution in the divinity was not completely removed. The divinity of the brain hunter contained a large amount of evil, madness, lust, violence, and destruction. It could easily interfere with one's mind. After Sulen's methods, most of these negative energies had been removed. According to the original speed, it would take at least half a month to remove all the pollution. But just now, all the pollution in his body had been cleansed. Feeling the changes in his body, Sulen's eyes flashed with joy. The nature oak could actually cleanse the pollution in his body. This was great news for Sulen. With the purification effect of the nature oak, he could continue to extract the remaining divinity of the brain hunter. This purification effect was not only effective on Sulen, but also on Hathaway. As a wizard, Hathaway had taken many potions. Some of these potions were used to heal injuries, while others were used to increase strength. Normal potions had side effects, not to mention this kind of potion. Although the side effects had been reduced to a very low level after Hathaway's treatment, there were still a lot of side effects accumulated in her body over the years. This kind of poison caused the energy in her body to not be pure enough. Basically, all wizards had this problem. Now, the poison in Hathaway's body had been completely cleansed. As a legendary wizard, Hathaway was very sensitive to the changes in her body. Soon, she felt that her body had become more pure. Sulen and Hathaway waited for a while before leaving the secret realm and returning to the North Wind Tower. After Sulen returned, he hurriedly took out the divine crystal of the brain hunter sealed in the wizard tower. He was ready to extract the divinity from it again. After taking out the divine crystal, Sulin and Hathaway came to the astrology platform. They were very familiar with extracting divinity. They directly connected the galaxy to the elemental pool, and powerful elemental energy instantly appeared on the astrology platform. At this time, the rune circle under their feet also lit up. Hathaway gently waved her hand, and a delicate magic staff appeared in her hand. Seal, rise. Along with a huge energy, a mighty torrent of magic power appeared. Hathaway's figure was lifted into the air by this power, and a silver chain quickly formed. At this time, Sulin also took out the divine crystal. With a light flick of his finger, the divine crystal fell into the seal. Hathaway nodded at Sulin. Sulin took a deep breath and stood on another rune circle. The huge elemental energy was instantly activated, and the rune circle lit up. Soul extraction. In an instant, the powerful elemental energy turned into chains and sank into the divine crystal. Then, a huge energy burst out. The chains slowly pulled and dragged the soul of the brain hunter out of the divine crystal. The ferocious-looking brain hunter was dragged out little by little. The brain hunter struggled to escape, but as soon as it moved, more rune chains wrapped around it and completely suppressed it. Soul extraction. A purple-brown soul energy was extracted and then integrated into Sullin's body. It contained the soul, energy, and divinity of the brain hunter. Sulin calmed his mind, extracted the soul energy, and resealed it. Then he integrated the divinity into his body. As the soul energy was extracted, the soul of the brain hunter began to become more transparent. At the same time, a trace of pale golden energy began to slowly enter Sullin's body. The original divinity in Sullin's body was also stimulated at this moment, guiding the divinity into his body. A trace of pale golden appeared in Sullin's blood, and even the divinity in his soul became more radiant. As the divinity was integrated bit by bit, Sulin quickly felt bloated again. When he felt that the divinity was absorbed to the peak, Sulin directly stopped the soul extraction. At this time, the originally solid soul of the brain hunter had become faintly discernible. After 2 extractions, the soul of the brain hunter had become very weak. There was only a little divinity left. The soul crystal that Sulin used to preserve the soul energy of the brain hunter had also become legendary. As long as the remaining soul energy was integrated, the soul crystal would become advanced legendary. Hathaway skillfully used the demon sealing formation to reseal the divine crystal. Sulin also came to the seclusion room and began to remove the evil energy. At the same time, he removed the various negative thoughts in the divinity. When he came out of the seclusion room, the negative energy in his body was very faint. The remaining polluted energy needed to be slowly removed. The last stubborn energy would be purified by the nature oak in the secret realm. After integrating the divinity, Sulin had 9 points of divinity. He was only 1 step away from becoming a demigod. After stretching his body, Sulin left the northern wind tower and went to the Chelan Pavilion in the northern town to inspect. The Chelan Pavilion did not occupy a large area. After a long period of training, the workers in the northern town had rich experience and superb skills. It was not difficult to build the Chelan Pavilion. After inspecting it and finding no problems, Sulin left with satisfaction. Speaking of the buildings in the northern town, the Chelan Pavilion occupied the smallest area and was also the easiest to build. According to the progress of the project, it would be completed in about a week. After inspecting the city, Sulin returned to the palace. During this period of time, there were many things to do. The rebels in the south were still negotiating, and the rebels in the northern town of Coldwind were finally coming to an end. Originally, after the rebels lost 5 high-grade wizards, the Marquis of Savoy had broken through the pass. However, at this time, snow had started to fall in the northern town. It was very difficult to move again in such weather. As a result, the time was delayed for a while, And finally, Cold Wind City was completely taken care of. Alex and Karina also returned to Northgard City after completing their quests. After resting in the northern town for 2 days, Sulin decided to build an obsidian workshop. The production of obsidian required magma, which was very common in areas with frequent volcanoes. However, there were no volcanoes in the northern town. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the fire elemental plane to capture 2 magma elementals. The temperature in the fire elemental plane was very high. Ordinary people could not survive for more than a minute. The temperature in the fire elemental plane was the lowest. Many things were needed to survive in such a harsh environment. After hearing that Sulin wanted to go to the fire elemental plane, Hathaway spent a lot of time in elves to make a high-grade fire-resistant ring. Interplanar travel was not easy. Sulin was only a high-grade wizard, so he could not travel between planes. However, Hathaway was already a legendary wizard. With Hathaway's power, he could also travel between planes. The environment in the fire elemental plane was very harsh. It was very dangerous for anyone below the legendary rank to enter, so this time only Sulin went. Hathaway made an interplanar teleportation circle in the astrology station to connect to the fire elemental plane. Through this planar teleportation array, Sulin could be teleported to the fire elemental plane. At the same time, this planar teleportation array had a time limit. The return coordinates had been set at the same time as the teleportation array. As long as the time was up or Sulin wanted to return, he could directly activate the spatial coordinates left on him and be teleported back by the planar teleportation array. After a few days, all the preparations were done. Hathaway and Sulin came to the astrology station, where the interplanar teleportation circle was ready. Sulin took a deep breath, stood in the center of the teleportation circle, and nodded to Hathaway. Hathaway took out her magic staff and gently tapped it on the ground. A powerful elemental energy instantly poured into the teleportation circle through the energy channel. The powerful energy tore the space apart, and a portal appeared in front of them. Sulin cast a few defensive spells on himself and walked into the portal. The dazzling light of teleportation rose, and Sulin's figure disappeared in front of them. Sulin only felt a strong sense of dizziness, and then his eyes lit up. A wave of heat washed over him, and all he could see was fiery red. The sky, the earth, and the mountains were all burning with fire. Everything in the fire elemental plane was shining with fire. The ground was nothing more than flattened flames and ashes, and the air was restless from the erupting firestorms. The most common liquid was lava, not water. Oceans were formed by flowing flames, and mountains were leaking lava. The first time he came to the fire elemental plane, Sulin felt an intense burning sensation. Although he had already cast a few spells on himself and had a high-grade fire resistance ring, he still couldn't completely resist the high temperature. Just the outermost layer of the fire elemental plane had a temperature of 800 degrees. Ordinary people would directly burn to death if they came here, and most things in the material world would directly burn if they came here. And in the depths of the fire elemental plane, it was normal for the temperature to reach tens of thousands of degrees. Even steel would become as soft as mud and would quickly melt when it was brought here. Ordinary weapons couldn't be used here, and the temperature was very high. Directly breathing would cook the respiratory tract and lungs. Moreover, the air was full of poisonous gases, so they could only use wind elemental power to breathe. Chapter 476. Although he was buffed by all kinds of spells, the surrounding environment was still scorching hot. The surrounding fire elements were rich to an astonishing degree, while the water elements were almost non-existent. In such an environment, using fire elemental spells would yield twice the result with half the effort, but using water elemental spells would consume several times more mana, and their power would also weaken. Just as Sulin arrived in this world, a few fire elementals roaming in the surroundings rushed toward Sulin. Fire elementals were the most irascible of the four elements, and these low-level fire elementals were simple-minded and filled with the desire to destroy. Their only purpose was to set everything on fire. Seeing these 4 to 5 meter tall fire elementals rushing over, Sulin waved his hand and took out the Storm War Halberd. In the fire elemental plane, the strength of fire elementals would increase, and the most direct indication was their size. In a material plane, these low-level fire elementals were around 2 meters tall, but in this place they were generally around 4 meters tall. The Storm War Halberd was covered in lightning, leaving behind afterimages as it instantly hit the cores of the surrounding fire elementals. The fire elementals let out howls of grief as they directly dissipated. A few fire elemental crystals fell down, and Sulin caught them. The drop rate of elemental crystals here was much higher than in the material plane. The fire elemental plane didn't only have elemental life forms. There were also a large number of foreign life forms living here, such as fire lizards, fire dwarves, fire crows, and so on. The most powerful among them were the fire deities. The fire deities had built a huge city here, the Brass City. This city floated above a sea of fire, and not only did the fire deities live in this city, but there were also a large number of slaves. Escaping here was basically impossible, because only the magic of the fire deities could protect these slaves from being harmed by the flames. In the fire elemental plane, the continent floated above the lava, and large and small fire deity villages could be seen everywhere on the sea of lava. Moreover, there were also gods living in this plane. The fire elemental god and the fire god both lived here. One of them was located in the hottest place of the fire elemental plane, while the other lived in the Coke Temple. The common languages of this world were the fire elemental plane, the common language, and the inferno language. Walking in the fire elemental plane was like walking on burning flames. Most of the land was solid, but there were also some flaming swamps that were similar to asphalt and highly sticky. The most troublesome of all were the lava fountains, which appeared completely randomly. Apart from that, the fire elemental plane also had a rain of ashes. Countless burning flames would fall from the sky, and without any defensive spells, even a great night wouldn't last more than a few minutes. Other than that, there was also a volcano that could erupt at any time. Although this place was very dangerous, it was rich in all kinds of fire attribute materials. For example, elemental crystal stones, fire essence, fire copper, ore, and so on could be found here. Croak. Accompanied by an unpleasant cry, a red cloud flew over from afar. Sulin took a closer look and found that the red cloud was actually a flock of fire crows. When they saw Sulin, they flew towards Sulin with burning flames. Food was scarce in the fire elemental plane. It was clear that these fire crows had taken Sulin as their prey. Quintuple lightning whip. Crackling lightning jumped out of Sulin's hands, and a whip made of lightning swept through the air. Wherever it passed, a large number of fire crows fell down like rain. These fire crows weren't very powerful, and they relied on their numbers to win. But it was clear that they had found the wrong opponent this time. The quintuple lightning whip swept through the sky. Crisscrossing lightning bolts weaved into a huge electric net. All the fire crows were covered by this electric net, and it only took a few moments for the flock of fire crows to be wiped out. Fire crows didn't have any precious materials on them, so Sulin chose a few high-quality fire crows and put them in his storage space. He then didn't stay any longer and immediately left. The elemental fluctuations there would soon attract more monsters, and fire crows were considered good food for many monsters. If he stayed any longer, he would likely be entangled by those monsters. Sulin had come to look for lava elementals, so he didn't want to waste too much time here. After identifying the direction, Sulin's figure flashed, and he quickly left. Rumble. A series of fireballs exploded, and Sulin's body flashed with light. He disappeared and reappeared dozens of meters away, dodging the attacks behind him. Why are there so many monsters? Sulin killed 3 fire lizards with a headache. It had only been a morning since he arrived, and Sulin had encountered dozens of waves of monsters. As soon as these monsters saw Su Lin, they began to attack without saying a word. Since he came to this plane, the battle hadn't stopped. This fire elemental plane is really unfriendly. Su Lin frowned. In fact, Su Lin didn't know that the aura on his body that didn't belong to the fire elemental plane had attracted the interest of these monsters. This was something only high-grade wizards who had traveled through planes would know. He was a first-time traveler, and Hathaway didn't have this experience, so no one told him. Casually putting away the corpses of these fire lizards, Su Lin looked at the surrounding environment. This can't go on. Although his strength was not bad, in an environment like the fire elemental plane, he had to consume energy all the time. His recovery speed couldn't keep up with the consumption. If he didn't wear the danger tungsten on his body, his situation would be even worse. An exquisite glass lantern appeared in his palm. Immediately after, a wave of energy spread out from the glass lantern. Invisibility. Sullen's figure disappeared in an instant. Vanish. Another light rose, and the footprints and smell left behind by Su Lin gradually faded until they completely disappeared. After concealing his tracks, Su Lin continued to move forward. As expected, after concealing his tracks, no more monsters attacked him. At the same time, he released all his senses and deliberately avoided areas with dense fire elements. Su Lin didn't go to the City of Brass. Although this city was a neutral city, it didn't mean that everyone was welcome. Su Lin didn't have any friendship with the fire deity, so he didn't go there. After using Fly, Su Lin quickly flew through the sky. The sky of the fire elemental plane was not empty. Clouds of fire floated in the sky. These clouds were composed of flammable gas, mixed with a large amount of poisonous gas and smoke. Sometimes these clouds of fire would suddenly explode, and the scene was as gorgeous as a big firework. These clouds of fire were very dangerous. The temperature inside was very high, and if one accidentally entered, one would be roasted. When flying the fire elemental plane, remember not to enter these clouds of fire, unless you want to set off fireworks. Sullen's target was the area of the fire elemental plane near the earth elemental plane. This area was an almost endless sea of magma. This area was also very dangerous. Magma flowed everywhere, and some black rocks floated on it. Magma waves could be set off at any time, anywhere. This was an area with high magma activity. At the same time, it was the border of the elemental plane. The probability of encountering a legendary elemental elder was very high. In the elemental plane, the elemental elder was far more powerful than in the material plane. In the material plane, the challenge rating of an elemental elder was level 16, but in the fire elemental plane, it was level 20. Moreover, their summoning skills were not restricted in the fire elemental plane. If he had enough time, he could summon a fire elemental army. In addition to the elemental elder, there were a large number of elemental lords and demigod djinns. The lowest challenge rating of these creatures was high legend. If you encounter these creatures in the fire elemental plane, don't think too much. Turning around and running away was the best choice. The creatures in the fire elemental plane were generally very aggressive. According to the division of camps, many creatures in the fire elemental plane leaned towards the evil and chaotic camp. If you encountered a demigod djinn in the fire elemental plane, up to 90% of the cases would be a fight. The friendliest elemental djinn were the djinn. They often traded with plane travelers. Of course, this friendliness was also relative. Su Lin did not go too deep into the magma sea. It was very dangerous. As the border area between the fire elemental plane and the earth elemental plane, there were usually powerful elemental demigods or elemental lords guarding it. He intended to look for a few large magma elementals nearby and catch them back. In fact, the best place to catch magma elementals was in the magma plane, but this kind of subplane was not so easy to find. There were also a large number of subplanes around the 4 major elemental planes. These planes were in the crevices of various planes, such as the magma plane, the lightning plane, the ice plane, the swamp plane, the steam plane, the smoke plane, the air plane, and so on. The most valuable one was the air plane but the ore plane was very rare and difficult to find. The ore plane had all kinds of ores in the multiverse. It was said that in the ore plane, there were even veins of fine gold and mithril. Veins that existed completely in the form of ores were not associated with ores that needed complicated purification processes. Once this kind of plane was discovered, it was basically a windfall. Sulin flew near the magma sea and observed. After sensing the aura of creatures such as elemental elders, elemental lords, or demigods, he directly went around. Fortunately, there were not many of these creatures, and they were sleeping most of the time. As long as he did not get too close, he would not disturb them. Far away from a magma waterfall, a fire elemental lord was bathing under the magma waterfall. Sulin used the system to identify it, and found that the challenge level of this fire elemental lord was as high as level 35. After Sulin looked from afar, he decisively went around it. In the fire elemental plane, if you want to challenge them, you would need at least a few high-grade legendary masters in a team. Chapter 477. After bypassing the Elemental Lord's territory, Sulin soon discovered a lava river. This lava river was about 300 meters wide and was filled with turbulent lava. In some places, the sea of lava was swirling. Some sulfur, ores, and black stones floated on the surface of the lava. There were also some ashes floating on the surface of the lava. On the lava river, there were many lava elementals. Lava elementals were the amalgamation of earth and fire elementals. They were completely composed of lava. Their ranks were the same as other elemental creatures. They were divided into small, medium, large, giant, and elemental elders. If there was a chance, Sulin wanted to capture an elder lava elemental. However, considering the current situation, Sulin decided to capture 2 giant lava elementals. It was very simple to enslave a lava elemental. One just had to brand the enslavement contract on their soul core. However, these lava elementals would not allow one to do as they pleased. Therefore, under normal circumstances, one would have to beat them up first. After controlling them, one would forcibly brand the enslavement contract on their soul core. Seeing the lava elementals, Sulin did not disturb them. After confirming that there were no powerful creatures around, Sulin slowly approached the lava elementals. Soon, he discovered a giant lava elemental wandering on the edge of the lava river. Its entire body exuded blazing heat. From time to time, boiling lava would slide down from its huge body. This lava elemental gently waved its hand and set off a wave of lava several meters high in the lava river. This type of elemental creature was rarely encountered in material planes. Occasionally, one might see some near volcanic craters. However, their size was not too big and could not satisfy someone's needs. Ice orb. With a flash of light, a football-sized ice orb appeared in front of Sulin. As soon as the ice orb appeared, it flew toward the lava elemental like a meteor. Lava elementals were the same as fire elementals. They had high resistance to physical damage. At the same time, they had the burning effect of fire elementals. During battle, lava splashed out from the lava elementals would also cause damage to the enemy. Lava elementals also had splash damage when they attacked. Melee classes would be at a disadvantage when fighting them. However, lava elementals were not without weaknesses. Because their bodies were made of lava, their movement speed was not fast. As long as one was careful of their lava orb attacks, they could be killed with long-range spells. Lava elementals were the same as fire elementals. They were immune to fire damage and had high resistance to earth elemental spells. Their weaknesses were water and ice elementals. Water elemental spells could deal double the damage. After Sulin threw an ice orb, he lured the giant lava elemental over. The giant lava elemental roared and charged at him. Sulin observed the surroundings while he lured the giant lava elemental to the side. Then, he began to cast spells to whittle down the giant lava elemental's health. After the water elemental attacked the lava elemental, some of the lava on its body would fall. At the same time, the flames on its body would weaken. Sulin needed to weaken the lava elemental as much as possible. Of course, he also had to be careful not to use too much force and kill the lava elemental. Sulin kept attacking the lava elemental. As time passed, the lava elemental's injuries became more and more serious. The lava elemental roared again and again, but there was nothing it could do. Although the lava orb attacks were powerful, they were useless if they could not hit the target. Soon, the lava elemental fell into a near-death state. Intimidate. With a flash of light, the lava elemental that was throwing the lava orb instantly stiffened. Sullen's figure flashed and appeared near the lava elemental. "Old monster!" Then, a flash of light rose and instantly controlled the giant lava elemental. Then, a strange stone appeared in Sullen's hand. This was a contract stone made by Hathaway. Once crushed, it could cast an enslavement spell that was equivalent to a legendary wizard's. Sulin gently squeezed, and a rune instantly rushed out. The rune directly penetrated the body of the lava elemental in front of him and was branded on the core of the lava elemental's soul. As if it had sensed the danger, the lava elemental's huge body struggled a few times and then stiffened again. The entire lava elemental seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. After a while, the lava elemental recovered and stood quietly on the spot, waiting for orders. "Raise your left foot." Sulin tried to order the lava elemental. The tall lava elemental obediently raised its left foot according to Sullen's request. "Raise your right foot again." Giant lava elemental. The lava elemental shook its body, but it still did not raise its right foot. "Take 2 steps." The lava elemental's huge body slowly moved 2 steps and then stood aside obediently. Then Sulin gave it a few more orders, and the lava elemental acted very seriously. Not bad, very obedient. Looking at the lava elemental in front of him, Sulin nodded with satisfaction. He then activated the teleportation coordinates on his body, and a flash of light rose. Sulin guided the teleportation light to cover the lava elemental in front of him. Then the teleportation light flashed, and the giant lava elemental disappeared in front of him. At the same time, on the astrology platform of the North Wind Tower in the material plane, a giant lava elemental appeared in the planar teleportation circle. After successfully capturing a giant lava elemental, Sulin began to look for the next target. Soon, he found another giant lava elemental. With the previous experience, Sulin was more familiar with capturing lava elemental for the second time. After putting the giant lava elemental into a near-death state, Sulin took out a contract stone again and enslaved the lava elemental. Then, Sulin activated the teleportation coordinates and teleported the lava elemental back to the main material plane. Just as Sulin finished capturing the lava elemental and was about to take the time to collect some ashes from the fire elemental plane, a dull roar suddenly came from afar. Sulin's eyes widened instantly. Is that the roar of a giant dragon? The location of the roar was not close to Sulin. Sulin had heard the roar of a Euron before, and it was very similar to the roar just now. Giant dragons also lived in the elemental planes. Among them, a large number of gem dragons lived in the earth elemental plane. On the other hand, the giant dragons that usually appeared in the fire elemental plane were red dragons. Occasionally, metal dragons would also come here. Usually it was brass dragons and gold dragons. Of course, metal dragons were rare. The red dragons liked this kind of environment the most. The other 2 types of giant dragons rarely entered the fire elemental plane. The giant dragons encountered in the elemental plane were a little different from the giant dragons in the outside world. Under normal circumstances, only adult giant dragons would enter the more dangerous elemental plane. All the giant dragons below the adult stage, including the more powerful young giant dragons, were not willing to enter the fire elemental plane. This was because the enemies in the elemental plane were too powerful. Many of them liked to hunt giant dragon creatures. Hearing the roar of a giant dragon here, Sullen's curiosity was instantly piqued. When he thought of the giant dragons, Sullen thought of their huge wealth. Should I go and take a look? Sullen was a little hesitant. He came this time to enslave the lava elemental and collect some rare materials at the same time. He did not have any other plans. Now that he heard the roar of a giant dragon, he wanted to see if he could get some benefits. Of course, there were still some risks. The danger level of the fire elemental plane could be described in a more exaggerated way. There were as many legends as dogs and demigods as there were demigods. Any powerful wild monster had a challenge rating of 10+. If he was unlucky and encountered an elder fire elemental, it would be a legendary battle. With Sullen's current strength, it was definitely impossible to deal with a demigod, but he was confident in dealing with ordinary legendary creatures. And even if he encountered any danger, with Hathaway's planar teleportation, he was confident that he could escape. At most, he would be a little embarrassed. If he found that it was really a giant dragon, then he might be able to make a fortune this time. There were many creatures in the fire elemental plane that could deal with adult giant dragons. Those creatures were irritable. As long as there was a little fire, they would easily fight. Let's go and take a look. If it doesn't work, we'll leave. Sullen clapped his hands and made up his mind. After thinking about it, Sullen once again cast invisibility on himself and then flew in the direction of the sound. There were not many creatures in the elemental plane that could wrestle with a giant dragon. Fire Jinn, Elder Fire Elemental, Elemental Lord, and so on. These monsters were not easy to deal with, and once he was discovered, it was very likely that they would attack him. After flying over a hill, Sullen saw a volcano not far away. After glancing around, Sullen did not see any trace of a giant dragon. Sullen looked at the volcano. His eyes moved slightly, and Sullen carefully approached the crater of the volcano. This was the most common volcano in the fire elemental plane. Scorching magma was rolling inside, and a lot of black smoke was coming out of the magma mouth. The scene inside the crater could not be seen clearly. The crater of the volcano was about 500 meters in diameter. It was a small volcano in the fire elemental plane. Sullen had seen a volcanic eruption of more than 20 kilometers here before. A large amount of magma smoke rushed into the sky. It was like the end of the world. If it was really a giant dragon in this environment, then there was no need to guess that it was a red dragon. Only red dragons would like this magma environment. Sullen came near the crater of the volcano and then carefully entered it. Just as he went deeper, he suddenly stopped. Magic trap. A hidden magic trap appeared on the rock wall of the crater. This was an alarm array with a fire attack spell. After observing for a while, Sullen carefully removed the magic trap and continued to go deeper. Chapter 478. Bang! A black shadow suddenly hit the rock wall beside him. Lava splashed everywhere. Sullen immediately stopped and looked down. A 4-meter-tall lava elemental had been slammed hard against the rock wall. The lava elemental's body had cracked because of the powerful force. Before the lava elemental could recover, a huge black shadow instantly rushed up. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. Then, the huge dragon's body instantly pounced on the lava elemental that was struggling to get up. Then, the dragon's strong and powerful claws directly smashed the lava elemental to death. Then it grabbed the elemental core from the lava elemental's body and threw it up casually. The dragon's ferocious mouth instantly closed. The hard elemental core was crushed like a peanut and swallowed into its stomach. After eating this elemental core, the dragon licked its mouth as if it was not satisfied. Its slender tail swept across and sent a lava elemental that had just chased after it flying. Then, the dragon killed another lava elemental and swallowed its elemental core. After eating a few elemental cores in a row, the dragon burped with satisfaction and walked leisurely to the deeper parts of the volcanic crater. Sulin moved his body and rubbed his ears. The circular terrain of the volcanic crater was like a loudspeaker. The dragon's roar just now reverberated back and forth in the volcanic crater, and the echo shook his eardrums until now. A young red dragon. This is a big harvest. Ruby scales. The color is so beautiful. Looking at the depths of the volcanic crater, Sulin's eyes flashed. After knowing that this nest was a young red dragon, Sulin became more cautious. The red dragon was the most powerful of the 5 color dragons. Even among the metal dragons, only the gold dragon could compete with it. Sulin took a deep breath and moved into the depths of the volcanic crater again. The red dragon's nest was in a cave deep in the volcanic crater. Next to it was boiling lava. The surrounding temperature was very high, and there was only one very narrow path leading to the cave. However, after passing through the last path and entering the cave, the front suddenly opened up. A huge dragon nest appeared in front of him. As soon as Sulin entered the cave, he felt his eyes light up. A 5-meter-tall gold hill appeared in front of him. Gold often appeared in volcanic lava. Many gold veins were formed after the lava cooled. Sulin was surprised that the red dragon had so much gold. As a young red dragon, he had more wealth than many adult dragons. It seemed that this volcano often brought out a lot of gold when it erupted. This red dragon had found a good place to live. It was already a rich dragon before it had even reached adulthood. However, now that the red dragon was full, it did not realize that it was being watched. Sulin looked at the red dragon sleeping on the gold hill. The red dragon's appearance was strong and ferocious. Its ruby-like scales had a layer of muscle outline, and there were sharp bone spurs at its joints. At this time, the red dragon was sleeping very soundly. Some transparent liquid could even be seen flowing down its ferocious jaw. As it breathed, a bubble on its nose contracted back and forth. The red dragon did not react to Sulin's arrival. Giant dragons would be less alert when they were sleeping, but as soon as they sensed danger or any movement, the sleeping giant dragon would wake up instantly. As a big boss that often appeared in various adventure stories, giant dragons were very popular. When Sulin first came to this world, he often heard some bards telling stories about knights defeating evil dragons. The story was that the evil dragon captured a princess, and the king issued a mission to ask people to save his daughter. Then, a brave knight with the help of a few companions finally defeated the evil dragon and saved the princess. There are many different versions of this story, but Sulin had always been curious. Why did the dragon capture the princess? Wasn't it supposed to rob the treasury? Even if the dragon captured the princess and threatened the king to hand over a sky-high ransom, the king would probably not agree. Therefore, the dragon capturing the princess was a completely false proposition. Wizards had done a lot of research on giant dragons, and Sulin had naturally read these books. They even introduced the fighting attributes of giant dragons at different ages, such as which age was the most dangerous, which kind of giant dragons were friendly to humans, the power of the giant dragon's breath, and so on. In the library of the North Wind Tower, there were hundreds of books about giant dragons, such as Habits of Giant Dragons, Types of Giant Dragons, Overview of Giant Dragons, The Book of Giant Dragons, and so on. The body of a giant dragon was a very precious material. Its scales could be made into armor, its bones could be made into equipment, its meat could be eaten, and its blood could be used for the dragon blood baptism ceremony or to make bloodline potions. The Dragon Bloodline Warlock was the most popular of all warlock schools, and also one of the most powerful warlock professions. Many bards said that after bathing in the dragon's blood, one would gain great power and one's body would become as hard as iron. This saying was actually wrong. Not everyone could bear the dragon's blood. For example, the blood of a red dragon was almost like boiling lava. If an ordinary person bathed in this dragon's blood, they would be directly burned into a pile of charcoal. The correct way was to carry out the dragon blood baptism ceremony. After the ceremony, one could strengthen one's body, immunity, and toughness, and improve one's resistance to diseases and toxins. The dragon blood baptism ceremony could be carried out multiple times. For example, the five-color dragon could baptize the dragon's blood of all five colors once, and this effect could be stacked. If the dragon blood baptism ceremony was carried out to the 5th level and above, one could also gain an additional legendary level ability, Armored Skin. Of course, very few people would do this. After all, it was not easy to slay a dragon, and doing so would arouse the hostility of giant dragons. Sulin had also seen in some wizards' letters that some wizards had carried out the dragon blood baptism ceremony on certain parts of their body in order to gain the achievement of being as hard as iron. It was said that the effect was remarkable. The red dragon had the highest IQ among the five-color dragons, and, at the same time, it was also the strongest. However, in the statistical research conducted by the wizards, it was found that the red dragon's death rate was second only to the white dragon. The white dragon was known as the stupidest giant dragon, and its IQ was only a little higher than that of a wild beast. The main reason was that the red dragon was too arrogant. Most of the other giant dragons would only go out to play when they were young and had the ability to protect themselves. However, the red dragon was different. They would go out to rob villages or adventurers when they were young dragons. This practice was undoubtedly telling others that there were dragons here, and that they should quickly become dragon slayers. Among all the dragons, the red dragon was the most vengeful. They would even hold a grudge for hundreds of years because of something. Then, one day, when they were strong enough, they would suddenly come and destroy everything. The red dragon would use a few years to come up with an attack plan. After discovering the enemy, they would directly attack. In short, they would spend a lot of time to come up with a plan. When the battle started, they would just throw it aside and attack. The red dragon in front of him was sleeping very soundly. Giant dragons that had just eaten would have a good sleep. Sulin carefully moved back and forth in the dragon's cave. Soon, he had set up a binding circle. With a burst of strong magic light, the red dragon in front of him suddenly opened its eyes. Binding circle. Spell maximization. 8 silver rune chains appeared in an instant and directly pinned the red dragon to the ground. The red dragon that had just woken up struggled to get up. Who? Who is sneakily attacking the great lava king? The red dragon roared angrily. Its huge body violently struggled to get rid of the chains. The 8 silver rune chains were pulled out of shape, and the entire cave shook slightly. Soon, it found Sulin standing next to it. The red dragon took a deep breath. Its 2 huge eyes burst into flames, and its chest bulged. In the next second, it was about to spit out a scorching breath. A light flashed on Sulin's body, and a shadow, tentacle, instantly appeared. It quickly wrapped around the red dragon's ferocious mouth and violently stopped the dragon's breath that it was about to spit out. For a moment, the red dragon's cheeks, which were originally dark red, turned red. Its 2 eyes bulged out, and large amounts of flames came out of its nostrils and mouth. Its entire head was on fire. The red dragon that was forcefully stopped felt very uncomfortable. After a while, this situation disappeared. Plumes of black smoke came out of the red dragon's nostrils, mouth, and ears. The red dragon that had recovered stared at Sulin. Its body began to struggle with all its might, trying to get rid of the chains. The angry red dragon exploded with a shocking amount of power. Sulin was only an advanced wizard, and the binding circle he cast was soon on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, the red dragon in front of him struggled even harder. It had already decided that once it broke free, it would torture this wizard in front of it. Why bother? Can't you just stay put? Sulin curled his lips as he looked at the red dragon that was struggling violently. Bang! 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 Sulin smiled as he looked at the red dragon in front of him. He didn't care at all that it had broken free. You're quite active, but you still need to be trained to be a mount. Mount? The red dragon was stunned for a moment, and then it became even angrier. Damn human, you want to use me as a mount? Die. The red dragon angrily pounced at Sulin. It's really hard to convince a dragon to be a mount. Sulin shook his head in disappointment and dodged the red dragon's attack. However, when he thought about having a cool red dragon as a mount, Sulin decided to persuade this red dragon. He believed that as long as he was reasonable, this red dragon would agree in the end. Chapter 479. Dragon's Breath. A scorching dragon's breath came out of the red dragon's mouth. The cone-shaped flame covered a large area. A second before the dragon's breath drowned Sulin, a teleportation light flashed from his body. Sulin's figure instantly appeared near the red dragon's head. 5 lightning whips. Sulin flicked his wrist gently, and a lightning whip more than 20 meters long appeared in his hand. Sulin swung it forward, and the 5 lightning whips instantly restrained the red dragon. Lightning crackled continuously, and a large amount of lightning exploded, causing the red dragon to scream in agony. "Damn human, I'm going to kill you." The red dragon roared angrily, and the sound seemed to shake the entire cave. Some rocks slid down from the top of the cave. "Bullsh asterisk T." Sulin curled his lips and said. Then he swung hard, and the lightning whips appeared again. They ruthlessly whipped the red dragon's body, and the hard scales on its body were directly shattered. Sulin did not stop. The 5 lightning whips continued to whip the red dragon, and the red dragon screamed in agony. "How about it? Think about it. How about becoming my mount?" Sulin's hand shook gently, and a lightning whip swayed in his hand. When the red dragon saw the lightning whips, it could not help but tremble. After hearing Sulin's words, it could not help but roar. "You're dreaming, human. Even if I die, I won't become your mount. Wishful thinking. You'd better give up. How can I, the great Onyx Vaya, be a human's mount? Unless I'm dead. Why are you so loud?" Sulin rubbed his ears and whipped it. "Looks like we're on the same page." Sulin shook his head in disappointment. With a flip of his hand, a long halberd surrounded by countless lightning powers appeared. The red dragon that was dodging the lightning whips froze. Then it was instantly bound by the 5 lightning whips and could not move. She instantly sensed the dangerous aura of the weapon, and a strong sense of crisis spread from her heart. It seemed that as long as she moved slightly, she would receive a fatal blow. The faintly discernible traces of blood on the weapon gave her a terrifying pressure. When the red dragon saw the human in front of her pick up the storm halberd and was about to attack, Onyx Vaya panicked. "Looks like there's going to be a red skull ornament on the wall in my study," Sulin said regretfully. Hearing that Suluan was going to hang his head on the wall, the red dragon Onyx Vaya's face changed. She suddenly said eagerly, "Stop. Stop. Human, let's talk." The sharp halberd blade stopped below the red dragon's slender neck. The red dragon Onyx Vaya only felt a slight chill on its neck, and the scales on its body stood up. Sulin heard Onyx Vaya onyx you, and said of, "Human, can you move that weapon away from me? It's too close. I don't feel comfortable." Onyx Vaya said as she twisted her body uneasily. "All right, I'll fulfill your request." Sulin put the storm halberd away. "From today onwards, you're my mount. If you refuse, you can move." Sulin waved the storm halberd back and forth in the air at the red dragon. Onyx Vaya looked at the storm halberd and did not dare to move. "Since you're not moving, I'll take it that you agree." Sulin looked at the motionless red dragon and said happily, "Look, isn't this great? We can still be on the same page. I like this kind of giant dragon who understands the situation. Isn't it just being a mount? It's not a big deal. I'll be very gentle. All right, since you've agreed, I'll let you go. There's a saying that goes, a wise dragon submits to circumstances. You should learn more about it," Sulin said as he put the storm halberd back into his storage space. Then he took out a self-created general template from his storage space. "Go to hell." Sulin removed the lightning whip from the red dragon's body. After the storm halberd that made her heart palpitate disappeared, the red dragon Onyx Vaya was filled with endless anger. She was about to spit out dragon breath, but in the next second, a sharp pain came from her chin. Bang! A huge force came from her chin, and the dragon breath that she was about to spit out was scattered again. The red dragon on Ixvia's head instantly lifted up, and the dragon breath of fire was spat into the air. Before she could react, a huge force pressed her head against the ground and rubbed it back and forth. Her body was also pulled up involuntarily. She then turned around and smashed into the rock wall beside her with a bang. The hard rock wall cracked, and the huge red dragon fell down powerlessly. The red dragon Onyxvia didn't know what had happened at all. In just an instant, she couldn't help but fly up. This was the first time she had encountered this in her dragon life. Even in her inherited memories, such a thing had never happened. A human actually had more strength than her. How is this possible? Not to mention humans, even giants didn't have such strength. Sulin moved his wrist. His strength had reached 50, and a red dragon in its prime only had around 45. Sulin easily flung the red dragon away. After he raised his strength to 50, he hadn't encountered any creature with a higher strength than him. Young dragons don't talk about martial ethics. Sneak attack, Sulin said to the red dragon in front of him with a smile. He casually used a self-created hero template on the red dragon, and a familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! You have used self-created hero template on the red dragon Onyxvia. Self-created hero activated. Please choose a hero's character trait, talent. Horsemanship, hidden weapon, throwing, sword skills, spear skills, archery skills, charm, ferocity, regeneration, calm, elemental affinity, chi return, might, choose might. Might. The target has a strong aura, causing a strong sense of oppression to the surrounding enemies. There's a certain chance of forcing the enemy to escape or surrender. Detected that the target has the Draconic Aura talent. Might Aura talent has been upgraded to Advanced Draconic Aura. Please choose a skill. Soaring Dragon. Selection complete. Hero template generated. A light flashed, and the red dragon Onyxvia became one of Sullin's heroes. Slap. Sulin slapped the red dragon on Nyxvia's head. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up. We're going home. The red dragon, Onyxvia, got up from the ground with a hopeless expression. Sulin was very satisfied with this red dragon. After circling around the red dragon, the more he looked at it, the more he felt it was mighty. If he rode this big guy out, the rate of turning heads was absolutely 100%. It was better than any other mount. The red dragon was the strongest among the color dragons. They were selfish, arrogant, and liked to hold grudges. Many evil dragons and stories were based on the red dragon's template. They were greedy and had an endless greed for treasures. Basically, every red dragon could be said to be a destroyer. However, this was not a problem for Sulin. Training was something that Sulin loved the most. As for how to train a red dragon, Sulin was ready to make a complete plan in his mind. He believed that he would be able to train a well-behaved red dragon. Besides, red dragons were very eye-catching. Raising such a red dragon was a symbol of strength. In the dragon's nest, Sulin packed up the gold in front of him and put them into his storage space. At the same time, he explained to the crestfallen red dragon next to him, "Don't worry, these gold are still yours. I'm just keeping them for you. Besides, this gold hasn't been fully smelted. It's full of impurities. I'll help you smelt it again after I bring it back. Of course, you'll have to pay a small fee. By the way, you know transformation, right? Turn into a human first. Your body is too big. I'm not used to looking up to talk to people," Sulin said as he put the gold into his storage space. Although Red Dragon Onyxvia was very reluctant, she could not disobey Sullin's orders. With a flash of light, the originally huge and ferocious red dragon disappeared and was replaced by a red-haired girl. This red-haired girl was Onyxvia's human form. She had long red hair and a wild look on her face. Her body was very curvy, and her skin was white and smooth like jade. There were some outlines of muscles under her skin. Her facial features had the characteristics of a European and American. She looked very beautiful. She was wearing a fiery red leather coat. Her legs were slender and strong, and her calves were straight. It would be a pity if her legs were not used for riding on a tricycle. Dragons had the ability to transform at will. Not only could they transform into humans, but they could also transform into elves. They could choose to transform into humans. Of course, once this human form was fixed, it would become a spell effect and would not consume any magic power. However, if they wanted to transform into other forms, it would still consume magic power. "You're pretty. Come, smile. Don't cry," Sulin said after putting away all the gold. There was still some yellow metal material on the ground. It was not gold, but brass that was close to the color of gold. "Look, you still have so much brass here. You're cheating," Sulin said bitterly as he pointed at the brass in front of him. "You don't have gold, but you're using brass to make up the numbers. Is there even the most basic trust between humans and dragons? How disappointing. I'm only 96 years old. I'm just a young dragon. I don't have that much wealth. I want to make my gold look more comfortable when I sleep. Can't I?" Onyxvia said, rolling her eyes. Chapter 480. To be honest, although the strength of a young dragon was not bad, there was still a big gap between it and a real powerhouse. The strength of a young dragon was around level 17, and it would not become a legend until it was in its prime. Of course, this was the strength of a dragon after it grew up normally. The strength of some dragons with magical fetishes could not be divided by age at all. Who knew if a young dragon was also a legendary wizard? Although this kind of thing was rare, it did not happen. For example, a white dragon nested in a big glacier. If it was in its normal growth state, the time when a dragon could roam around was at least when it was in its prime. In the young dragon period, 0 to 3 years old, dragons in this period generally lived under the protection of their mother dragons. They needed to eat a lot of food every day and hid in their nest to live. Even the most evil red dragon would not chase them out during the young dragon period. Of course, there were some unlucky young dragons who were thrown into the wild as soon as they were born. The lucky ones hid everywhere, and the unlucky ones directly became a delicious meal in someone else's pot. The survival rate of young dragons without the protection of their parents was very low. Of course, there were also those who survived successfully, such as a silver dragon born in a pot and a young dragon born in a sewer. These young dragons had once received the title of king of the sewer. It was said that the dragons who had received this title were all proficient in the way of evading and finally became the overlord of a region. For a dragon, learning the way of evading was a very important lesson. However, according to the Pride of Dragons, more than 90% of them were very repulsed by this lesson. Next was the young dragon period, 4 to 10 years old. The dragons in this period began to learn to hunt independently under the protection of their mother. At the same time, they began to improve their fighting skills, understand the knowledge of the dragon inheritance, and improve their knowledge. Of course, they also had to face the competition of their siblings. This was especially fierce among the evil dragons. Snatching food and bullying other siblings were basic skills. During the young dragon period, 11 to 25 years old, the dragons in this period had some self-protection ability. For the metal dragons, their parents would give them some guidance, and then these young dragons would be chased out of the house. Of course, they would allow the young dragons to continue to hunt and live in their territory. As for the evil dragons, they would not be treated so well. They would be chased out of the house by their parents one day, and then they would start to hide everywhere. Some dragons would also work together with their siblings to survive. Dragons in this period would be very careful. It wasn't until the young dragons, 26 to 50 years old, that they truly possessed some strength. At this time, there were very few creatures in the wild that could pose a threat to them. When they entered the young dragon age, 51 to 100 years old, the dragons finally had some of the elegance of the dragons. The kings of the underground sewers, who used to hide everywhere in the past, could finally occupy their own territories and become kings. They didn't have to live in fear all the time. The dragons of this era would recruit some goblins, kobolds, and other monsters to serve them. Onyxvia was now 96 years old, and there were still 4 years before the dragon reached adulthood. After leaving the dragon's den, She wandered in the fire elemental plane and finally found a safe place with gold and food. However, she didn't expect to be caught by Sulin. Not only was her gold confiscated, but she also became his mount. Sob, 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 it's too hard for me. After 100 years, the dragon would enter adulthood after a long slumber. The adult dragon would then be able to roam around. For example, robbing someone for no reason, kidnapping a princess, robbing a city. These are all basic skills. Of course, after the dragons reach 200 years old, they would enter adulthood and become more powerful. After that, the dragons would enter old age. At this time, the dragons would try to avoid head-on combat. More often, they would let their followers fight or use spells to fight. For the dragons to truly shake the continent and become like the wings of frost, the Bane of the North, the wings of death, the Scarlet Bane, and other dragons that made the entire material world tremble, they would have to enter the ancient dragon age. The dragons of this age, as long as they were still alive, were extremely difficult to deal with. The long years had allowed them to master a lot of knowledge and become cunning at the same time. At this time, even legendary wizards would have to take a detour if they encountered an ancient dragon. As for the ancient dragons, they rarely existed in the material world. Onyxvia watched Sulin take away all her treasures, and she became his mount. Her heart was full of grievances. She comforted herself again and again. Being caught now was nothing. When she became stronger in the future, she would definitely teach this man a lesson. Oh right, she also needed to practice the flame whip. When the time came, she would hang him up and whip him every day. Slap! Just as Onyxvia was fantasizing about how she would whip Sulin in the future, she was suddenly slapped awake from her beautiful dream. Who dares to slap the great lava king? I did it. Sulin looked at her expressionlessly and said, "What are you thinking? Didn't you hear what I just said?" "I heard it," Onyxvia said guiltily when she saw Sulin's expressionless handsome face. "If you heard it, then restrain your energy. I'm going to activate the plane teleportation. If there's a problem, I can't guarantee that you won't be torn in half by the power of the dimension." Onyxvia retracted her energy. Then Sulin activated the teleportation beacon on his body. A teleportation light rose and instantly covered the two of them. In the next second, their figures disappeared from the fire elemental plane. A teleportation light descended from the sky, and Sulin and Onyxvia appeared on the astrology platform. "Welcome back. You've worked hard." Hathaway smiled at Sulin. "It's okay. How are the two lava elementals?" Sulin moved his body, and the dizziness from the teleportation quickly disappeared. "They've been sent to the secret realm," Hathaway said. She then looked at Onyxvia and asked, "Did you bring this back?" Sulin looked at Onyxvia and said, "My new mount, a red dragon. What do you think? Isn't it cool?" "Red dragon." Hathaway looked at the red-haired girl in front of her in surprise. This was a red dragon. This beautiful girl with a heroic spirit in front of her was a red dragon? Hathaway, who saw a dragon for the first time, couldn't help but widen her eyes and size up Onyxvia. A living dragon. She was indeed much prettier than the dragons in books. "Can you transform into a dragon and let me see? By the way, you're not an adult yet." After learning that Onyxvia was a dragon, Hathaway immediately pounced on her excitedly. She circled around the red dragon and kept gesturing at her. "Do you have any extra scales? Give me a few to study. Also, you have so much blood on you. Let me draw some of it. Are you like a human now? It should be okay for me to pinch you." Hathaway stared at Onyxvia with glowing eyes. The little red dragon, who had just arrived at the wizard tower, only felt panic in her heart. When she felt the shocking elemental energy fluctuation in Hathaway's body, she was so scared that she didn't dare to move. However, this woman in front of me is so scary. She actually wants to pull out my scales and draw my blood. Master won't leave me alone, right? I want to go home, sob, sob, sob. Looking at Hathaway's posture, Sulin shook his head helplessly and pulled her aside. "All right, Hathaway, you're scaring her. Onyxvia just arrived and hasn't familiarized herself with the environment. These things can wait until you're familiar with them." "Familiar? I don't want to know her. I don't want to be familiar with her. So scary." Onyx Vaya shouted in her heart, but she didn't dare to open her mouth. She wanted to escape, but her body was bound by the contract. She could only stand there, feeling wronged. Okay. Hearing Sullen's words, Hathaway thought for a moment and agreed. It was indeed not good to touch her for the first time, but it would be fine when they were familiar with each other. Anyway, such a big dragon couldn't run away. Let me introduce you. This is Onyx Vaya, a young red dragon, my mount, Sulin said proudly. This is Hathaway, one of the masters of this wizard tower, a legendary wizard. This is Chrissy, the head servant of the succubus. The other two are the queen of the winged people, Alex and Phyllis. They are not here for the time being. I'll introduce them to you later. Sulin introduced several people and said, I'll give you access to the wizard tower. You can come here in the future. Of course, some places are not allowed to enter, such as the library and the seclusion room. You can use these. If you have nothing to do, you can read more books. Don't always think about relying on your talent to make a living. Learning more spells is good for you. Sulin said lightly. Okay, I'll go arrange a place for you to stay first. Sulin brought Onyx Vaya to the warehouse of the wizard tower. As soon as she entered the warehouse, the little red dragon's eyes immediately became sparkling stars behind her. Countless golden lights dazzled her eyes. A gold mountain, a real gold mountain. More than 80% of the gold of the entire northern city was stored here. In addition to the gold, there was also a pile of magic gems next to it. The whole treasury was shining with golden light. So much gold. The little red dragon stared at the gold mountain in front of her, dumbfounded. Then, she jumped up excitedly and plunged into the gold mountain. After a few seconds, she came out on the other side of the gold mountain. Then, she grabbed the gold with both hands and swam in the gold mountain. Sulin didn't care about her. Instead, he put the gold in his storage space into the treasury first. Looks like you're very satisfied with your new home. Then you can live here from now on. Remember, without my permission, you can't leave anything behind. Otherwise, As he spoke, Sulin looked back and forth at the little red dragon. Chapter 481. Isn't it exciting to face so much gold every day? Sulin said with a smile. Yes, yes. Onyx Vaya nodded her little head repeatedly. Do you want it? Yes, yes. Then guard the treasury carefully. As long as there are no problems, I will take out some as your reward. Sulin said. Really? You're not lying to me? Onyx Vaya said with shining eyes. Of course it's true. I'm not lying to you. Sulin said with a serious face. After receiving Sulin's guarantee, the little red dragon excitedly rolled around on the golden mountain and muttered, I'm rich. I'm rich. Seeing the little red dragon's appearance, Sulin laughed in his heart. Do you think you can protect this gold? When the time comes, you'll have someone secretly take some of it away and your reward will be gone. Maybe you can use this as an excuse to train her. As an upright king, it was still very fulfilling to train an evil dragon into a new age dragon with good morals. Yes, that's what I'll do. After making arrangements for Onyx Vaya, Sulin and Hathaway went to the secret realm together. He had already enslaved 2 giant magma elementals. With these 2 giant magma elementals, the resources to build the obsidian factory were almost ready. Sulin now needed to choose a suitable location, preferably an extinct volcano. If there really wasn't one, then he could only create it himself. Sulin didn't find any volcanoes in the northern wilderness, but there were still some hot springs in the northern wilderness. The presence of hot springs meant that the underground magma was still very active. Sulin and Hathaway began to use spells in the secret realm to search. He planned to build the obsidian factory in the secret realm. After some searching, Sulin finally found that the magma under a mountain in the secret realm was very active. There were also some hot springs distributed here. Sulin used the spring surge spell to observe the situation underground, then began to prepare the array with Hathaway. Since there was no volcano, he could only use the power of the magma elementals to create a small crater. He brought the two giant magma elementals here and commanded them to turn the surrounding land into magma. At the same time, Sulin and Hathaway also cast their magic power and guided the power of the two magma elements deeper. Under their mana, the originally hard rocks quickly softened and the bodies of the two lava elementals started burning. The lava on their bodies quickly flowed and slid down their bodies. The surrounding rocks quickly turned into lava, and the bodies of the two lava elementals gradually swelled up. Sulin and Hathaway used their magic to guide the magma elemental power down. Wherever the magma elemental power passed, the rocks and soil underground would turn into magma. This power did not stop despite the obstruction of the soil and rocks, and continued to spread deep underground. Along with the powerful surge of magic power, the originally calm mountain range constantly issued a series of rumbling sounds. The earth trembled violently, as if there was a huge monster under the ground that wanted to rush out. Rumble. Scorching magma spewed out from the ground, and a large amount of rocks and soil were directly overturned. The original mountaintop was directly overturned hundreds of meters away, and the entire mountain pass turned into a magma pool. The surging magma continued to spurt out and then flowed down the mountain, but most of it cooled and hardened in the flow. Sulin and Hathaway floated above the crater and commanded the two lava elementals to build the magma pool according to their ideas. Obsidian was a very important strategic resource. Many places required the use of this material. For example, the floating city was best built entirely out of obsidian. At the same time, the obsidian golems also required large amounts of obsidian. An obsidian factory was a must. With the power of the two lava elementals, they communicated with the underground magma and then completely changed the environment here into a volcanic crater. Next, they needed to build the obsidian factory near this volcanic crater. Sulin directly dug out caves in the volcano and then guided the magma out of these caves. At the same time, they needed to build an energy channel from the elemental pool to supply the energy consumption of the obsidian factory. When magma cooled down, it was easy to form obsidian, but because of the various impurities in the magma, the quality of the obsidian was also very problematic. Therefore, they needed to make a purification array first and purify the magma through this array. The purified magma could not be used directly. In order to obtain high-quality obsidian, they also needed a magma purification array to purify the magma after purification. After the purified magma was quickly cooled down, it would become obsidian. Hathaway made an ice storm array, which could directly transform the area covered by the array into a world of ice and snow. This environment was very suitable for forming obsidian. The quality of obsidian was divided into 5 grades. The highest grade of obsidian was called the 10 Victory Stone. This was a delicate, translucent gem that belonged to the gem grade. This type of obsidian was the most expensive and the most precious. Second-tier obsidian was of lower quality and wasn't transparent, but its magic and physical resistance wasn't inferior to first-tier obsidian. Third-tier obsidian was the most common, and it was also the most commonly used obsidian in floating cities. As for the 4th and 5th grade obsidian, it was basically useless. Sulin built the obsidian factory to produce obsidian above the 3rd grade. The construction of the obsidian factory was very fast. With Sulin and Hathaway using magic, the construction of the entire project was very fast. Hathaway directly flattened an area on the volcano's hillside. Below, she used mud to rock to turn the debris into large rocks and reinforced it with harden to build a platform that covered an area of 500 square meters. The obsidian production line would be placed here. After the magma was led here from the volcano, it would be purified, and then cooled to finally form pieces of obsidian. The obsidian factory could also be automated, but Sulin did not want to use legendary elemental stones in this, so he transferred a steel golem and a few rock golems to the factory. These steel golems and rock golems would be responsible for the operation of the entire obsidian factory. At the same time, the rock golems and steel golems also needed to be modified. Hathaway needed to instill the obsidian production process into these golems. Because he did not use the tower spirit to control the entire factory for fully automatic construction, Suluan planned to inject the production process of the obsidian factory into these golem puppets. Each golem puppet was responsible for one step. There were still a lot of rock golems in the northern city. Hathaway selected a few rock golems from the wizard tower and brought them to the secret plane. Hathaway came to the center of the secret plane and handed over the control of these golems to Tower Spirit number 1. At the same time, she instilled the production line technology of the obsidian factory into these golems. Although the soul cores of these magic golems weren't large, it was still possible to imbue them with simple techniques. As for the steel magic golem, Hathaway imbued it with all the maintenance techniques of the obsidian factory. This steel magic golem would act as a technical consultant for the obsidian factory. As the soul energy in several soul crystals was extracted, a huge amount of energy and soul power was instilled into the soul core of the steel golem. As time went by, a large amount of technology was successfully instilled into the soul core of the golem. However, after instilling the knowledge and skills, all the previous combat skills of the steel golem were replaced. This steel golem had completely become a support golem. At the same time, Sulin asked Tower Spirit number 1 to transfer a few steel golems to guard the obsidian factory to prevent other creatures from approaching and destroying the factory. After instilling the technology, these golems would work in the obsidian factory. They would maintain the normal operation of the factory every day, and at the same time, they would store the obsidian produced in the warehouse according to the grade of the obsidian. When these golems ran out of energy, they would go to the energy channel to recharge. As long as there were no problems, the obsidian factory would continue to produce obsidian. If there were any problems in the factory, the steel golem would first come to repair it. After Hathaway instilled all the maintenance technology of the obsidian factory, this steel golem could solve most of the problems in the obsidian factory. If there was a problem that the steel golem could not solve, Sulin and Hathaway will be notified to come and repair it. After the construction of the main building was completed, the following work was much simpler. Because the construction of the obsidian factory was rushed, many details needed to be supplemented. These tasks will be completed soon. The raw material of the obsidian factory was magma. The 2 magma elementals would constantly transport magma from the depths of the ground. This work was difficult for others, but was very easy for the 2 magma elementals. After all, they were born with the ability to manipulate magma, and with their existence, the magma pool would not cool down. After checking again, Hathaway nodded to Sulin. Everything was normal, and then she started the production line of the obsidian factory. Scorching magma spewed out of the channel, and then flowed along the pipeline into a purification circle. As the circle operated, a strange magic wave appeared, and all the magma passing through here was purified of impurities. These impurities were not useless. These impurities contained various metal substances, which would be collected and sent to the blacksmith workshop for smelting. Then, the magma entered the purification circle. After these 2 processes, a stone golem next to him opened the gate, and energy rushed out. The whole circle was activated, and the magma quickly cooled down under the effect of the circle. A piece of obsidian appeared in front of him. Chapter 482. The surging magma flowed into it, and after a quick cooling, pieces of obsidian appeared on the workbench. Sulin picked up a piece of obsidian that was still warm and examined it. 3rd-grade obsidian had met the production requirements. This obsidian production line was mainly used to produce 3rd-grade obsidian. Sulin collected all the newly produced obsidian for inspection. The new factory had just opened, and the quality of the obsidian produced was not very stable, so some adjustments were needed. His requirements were not high, but at the very least, the obsidian produced had to be of third-grade quality. As for the lower quality obsidian, whether it was the obsidian golem or the floating city, they would not use obsidian of this quality. Hundreds of obsidian stones were quickly appraised by Su Luan, and the results were not bad. More than 90% of the obsidian stones were third-class or above, and there were more than a dozen second-class obsidian stones. As for the top first-class obsidian stones, there was no such thing as a first-class obsidian stone. For this kind of newly established obsidian factory, it was already very good that the obsidian produced could reach this level. After the obsidian factory was operating normally, Sulin and Hathaway began to make some technical adjustments to the factory. After some adjustments, the obsidian production line began again. With the surge of elemental energy, magma flowed into it again. After a few rounds of purification, obsidian appeared in front of Sulin. After some adjustments, the quality of the obsidian produced this time was obviously higher. Sulin took out all the obsidian in this batch and then tested it again. Sure enough, the results were much better than the last time. 96% of the obsidian in front of him were third grade. This yield was already considered good. If he wanted to continue improving, he would need to upgrade and improve it bit by bit in the future production process. After completing the transformation, Sulin completely activated the entire obsidian factory. A strange energy wave came, and the obsidian factory officially began to operate. One by one, the stone golems began to work, and the steel golem also began to work. After the steel golems started working, Su Luan arranged for a few steel golems to patrol outside the obsidian factory. Their current area of protection was the obsidian factory. As long as they did not enter the obsidian factory, they would activate their combat program and attack. In order to protect the obsidian factory, Sulin had also built a sensor formation in the obsidian factory. As long as someone else entered, the sensor formation would be triggered and a signal would be transmitted to the steel golem. At the same time, the obsidian factory would enter a state of alert. Looking at the functioning obsidian factory, Sulin nodded with satisfaction. The production area of the obsidian factory was not large. After the magma entered the production area, it would quickly form obsidian. With sufficient obsidian, the next production line of rock golems would be put on the agenda. Compared to the golem factory, the technology of the obsidian factory was too simple. The most difficult part of this factory was actually the magma production. This factory was mainly to provide raw materials for the future obsidian factory. The technical requirements of the obsidian factory were a bit high. Hathaway was now drawing the blueprints. After the blueprints were completed, the factory would be upgraded. The energy consumption of the obsidian factory was very high. Sulin planned to build a new elemental pool here. At the same time, Sulin also needed to prepare a legendary soul core. The golem factory was generally divided into 3 parts. The first part was carving. The stone needed to be carved, and at the same time, the body parts of the golem had to be made. This part required a high-precision carving process, and, at the same time, a set of micro-carving machines was also needed. The second part was the magic pattern inscription on the golem. For this part, a fully automatic magic pattern inscription machine had already been built when the clay golems were produced. After the magic pattern inscription, it would enter the third part. The parts of these golems would be sent to the assembly workshop, where they would be assembled one by one. The assembled golems would be sent to the warehouse. These golems did not have a soul core installed, so they needed to be activated by the wizard himself. Each golem would cost a soul crystal. The rock golem factory was not built for the time being. Sulin and Hathaway left the secret plane. When they left, the two brought back the clay golems they had produced during this time. These clay golems could be used after being activated. However, because the clay golems produced were basic models, they still needed to be modified. For example, a set of cleaning programs and housekeeping programs could be added to them so that these clay golems could become qualified servants. After these clay golems were activated, they would be sent to various parts of the Northwind Tower to work. If it weren't for the high cost of mining clay golems, Sulin could have made a batch of mining golems. Compared to mining clay golems, the kobolds and duergars were obviously more cost-effective. As long as they were given some food and liquor, these kobolds and duergars would complete the work with quality and quantity guaranteed. After the construction of the obsidian factory was completed, Sulin returned to Sanfelto City. After a period of fighting, the Marquis of Savoy finally won a great victory, completely wiping out the few border nobles. These border nobles had originally colluded with other countries and obtained support, wanting to split from the Kingdom of Florence. However, after Alex and Karina fought off the wizards sent by the surrounding countries, the rebels lost their biggest support. Without the intervention of other countries, the strength of these border nobles was no match for the Marquis of Savoy. After a few wild battles, the Marquis of Savoy successfully surrounded Howlwind City. After that, the rebels who were unwilling to admit defeat still refused to come out. They wanted to rely on the city walls to continue resisting. Moreover, it was already winter, and the temperature in Howlwind City began to drop. These rebels began to place their hopes in the winter. When the army couldn't withstand the cold of winter, they would naturally retreat. However, things didn't go according to their plan. These rebels weren't wrong. Although the Marquis of Savoy's army were all northerners, they couldn't fight outside for a long time in winter. They just forgot about the wizards. In fact, these rebels also subconsciously ignored the wizards. As a result, on a dark night, Alex and Karina used flying and invisibility spells to enter Howlwind City. They then used a spell to confuse humans and easily took control of a few groups of soldiers at the city gate. They had them move the miscellaneous items out of the gate and open the gate. The Marquis of Savoy, who had long been prepared, led his army into the city without shedding a drop of blood. This famous city in the northwestern territory of the Kingdom of Florence was easily breached. The remaining rebel leaders didn't even have the chance to escape and were directly captured. After completing the task of quelling the rebellion, the rebellious nobles around Howlwind City were either captured or killed. Only a few were lucky enough to escape. Of course, those who managed to escape were mostly small fries. The Marquis of Savoy had already prepared ahead of time for the main rebellious nobles and captured them as soon as possible. Sulin had already ordered the Marquis of Savoy to not kill the innocent in this mission. Wars in this era were very cruel, and massacres were common. But this time, the target of the war was within his own country. He did not want Marquis Savoy to lead his men to plunder and return home with plentiful spoils of war, only to leave behind a pile of chicken feathers for him. The rebellion this time wasn't because the commoners couldn't survive. It was a power struggle between the nobles, so the ordinary soldiers and commoners were basically coerced. Therefore, these soldiers and commoners were pardoned. After entering the city, the Marquis of Savoy had already restrained the soldiers from looting. At the same time, Alex and Karina stepped forward and beheaded a dozen soldiers who openly disobeyed the order. Only then did the soldiers obediently not take a step forward. After capturing the rebellious nobles, the Marquis of Savoy didn't kill them directly. Instead, he planned to send them to Sulin in Sanfelto. At the same time, the wealth of these nobles was all plundered. The wealth was divided into 4 parts. Sulin took a quarter of it, the Marquis of Savoy took another quarter, and the remaining quarter was used to cover the costs of logistics. The last quarter was the reward for the soldiers. Unlike the soldiers in northern Battlefront City, the Marquis of Savoy's army had very low military expenses. Usually, they would only be able to maintain basic expenses. Only during war would they be given a starting fee. Then, during battles, they would loot. Now that Sulin forbade looting, they naturally had to be given a reward. This model could save a lot of money on raising soldiers, which was also the state of most armies in this world. Apart from the gold and silver, in fact, the biggest harvest this time was the nobles' land, houses, factories, and mines. Apart from a portion of the wealth being rewarded to those who performed well in this battle, most of the rest fell into Sullin's hands. These shops, mines, and real estate were all very valuable. Sulen had already put them under his caravan. As for the land, Sulen was preparing to sell it. These nobles controlled more than 70% of the land in Cold Wind City. Sulen took out some of these lands to recruit refugees and let others sell the rest. When all these lands were planted next year, the tax revenue of Cold Wind City would definitely reach a new high. Chapter 483. The Marquis of Savoy escorted the rebellious nobles to the capital. Sulen ordered a public trial of these nobles and finally sentenced them to death. As for the relatives of these nobles, they were punished to be slaves. These slaves were not allowed to be pardoned, but the descendants of these nobles could obtain the status of commoners after paying a ransom. For the rebels, Sulen gave them the harshest punishment, and Sulen's punishment of the rebellious nobles' relatives was also approved. Many people even thought that Sulen's punishment was too good for them. In this era, the relatives of the enemy were often dealt with by killing them. The women were sold as slaves, and the children were castrated and sold as slaves. In comparison, Sulen's way of cooking was completely merciful. San Filto City. After Sulen successfully defeated the southern rebels, Sulen's prestige also rose to the peak. When he went out to fight, he even left a backup plan. With the cooperation of both inside and outside, he successfully defeated and captured the rebellious nobles. A very important reason for the Southern Rebellion this time was that the number of nobles in San Filto City decreased by 2/3. These nobles were captured, which led to a large amount of wealth being obtained by Sulen. At the same time, he also had enough money and land to reward his soldiers. After cleaning up a group of rebellious nobles, Sulen's control over the kingdom of Florence became stronger and stronger. Now, because the Marquis of Savoy had solved the rebellion in the north, the entire north wind and part of the south were under Sulen's control. Since Sulen ascended the throne, a series of turmoil had occurred in the kingdom of Florence, and it finally ended with Sulen's victory. Now, Sulen could be said to be the king with the greatest control over the kingdom of Florence in the history of the kingdom of Florence. Kingdom of Florence, Central Plains, San Filto City, Champs-Élysées Castle. Numerous carriages were parked outside the castle. The entire castle was brightly lit. Teams of elite soldiers in metal armor and armed with weapons were patrolling around the castle. Outside the castle, well-dressed attendants were busy bringing in plates of delicately prepared food. The magic lamps in the castle lit up the entire hall. The crystal lamps flickered with colorful brilliance, making the gorgeously dressed noble ladies even more charming. Although a large number of nobles in San Filto City had been stripped of their titles and imprisoned, it seemed to have nothing to do with these noble ladies. At this time, these noble ladies were divided into small groups and gathered together to whisper. From time to time, their eyes would fall on a young man in the crowd. This banquet was specially held to celebrate the victory of the rebellion. In addition to the original nobles, there were also a large number of soldiers who were rewarded for their merits in this battle. These soldiers could be said to be very popular in San Filto City now. Sulen was very generous to his men. Many of them were given titles, and each of them was entrusted with important tasks by him. Since the North Town began to produce rum, white sugar, and high-end perfume, noble banquets had become more and more luxurious. After the economic boom, the social atmosphere gradually became more open. Many nobles would look for their other half at the banquet. Now that the king valued the emerging nobles with military merits, many noble ladies turned their eyes to the young men in the banquet. These people were not only old, but their strength was not bad. Basically, they had reached the level of Grand Knight and Knight Commander. Because they had been practicing martial arts all year round, these people looked extraordinary, energetic, and well-proportioned. They were far from the pale, flimsy, and pale rich young men they had seen before. It was like heaven and earth. Many noble ladies began to take the initiative after observing for a while. These people were very popular now. If they were late and someone else got to them first, they would have nowhere to cry. The atmosphere of noble banquets here was not bad. It was not like those in the South, where both male and female nobles were proud of having a lover. Many people saw having a lover as a reflection of charm. As long as the child was guaranteed to be produced by the husband, having a lover in secret was something that both parties tacitly agreed to. Of course, Sulen sternly refused to participate in these banquets. Guardian nights, masquerade balls, he had never heard of them. Of course, there were also some private rumors that His Majesty used to have a nickname in the South called Little White Dragon with the Silver Spear. According to Lady Elizabeth J. and other aristocratic ladies who did not want to reveal their names, this little white dragon with the silver spear used to be invincible, but she suddenly left 3 years ago. At that time, many people felt sorry for her. There was also a mayor of Cullen City who did not want to reveal his name. He said that the little white dragon with the silver spear went to the north and became a pioneer noble. Of course, Sulen said that these were purely rumors. He had never heard of the little white dragon with the silver spear. It's not me. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. In addition to celebrating the victory of the rebellion, this noble banquet also provided an opportunity for the new nobles and the nobles who had previously sided with the king to interact. The banquet would last for 3 days. Today was just the beginning. Many noble ladies had just begun to look for targets. They gathered together and discussed clothes and jewelry in low voices. From time to time, they would take some desserts from exquisite porcelain plates. Next to them were 2 silver plates with snow-white sugar and salt for them to taste. The whole banquet was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Sulen and Marquis of Savoy were the most eye-catching people in this banquet. However, no one approached them except for the Queen and Marquis of Savoy's youngest daughter. Alex did not like this kind of environment and did not participate. Karina had already returned to the northern city. As the matriarch of the Drows, she still had a lot of things to do. During this period, Sulen had gradually begun to clean up the territories directly under the kingdom. The size of the embroidered uniform guards did not increase. These embroidered uniform guards were responsible for monitoring the world and the officials in various places. Then, they would send the results to the palace. Those who did not do anything were directly removed from their positions. Those who took bribes, broke the law, and plundered the land were arrested and imprisoned. After Sulen's rectification, the environment of the Kingdom of Florence was slowly changing. He had already formulated a set of city sanitation regulations that all cities in the Kingdom of Florence must abide by. It would not be long before the stinky, polluted, and stacked cities with feces would be brand new. Your Majesty, the Marquis has something to discuss with you. The eldest son of Marquis of Savoy said respectfully after Sulen had a simple conversation with the nobles. Go chat with the ladies. I'll go over there for a while, Sulen said to Phyllis and then left with Vader. What is it, Your Majesty? The Marquis has compiled an account of the spoils of war collected in this war. Your Majesty, please take a look, Vader said respectfully. Sulen nodded. His expression did not change. He was very satisfied with the Marquis of Savoy's actions. It was not difficult to capture the army. His original army had a system that allowed him to clearly know the loyalty of the army. However, the others did not have a system, so they relied more on wealth and goods. In this era, as long as the army had control over personnel and finances, they could basically control the army in their hands. Therefore, Savoy took the initiative to hand these things over to Sulen to express his attitude. In a room on the 2nd floor of the castle, the Marquis of Savoy handed the account book to Sulen for inspection. Although he had never learned how to keep accounts, he relied on his mathematical foundation in his previous life to check the account book. In fact, part of the rewards for the soldiers had already been distributed. The rest would be distributed after Sulen confirmed it. As for the rest of the rewards, it would be distributed by Sulen. After all, it was best to distribute the rewards personally. In his previous life, there was a saying that Sulen strongly agreed with. Only the name of the instrument could be used. What was the name of the instrument? The musical instruments, ornaments, and titles that represented the ruler's rank were the name of the instrument. In other words, the power and position could not be given to others. Things like awarding rewards could not be done by others. Thank you for your hard work. After checking the account book, Su Luan nodded with satisfaction. I'll give you another 10% as your reward. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty, Savoy said happily. Next, Savoy prepared a sumptuous banquet. Apart from the Marquis and his son, his youngest daughter, Xanthi, was also accompanying them. Sulen had met Xanthi once before. Today, she was wearing a beautiful low-cut noble lace dress. She had delicate makeup on and an exquisite diamond necklace around her elegant neck. With her fair skin and perky breasts, she looked absolutely stunning. Your Majesty, thank you for your trust in me. Savoy came over to propose a toast. Sulen naturally would not refuse their toast. He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. After the two drank one, Vader also came forward to make a toast. Then Sandy also came forward to make a toast to Su Luan. They were drinking the high-end rum produced in the northern town. Although this kind of rum tasted a little sweet, its alcohol content was not lower than that of vodka. Although it was drunk without feeling anything, it was easy to get drunk if one was not careful. Xanthi's alcohol tolerance was not good. After a few glasses of rum, her face turned red and her bright eyes became even more moist. Under the illumination of the light, she was mesmerizing. However, Sulen did not see it. He was currently dealing with Savoy and Vader's toasts. At this time, Sulen realized that something was not right. The two of them were drinking until their faces were red. They were still pulling Sulen to propose toasts. They were obviously trying to get him drunk. With Sulen's physique of over 50 points, his resistance to alcohol was very high. It was not easy to get him drunk. As for whether they had other motives, Sulen was not worried. Savoy's loyalty had always been 100%. He would not do anything to betray him. Therefore, Sulen decided to go with the flow and get drunk. P.S. To make up for yesterday. Chapter 484. Seeing that Sulen had finally passed out, the Marquis of Savoy and his son heaved a sigh of relief. If he hadn't passed out, they would have been the ones to pass out. Today, they had thoroughly experienced Sulen's alcohol tolerance. The two of them had already used magic potions to temporarily increase their physical fitness. Even so, they had almost passed out. The Marquis of Savoy sat down on a chair and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. It's finally over. Hurry up and arrange for someone to send His Majesty over. Also, send your sister over. The Marquis of Savoy glanced at Xanthi, whose eyes were already hazy with drunkenness. Burp! Vader burped and shook his head. Don't worry, father. I've already arranged it. As he spoke, Vader stood up unsteadily. His arm groped around the cabinet at the side for a while. The originally seamless wall suddenly opened up to reveal a passageway. A few maids who had been waiting for a long time walked out from the passageway. Be careful. Send His Majesty to the room upstairs. Also, send Miss Xanthi up too. Vader instructed everyone to start moving. The maids were all strong and strong. 4 of them worked together to help Sulen up, while the other 2 supported the drunk Xanthi. With the help of another maid, Vader staggered all the way to a luxuriously decorated bedroom upstairs. He placed Sulen and Xanthi on the big bed. Sister, it's all up to you this time. As your brother, I can only help you this much. After saying that, he patted Xanthi and left unsteadily. At the same time, he closed the door behind him. Vader shook his head and then said to the maids, all of you stay here tonight. Don't let anyone in to disturb His Majesty. Do you understand? Yes. The maids hurriedly lowered their heads and responded. If things go wrong, you know the consequences. Of course, if everything goes well, you will receive a generous reward tomorrow and regain your freedom. After settling everything, Vader returned to report to the Marquis of Savoy. Of course, after the door was closed, Sulen slowly opened his eyes as he turned around and took a look at Sandy, who was lying beside him. At this moment, Sandy's beautiful face was very red. Due to being drunk, she was a bit confused. Her delicate facial features, white skin, and delicate fragrance made Sullen's heart feel like being scratched by a kitten's paw. This Marquis of Savoy actually did such a thing. It's simply amazing. Since he delivered himself to my doorstep, I'll eat him. Eat it. Or should I eat it? Forget it. Since they are so enthusiastic, I really can't refuse them. Just accept them. Sulin quickly made a decision. What was the point of being pretentious at this time? Men were creatures that could never withstand tests. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can send a beauty over and I'll show you. Now, the Marquis of Savoy was very clear about the consequences of getting two people drunk and then sending them to the same bed. As a legendary master, he was very clear about the physique of a legendary master. Even if they were drunk, they would at most wake up in 1 or 2 hours. When a hot-blooded young man and a young and beautiful girl who had no strength to resist appeared on the same bed, what would happen in the end? Let's not talk about it anymore. I just want to say that I understand what you know, and I won't explain what you don't know. After all, it's fine as long as you know. As for the drunken sex, I can tell you seriously and responsibly that it's all bullshit. The premise of drunken sex is that he isn't drunk at all. Alcohol is just an excuse. If he was really drunk, he would have already become a pile of dead people. How could he have messed up sex? As one of the chosen Marquis of the Kingdom of Florence, the Marquis of Savoy was very clear that his current position was very dangerous. For the sake of the family's future, he personally directed today's matter. In Sullen's words, his path was broadened. At this point, Sulin naturally would not refuse. So the next morning, the Marquis of Savoy saw the energetic Sulin and the shy and limping Sandy. Then, the nobles of the entire San Filto city knew that Sulin had a new consort. When Sulin returned to the northern city from San Filto City, it was already the season when the snow and ice melted. During this period of time, he had been handling matters in San Filto City. With the large amount of information collected by the brocade guards, Sulin made some appointments and adjustments to the officials in various places. The first batch of students in the school in San Filto City had been trained. After 4 months of learning, these students were now beginning to be assigned to various places by Sulin to serve as grassroots officials. Of course, these people also had to go to prison to receive ideological education before they left. During this period of time, the brocade guards have been quietly expanding. Now, the brocade guards have been building strongholds in most of the cities in the north. At the same time, the construction of the Eagle's Nest had been closely followed by the brocade guards. An intelligence network that could cover the entire Kingdom of Florence was gradually taking shape. Of course, the cost of building this intelligence network was also very high. A large sum of money was needed every month to build this network. This time, a large amount of money had just been obtained from the battlefield, and a considerable part of it had been invested in this. Walking out of the astrology platform, Sulin was about to go see the apprentices in the Wizard Tower. However, he was surprised to see Onyx Vaya and Hathaway walking out together. The two were still discussing what to eat tonight. A wizard who wanted to study dragons and make friends with a dragon. This seemed to be a bit wrong. After thinking for a while, Sulin asked Chrissy about the daily activities of the little red dragon during this period of time. Onyx Vaya was very obedient after coming to the Wizard Tower. She found that there were too many big bosses here. In the past, she had the guts to wait until she was strong enough to whip Sulin, but she quickly gave up this dangerous idea. Sulin was really too strong. He was an advanced legendary and also had a Wizard Tower. Even if she was an adult, she would still be far from being able to compete with Sulin. Only when she was an ancient dragon would she have the chance to compete with Sulin. However, the gap between a young dragon and an ancient dragon spanned several years, and the gap spanned thousands of years. If Sulin was still alive after such a long time, then how strong would he be? She lived until she was strong enough, but Sulin might have died of old age. Even if she was strong enough, she would not be able to take revenge. Therefore, after knowing the truth, Onyx Vaya gave up. Then she returned to her daily life as a dragon. Every day, she slept on the golden mountain in the treasure room. When she had nothing to do, She would walk around the wizard tower or sneak into the kitchen to eat. Later, when Hathaway wanted to study dragons, she told her that as long as she learned spells, she could speed up her growth. Onyxvia was tempted. Dragons were long-lived creatures, and they also hoped to become stronger. Therefore, Onyxvia agreed to cooperate with Hathaway to do some experiments, and then Hathaway would teach her all kinds of spells. "Master, you're back." Seeing Sulin come over, the little red dragon's body stiffened. Then it immediately recovered and said carefully, "Looks like you've had a good time." Sulin looked at the little red dragon and smiled. "Sulin, Phyllis didn't come back with you?" Hathaway glanced back and asked. "No, she's now the queen of the kingdom of Florence. When I'm not around, she needs to be there." Sulin shook his head. "I see. I wanted to study the blood connection between dragon wizards and dragons," Hathaway said, a little disappointed. "Oh, did you find something new?" Sulin asked. Hathaway shook her head. "I have some ideas, but they're not mature yet. Isn't Phyllis's blood density a little low? I want to try to strengthen her a little. When she comes, you could talk to her. I think she'll agree." Master, the little red dragon said hesitantly. Sulin looked at her and said, "What's wrong? I heard you build a volcano here. Can I move there?" The little red dragon said weakly. "Move to a volcano?" Sulin paused for a moment, then understood. Red dragons like to live in warm mountains. It would be even better if they lived in a volcanic environment. "If you live in a volcano, do I have to move my gold to the volcano and build a lava hot spring for you?" Sulin said, glancing at the little red dragon. "Really?" The little red dragon's eyes lit up. "Pah!" Sulin reached out and knocked the little red dragon's head, and then said angrily, "In your dreams. Lava hot spring? If there's lava, why don't I use it to make obsidian? Why make a hot spring for you? I caught you to be my mount, not for you to enjoy." "Oh!" The little red dragon hugged its head with both hands and said dejectedly. Seeing the little red dragon's expression, Sulin smiled and said, "Although you can't live in a volcano, it's not impossible to modify your environment. I can create a temperature array for the place where you live and adjust the temperature there to be close to the temperature of the volcano." "Really? That's great." Onyxvia shouted happily. "Of course. When the time comes, I'll give you the remote control for the temperature control. You could choose to adjust the temperature as high or low as you want." Sulin smiled. He was very democratic when it came to this. "By the way, remember to collect the scales that you shed and don't throw them away." Sulin suddenly said, "Those scales are not very hard, but they're good for making dragon scale armor." Dragons and snakes were somewhat similar. Their scales would fade as they grew. Of course, sometimes in battle, their scales would be destroyed, but after a period of time, they would grow new scales. The scales shed when a dragon was young had low defense. Other than making some potions, they were not very valuable. The scales that were shed when a dragon was young were valuable. Chapter 485. The dragon scales shed by the giant dragons also had the power of the giant dragons. The giant dragons often rewarded their slaves with these scales. They used a spell to embed these dragon scales on their slaves, which could create some dragonkin kobolds, dragonkin orcs, and so on. There were still some differences between these dragonkin and the real dragonkin. The dragonkin transformed by embellishing scales on their bodies had low heritability, and their strength was also weaker. This kind of dragonkin transformation would improve the user's physical fitness in all aspects. Of course, this method consumed less energy, and the number of dragonkin that could be transformed was also higher. In fact, many dragonkin creatures were not the offspring of giant dragons and other creatures. Of course, a considerable number of dragonkin creatures that were almost all over the multiverse were indeed the descendants of giant dragons. The giant dragons had a special radiation ability around their bodies. This radiation was not destructive, but it could subtly dragonize other creatures. Living in this environment for a long time, The body would even show some dragonization reactions, such as growing some small scales like dragon scales and so on. Sulin and Hathaway came to the treasury together and made a temperature control array for the little red dragon's sleeping place. At the same time, they strictly limited the area to ensure that it would not affect other places. The energy of this temperature control array was also provided by the elemental pool. Now, the elemental pool of the entire wizard tower was still full of energy. The elemental pool that Hathaway originally designed could be used to upgrade the wizard tower into a floating space tower. Of course, this elemental pool could only maintain the floating space tower's flight for a period of time. To truly become a floating space tower, the elemental furnace technology was still needed. After making the temperature control array for Onyx Via, Sulin and Hathaway returned to the palace together. At this time, Alex also returned from the Eagle Fortress. During this period of time, she had been paying attention to her people. After this period of upgrading, several more harpies had successfully transformed into winged people. After seeing Alex, Sulin pulled Alex together. That night, Sulin stayed in the palace and gave Hathaway and Alex a checkup. So far, Hathaway's body had improved a little, but she was still no match for Sulin. During this time, her bloodline awakening was very stable. As her strength increased, her bloodline would awaken bit by bit. Although this bloodline power gave her great power, it was also a kind of restraint. Luckily, she was a wizard. When the bloodline potential was exhausted, she could still rely on the power of a wizard to continue to increase her strength. Among Sulin's wives, the most powerful one was Hathaway, followed by the little succubus Chris and Alex. Their strength was about the same, followed by Phyllis. As for Sandy, she was just an ordinary person. In fact, even Phyllis was just an ordinary person before. She only became a warlock because of Sulin's dragon blood potion. However, compared to Alex, Phyllis's bloodline potential was far inferior. Phyllis had only implanted a small amount of bloodline, so her awakening and potential were much lower. However, she was much stronger than before. When they were in San Filto City, Sulin would take Phyllis to do exercises every night to improve her physical fitness and speed up her awakening. After this period of consistent exercise, Phyllis's physical fitness had been greatly improved. This was something that Sulin had personally verified. What the dragon bloodline brought to her was not only the improvement of her physical fitness, but also the ability to protect herself. With the advantage of her physical fitness and sullen swordsmanship, Phyllis could easily defeat many warriors. The thrilling battle was over, and a new day had begun. Sulin was drawing a blueprint at his desk. The terrain of the northern city was troublesome, so he was thinking about the layout of the floating city in the future. Although the floating city was built with the northern city as the core, it was impossible to raise the entire city into the sky. After the northern city had been expanded several times, the outer city wall was 8 kilometers long. Coupled with the surrounding farmland, the area had reached dozens of square kilometers. Such an area could be regarded as a medium-sized floating city. Sulin's current planned area was only part of the city. After the separation in the future, a huge pit would be formed in the inner city of the northern city. He was ready to renovate it. If the elemental furnace was built successfully, it would not be too difficult to raise a small floating city. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the area of a large floating city was more than 50 square kilometers. That kind of large floating city used several mice energy nuclei arranged in a special way to form an energy matrix, and then the behemoth was raised. Sulin naturally did not have such powerful technology. To build such a large floating city, Sulin had to go one step further after mastering the elemental fusion furnace and obtain the elemental annihilation furnace. Elemental annihilation was a technology that not many people in the era of the Arcane Empire knew about. It was said that this technology had not been developed and was still a conjecture. Of course, no one knew the specific situation now. However, Sulin did not have any information about the elemental annihilation technology, so it was impossible to talk about it. There was a light sound of footsteps, and then the door of the study opened. Chris's figure appeared in the room. She was wearing a black bodysuit with hollowed-out patterns today, showing off her curves incisively and vividly. The figure of a succubus was very exaggerated. Her breasts were high, her hips were round, and her waist was slender. It was a perfect figure, and because of her race, the body of a succubus was very soft. This flexibility was far beyond that of humans, so they could easily perform many positions that humans could not. At the same time, they could also use some offensive methods that humans could not use in battle. Sulen had prepared a large number of materials for Chris and asked Hathaway to make equipment for her. The black leather coat she was wearing now was one of them. He had made a total of 5 of these coats using the toughest and softest leather from Hydra. According to standards, they were high-grade magic items and were only a little bit away from being Tier 4 magic items. These leather armors were very soft and did not affect Chris's agility at all. Moreover, their defense was very good. Sulen had accumulated a large number of materials and asked Hathaway to make them. Many of the equipment Sulen and the others were using were made by her. Master, Chris was like a beautiful snake as she wrapped herself around Sulen. Did you miss me? Slap. Sulen slapped Chris's perky butt, which was like a full moon. The sound was crisp and pleasant. Her butt shook slightly, and the elasticity was very good. Behave now again. I'll deal with you tonight. A small flame rose in Sulen's heart, but he forced it down. Chris pouted and pressed his head hard against her body, letting him have a taste of suffocation. Only then did she get up. Master, is there something you need from me? I prepared new equipment for you. Sulen took a deep breath. The suffocating feeling just now was too strong. New equipment? For me? Chris's eyes lit up at the mention of new equipment. Of course it's for you. Sulen rubbed her head. Let's go. Soon, Sulen brought Chris to her room. There were many stone platforms in this room. These platforms had been sealed by magic barriers, and pieces of equipment were floating on the platforms. Sulen took her to a stone platform and gently inputted a magic password on the stone platform. The protective barrier on the surface of the stone platform disappeared, and a piece of equipment appeared in front of them. This weapon is called Poison Fawn. It's the strongest and sharpest tooth I took from the Hydra's head when I killed it last time. It has armor-piercing, anti-magic, sharpness, poison, and paralysis effects. Try it and see how it works. Sulen took the dagger and handed it to Chris. Other than using a whip, Chris also used a dagger. Her dagger energy was very strong. Chris grabbed the dagger with one hand and did all kinds of fancy things with the other. She was very familiar with the dagger. Very good. That's good. Hathaway turned around and took a delicately made belt. This is the giant's belt of strength. After wearing it, your strength will increase greatly. You need to get used to it in advance. Hathaway made 2 giant's belt of strength. They were made from the body materials of the Frost Giant Chief and the Swamp Giant Chief. The 2 giants' belt of strength were basically the same. The only difference was the color of the belt. The Frost Giant's belt was blue, and the Swamp Giant's belt was yellow. This kind of giant's belt of strength had very few uses. Its purpose was to increase strength. It could give the wearer the strength of a Frost Giant or a Swamp Giant. The best belt of strength in the material plane was the Frost Giant King's belt. It was said to be made from the skin of a Frost Giant King. It could increase the wearer's strength by 8, and the highest was 35. The 2 belts made by Hathaway could increase the wearer's strength by 4, and the highest was 30. There were restrictions on relying on external forces to increase the body's attributes. For example, attributes added by equipment, such as strength, could not be stacked and had a limit. The second kind was the increase in strength from spells. At the same time, the attributes added by spells could not be stacked and would be covered. The third kind was the eruption of the body's potential. The most common was Berserk. The attributes in these 3 states could be stacked. Chris took the belt and put it on. As she put it on, her whole body immediately surged with a heat full of power. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.